All right, thank you all for your patience. We need just one more minute. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council. The time is 7:18 p.m., and I'll ask our city clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vergenter.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Letiju. Matias.
Here.
Matulik.
Present.
Palmeris.
Present.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 3, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could please join the council for the pledge. All right, thank you all. That's going to bring us to item 4, which is a report out from closed session. And we did have 2 closed sessions immediately prior to this meeting. I'll ask our city attorney, do we have a report out from closed session?
We do. We have several of them, actually. Okay, so with regard to the item that was the 4 o'clock closed session, which was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, 1 case. The council, with regard to that item, gave direction to staff, and there is no other action to report at this time. With regard to the items that were heard at 5 p.m., I have to find the 5 p.m. agenda. That would help me. There we go. Thank you so much. With regard to item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, 2 cases. The City Council gave direction to staff with regard to those 2 cases, and there is no other action to report at this time. With regard to item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. With regard to the City of Vallejo versus American Canyon, Buzz Oates, LLC, Marin County Superior Court case number as listed on the agenda, the council did vote unanimously to file an appeal in that case. With regard to Elite Public Schools et al. Versus the City of Vallejo et al., the case number as listed on the agenda in the Solano County Superior Court, the council gave direction to staff, and there is no other action to report at this time. And with regard to conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the agency designated representatives being Stephanie Cifuentes, the Human Resources Director, and Andrew Murray, the City Manager. The employee organization discussed, Vallejo Police Officers Association. With regard to that item, the council gave direction to staff. There will be subsequent action in open session relating to that item. I have no further action to report.
All right, thank you very much. We don't have any presentations and commendations this evening. We will be presenting our proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month at our next meeting on the 23rd. So that's going to bring us to our first community forum. I'll ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for those wishing to address the council online. Again, this is for items not on tonight's agenda. At this time, do we have any speakers in person for community forum?
Yes, we have 8 speakers.
All right, we can take at least 5 of them. So for the folks online, we'll probably need them to wait until the second forum. Let's go ahead and call our first few speakers.
Our first speaker is John Lewis.
Hi. A couple of weeks ago, I attended a conference of the National Association of Citizens Oversight of Law Enforcement. It was a 2-day conference with about 20 presenters on many topics. Would have been nice if I could have invited the other commissioners to attend, but of course I have no way to contact them.
Mr. Lewis, would you mind I'm not sure if you're getting picked up on the mic for those online. You can raise up the podium on your lower right.
I can't hear you.
Just asking you to speak into the mic so the folks online can hear you.
Today, most Americans live in jurisdictions with oversight of local law enforcement. Some reasons this is important is it protects human rights, it promotes constitutional policing, it increases public confidence and trust in the police, it builds bridges between law enforcement and the public, it supports effective policing, ensures greater accountability, and enhances risk management, which should be important. Without civilian oversight, it is difficult, if not impossible, for police to maintain the public's trust and push for sustainable reform efforts. I copied that from their website. I completely understand the city's position that their memorandum of understanding with the Vallejo Police Officers Association does not allow for oversight of the Vallejo Police if they perceive that to be a change in their working conditions. However, the Vallejo Oversight Commission won't be doing any oversight or investigations or giving recommendations or opinions because we've not received the training that we would need to do that, and we would need the support of the city and maybe even the police. So although we won't be doing oversight, we can hold regular monthly meetings as required by the ordinance. Holding meetings will allow citizens to come and express concerns that they might have. This is our right under the First Amendment to assemble peacefully and discuss government. Personally, I don't see how it can be claimed that holding meetings would constitute a change to police working conditions. Therefore, I call on the city to schedule regular monthly meetings. If you can't bring yourselves to do that, I'll continue to find increasingly more ways to embarrass you into doing your job. In the interim, until the city provides a way for citizens to contact the police commission, I've established a website where I can be contacted, John Lewis at connectedvallejo.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Camerato.
Yeah. Good evening, I guess. I don't do this very often. But I'm here basically complaining about the Public Works Department. And I think it's better if I just stick to reading this. I have a situation on Mountain View that revolves around the lack of a storm drain system. As a result of the city approving in 1961 about a 300-foot long, 15-foot high retaining wall for an apartment building. And it maximized the use of their space. It's around Tuolumne and Redwood in that area. The wall was built without the oversight or certification of an engineer. And it currently serves more as a dam than anything else. It prevents water from draining down to the end of Mountain View and getting into the Vallejo flood and wastewater storm system. So I've been working with Public Works since 2008 on that. And lately there's been a lot of turnover in Public Works. So I'm very disappointed in their performance. And they don't return calls. I worked with them just briefly a little bit, but they're not doing their job. I left several messages for the city mayor, for the manager, not a return call. I emailed the city manager, gave him the full story, not a single call back. Very disappointed. Again, at some point, what does the citizen do? So right now Right now, the situation that is kind of exacerbated or brought me in here was there's a new neighbor bought a property, built an extensive drainage system in. I informed Public Works that there's a problem down here as it is. This is just going to make it worse. It took them, 2 months before they could get down and even look at it. And then they just said, it was already installed by the time they got down there. They already said, there's nothing we can do. It's underground. But it's going underneath the road, Mountain View. It's likely to undermine, eventually it will undermine and put in jeopardy the road as well as the neighboring properties. You can't just lead water nowhere, into the ground. And it's a fairly large, they're 4-inch pipes. There's about 400 feet of it underground, perforated pipe. So again, I don't really know what to do. I'd like to set up a meeting if I could with the mayor, if that's possible, and then with Pete. I think you're in charge of that area. Can I give you a call and set up a meeting?
If you call if you call the mayor's office, we can follow up with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Fairden.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Ferdine. I am the program coordinator for Southern Solano Alcohol Drug Council on 419 Pennsylvania Street here in Vallejo, downtown. I'm calling to talk about the problem we're having with, as the paper says it, the camper invasion. I just left there and counted 30 RVs and 30 campers, not to mention their cars. Each one of them have 1, 2, 3, up to 4 cars there. You can't walk down the street. You can't step outside without seeing drug activity, prostitution, or smelling the feces that is coming out of these campers. I've been dealing with this and calling Natalie Portman for over a year now, and still to this day have not gotten a phone call or even an email back from her. Not even that courtesy from anybody. You know how frustrating that is? Just last week, I've been threatened again. I can count them on one hand so far. I've been threatened 5 times with deadly force in my life. I called the police. You know what they tell me? Do you see a weapon? Can't do anything. Can't do that. They won't come. The last time we called the 911, one of my staff had his truck hit by one of their RVs. The person who hit the truck called their son, and two people came out and threatened my staff to shoot him. And to the point where 2 staff were barricaded in my facility. Called the police, and they didn't come. You know why they didn't come? Because the lady who threatened them, the lady who did that, called 911 and told them not to come, that the issue was settled. Nobody goes down there. My staff and I live in fear when we go to work. Do you guys live in fear when you come to work? No. You came in here and you were all, I'm sorry, but you were all laughing, having a good time here at your job or here. I came down to speak to Natalie Peterson in person, not once, twice, 3 times, and they stopped me at the front desk, and they sent an email in my regard, for me to her. Still didn't get no call back. But that's how, she's protected. You guys are all protected. I've been there, or the facility has been there for over 35 years. We have been servicing this community to help people in need to get off drugs and alcohol. But we can't do that when we're scared to come to work, scared to show which is our car because they'll follow us home and do something to our family. I literally have people that are not in fear of their safety, but in fear of their lives. I'm mad. I'm shaking talking about it. Not to mention I'm in charge of 23 sober living residents who live in that same residence. I'm sorry, I know my time is up.
That's
But
okay.
listen, how can you protect these guys when they can walk outside and smell it and see it happening?
Can we have someone we have the mayor's office can get in touch with you, but can we have someone with the city manager's office give a card as well, please?
But call the mayor.
Thank you.
No phone call. You know what they tell me? The police tell them
do-
to go park there.
We do have to be equitable with the time, but we'll make sure you get a card right now. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we've got our staff member there.
Kenyana Holmes.
Hello.
And you can
sorry.
raise it on your lower right. There's a little toggle switch if you want to raise it up a little bit, so you don't have to lean down.
Sorry.
That's okay. There you go. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello. I'm here on consent calendar item 7.
Perfect. So this is our general community forum. If you can hold just a few minutes,
Okay.
we'll call you back up for the comment on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Thank
no
you.
worries. No worries.
Dave Belliff.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. Thank you for this moment. I'm Dave Belliff. I'm speaking as a private citizen today, not as a member of any board or commission. I would like to reiterate that I think the council and staff are doing a pretty good job. This new council, new mayor, this new staff, they've been doing pretty good all over the place, but there are still some areas where we can correct missteps from the past. And a lot of that relates to our general plan. I'd like to give kudos to Public Works and Traffic Engineering. I know they're really tight right now, and if you've all been looking around and driving around the city, you've seen a lot of the traffic calming measures they put in, a lot of the other street work and sidewalk work has been going on. They've been doing a great job, and I'd like to encourage more of that. I'd like to see more of the traffic circles, more of the traffic calming measures, whatever we can fit into the budget, whenever we can fit it. Every single time we do something, it would be great we get a little bit more of that. But yeah, so far they're doing a pretty good job. Speaking of which, I don't know if you've noticed the Hawk signal lights that are being installed. I've spoken with many engineers and other people in the staff over the years, and they agreed that we will no longer purchase those because they have they conflict with three other vehicle codes. So I recommend that we no longer purchase those. I know we're installing those because the grant funding came from many, many years ago. But our previous transportation manager assured me that he's definitely not going to pursue any additional ones. There are many other cheaper, much cheaper forms of lighting, et cetera, for pedestrian safety. Speaking of our previous transportation manager, I was hoping you could let me know if we're on the road to getting a new one, because he really was good at getting things done and getting us grants and funding, et cetera. So I sure hope we're working to fill that position. It's a very important one. Participatory budgeting. Many of you are very familiar with how many council members and other such people came through that program and how beneficial it was to get community engagement. Yeah, there's been ups and downs, things in that, but I'm sure hoping we can do a lot more with that and get it back on track. I have plenty of ideas to streamline it and do some more with it. Our general plan, we need to not deviate from it. You know, I was going to show you a big picture of it, but we spent too much time, too much money, too many consultants, years and years to work on it, only to have councils move on away from that. So we need to increase our corridors, our walking corridors through all of our neighborhoods and through our parklands and make certain those stay nice. Don't tear any out and add more so we are more like other cities. Please support our children now and into the future by respecting that general plan and providing more quality of life features, not to forget family-oriented festivals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we have time for one more speaker.
Okay, Ruben Gallivan.
Good evening, Mayor Moy, Vice Mayor Bertani, and council members, also staff. I just want to take the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Ruben Galvan. I'm a proud member and representative of the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 180, just on the street. I'm recently got stationed to this area, so now I cover Solano County. And you will often see me here advocating for workers' rights, especially on agenda items that are related to development, construction projects, strong labor standards, meaning, for working families, opportunities to get fair wages, health benefits, as well as meaningful labor compliance of projects to build them safe and in a timely manner. And just want to take this opportunity. I will email you in the next few days so you can have my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our attendees in the back if you all could keep it down. The noise really does travel in this room. For the folks in the back, they can't hear me. We're going to ask if you want to have a conversation, if you could step out. The noise just really travels in this room, and it makes it difficult for us to hear the speakers. So thank you. All right. I know we have a few more speakers. We have two more. What's the pleasure of council in terms of just letting them go versus, why don't we go ahead and call these two in-person speakers? Yeah.
Okay, the next speaker is
you.
Cornell Smith.
Good evening, council. Basically, this is my second one. You guys seen me last week. I look at him as being my big father. That's my father there, Mr. Ferdinand, right there, Joseph. So he basically kind of told you guys the same thing that I basically kind of told you a week before, but I think he's a bit more angry about it. I mean, like I said, this is my second one. I'm just basically trying to see how city government works and how city government goes. And it still is a major problem. I haven't had those problems where I had anybody approach me or anything like that, but basically it's just because in the program that I work, in the recovery program that I'm dealing with, I just learn how to avoid problems and learn how not to have problems. It's not my business. I'm a resident there. And this looks just not conducive into what we are trying to do there in that neighborhood and what we are trying to do. To see that in the neighborhood is very, very discouraging, and we just need something done about it. And that's all I had to say. He said most of it already, but I just wanted to make sure that I was heard again as I was last week. Thank you guys very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And our final speaker is Jason LeBou.
Hi guys, I'm glad that we can see with this recent police shooting that there was like a slightly different outcome than historically. But we need to look at some less than lethal stuff and some training by, suicide by a cop. That's, another layer of training, but I'd say things have improved a little bit. We also need to, expand the CIT from just being a, small thing to being like 24/7, 365, and maybe have embedded within the police and, of course, umbrella services. And what this civil oversight committee and crisis intervention team was supposed to do when I recommended it years ago was look at a shooting and just determine whether it was a good shooting or a bad shooting. And then we could either let it go or else figure out what needs to be done. It's pretty basic stuff. We can form, a group of 7 people and they can look at it if it ever comes up. You don't need to be afraid of that. Whatever happens, happens with that. And the CIT was meant to be a buffer between those people that are having mental health crisis and a gun, so you can de-escalate and kind of get into the behavior and the mythology of whatever's going on. And, I found that the CIT was lacking funding, so I had to put together like a coalition of people and go down and ask for funding for multi-year. I shouldn't have to be doing this stuff. You guys should be better custodians of the things that you take on as a mantle of your representation of improving things, Come on now. And it's beginning to look, just from a citizen's perspective, when we come to decisions that are facing maybe redlining, like when Elite Schools wants to put a school down here and they're supported by the community, and then, oh no, suddenly it's just not possible anymore, It's just getting to a point now where we can see the people that are working with us and the people that are trying, and we can see the people that aren't. And it's just to a point of concern now where we're kind of like, we deserve better than this on a fundamental level, and it's kind of like done with the acting part, and let's just focus on the reform and, getting better as a community and eliminating all the stuff out the way and the puppeteering, because I think we're beyond all that, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, that were all of our in-person speakers. I know we probably had some folks online, so we'll be opening up for folks in person and online at our second forum later in the meeting. I'm going to move us to our consent calendar, and I will open up public comment regarding the consent calendar. I know we have at least one in-person speaker, and before we call her, are there any items that council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Matias.
8D.
All right, so we're going to pull 8D and turn that into 8.1. Seeing no one else, I will go ahead and have us call. Why don't we start with Ms. Holmes, and then do we have any other speakers on
There was
consent?
somebody before her.
Okay.
Yep.
Why don't we? Do you want to call that speaker and then Ms. Holmes?
Sure.
Or,
We'll
okay.
go- let's go in order.
We'll do them in order. Thank
Dave
you.
Belliff.
Thank you. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I'm losing my place in my notes here. Where are we here? Consent calendar. I am going to give up my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kenyana Holmes, please.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but
That's all right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of consent calendar item 7. And then I just have a little paper I just want to read off. Good evening, council members. My name is Kenea Holmes, and I'm a proud mother of 2 amazing kids. I wanted to take the moment to share how much loving kids have meant to me and my family. Life hasn't always been
So this is
easy.
item F, just for the
Yes.
council. This is item F.
Yes,
Go
item
ahead.
F, sorry. Life hasn't always been easy, but loving kids has been a constant source of support and love. From the moment my children joined the program, I've seen them grow in ways, that truly move my heart. Not just in their schoolwork, but how they carry themselves, how they express their feelings, and how they treat others. The social, emotional support they receive has made a real difference. What's even more special is that loving kids create a space that feels like family. My kids come home excited, talking about their time at church, the people they met, and the love they felt there. It means so much to me, especially because I've taught them to believe in God and to lead with love. And loving kids reinforces those values in such beautiful ways. The staff, the volunteers, the partnerships, and they all pour so much heart into what they do, and it shows. My kids adore them, and honestly, so do I. We feel seen, supported, and uplifted. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being a blessing to my family and to so many others. Please continue to support Loving Kids. They are changing lives, including ours. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers in person or online?
No other speakers at this time, Mayor.
All right. Is there anything else council would like to pull at this time? And if not, do we have a motion for, I'm seeing Councilmember Lettigiou.
Can we pull H?
All right. So we have a request to pull item 7H, and we're going to turn that into 7.2. And from there, do we have 8.2. I got all confused. 8H is now 8.2. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Mayor for the motion on the consent calendar because you followed it.
Yes,
clearly.
I move that we approve the consent calendar and approval of the agenda, moving item 8D to 8.1 and item 8H to 8.2.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. That's going to bring us to our new item 8.1, which was previously consent item D, adopt a resolution approving a First Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Solano Economic Development Corporation and City of Vallejo, extending the term and increasing the maximum not to exceed amount to $183,975. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a few questions, which I just want to thank staff for answering and are now part of the public record. Similar to what I did with Visit Vallejo, I want to suggest that we, in an effort to improve our collaboration with the Solano Economic Development Corporation and to ensure that there's greater synergy, we just passed a new strategic plan, right? I want to ensure that there is collaboration happening between that body, our city staff, and our Economic Development Commission. And so I would also want to implement quarterly reporting requirements into the commission. That's number one. And then number two, admittedly, as I was reviewing the MOU, there was a lot of new information to me in terms of what the value that this organization provides and what it has been working on over the past couple of years. So, but having said that, we've got in our strategic plan, developing a communications and marketing plan, seeking and applying as much nonprofit and government funding, supporting major revitalization and planning efforts in downtown, waterfront, and other areas. And so I want to see more from the Economic Development Commission as it relates to Vallejo. And so hopefully we can see that through this new partnership, incorporating the commission, pulled that item. So if you can move to include that reporting requirement in the motion, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, let's see if there are any other comments from council. The city attorney, did you have a comment?
Just a question, not a comment. Would you like us to then incorporate that into the amendment to the contract that extends the term and the additional amount?
Yes, I mean, reporting requirements into the Economic Development Commission, and I want to know kind of what they're working on and how are they collaborating with city staff and with the commission to carry out our strategic plan.
So do you want to consider that your motion to adopt this
Sure.
resolution with that amendment?
So move.
Okay. Are we all clear on that? So we're adopting the resolution to approve it, and we're adding an amendment for quarterly reporting and tracking. All right. I think we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. That's going to bring us to our new item 8.2, which was previously consent item H, provide notice of intent to amend the Home Investment Partnerships or HOME program budget. That's the right one, right? Okay. For fiscal year 25-26 by appropriating $741,000 for the tenant-based rental assistance program. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Letajou, who pulled that item.
So what I'd like to have on this particular item is the actual program plan and the steps that we're going to take to ensure that we're using the $741,000. I'm assuming it's for the one budget year, and I'd like to know how we plan on soliciting and making this information known to those who qualify and how we're going to get these funds out the door in a real timely manner. And with that, I'd like to have progress reports brought to the HCD on at least maybe every 2 months over the next cycle.
So I believe Alicia Jones, our housing director, is on the line, but I can answer just from what I know as oversight of the department. This program is contained in our annual action plan and our consolidated plan that the council did give directive on allocating this program funding, the over $700,000, to help approximately 15 to 18 families, depending on how much per family. So right now, the housing department is having a staffing issue, a major staffing issue. We're at about 59% staffing. So our plan to implement, since this is a very important program to council, and you all made it very clear to us last month, or in July, excuse me, when we came to you, our intention is to hire a consultant to help us get this program up and running. And ensure that we can implement it despite our staffing challenges at this point. We are 6 staff members short right now. So instead of waiting to hire those up, we're going to work with a consultant to move this program forward. And then as far as outreach, I don't have that information specifically right now. I know that we've done, listening sessions, town halls, water bill inserts, social media, website, online. We've done those different forms of communications, but I imagine at which point we get a consultant onboarded that they'll be working with us on creative ways to ensure that we can get the message out to the community members that are interested in utilizing the program.
So when do we anticipate having a consultant on board?
I'm hoping by the fall, in the next 2-ish months. I'm hopeful.
Okay, so in the next 2 months, so this is September, I'm asking in November that we have an update of where we are as it relates to contract for the consultant and what are the plans of the consultant. Because if we're putting an RFP out, whatever the case may be, however we're going to procure that consultant,
Yes.
we should be asking, this consultant should have experience doing this work. I imagine you will have someone who has experience. So what is at least a generic plan to begin to move the city forward? And our RFP, or however we're soliciting, should be really clear about what we're looking for, what our goals are, and what our timelines are in meeting those goals, so that we make sure that we meet the mark.
Correct. We do have an RFP right now. We're working with the city attorney's office on the finalization of that. I did review it, and those things you're asking for are in it, and we definitely can come back to council in November and bring you an update on where we are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right. I'm not seeing any other comments. Are we comfortable going ahead with a motion on this item then? And do we have a motion?
Sure. I move that we approve the notice of intent to amend the Home Investment Partnerships Home Program budget for fiscal year 25-26 by appropriating $741,000 for the tenant-based rental assistance program, step 1 of 2.
All right. Thanks. And we're ready to vote.
Sure. And we expect them to come back to the HCD
And council.
council in February. November, sorry.
It's a lot. All right. Everybody's comfortable with that, and we're ready to vote. And since this is a budget amendment, go ahead.
Yep, motion carries unanimously.
And since this is a budget amendment, this will be back for step 2. All right, that's going to bring us to our action calendar, and we'll go ahead to action item 9A. If, Manny, if you could start the public comment clock, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce the item, please.
Adopt a resolution making an appointment to fill an existing vacancy on the McCune Collection Commission.
All right, thank you very much. And this is, the city clerk is taking point on this item. I believe this one should be pretty straightforward. We had 2 applicants last time. We filled 1 vacancy. We now have another vacancy and 1 remaining applicant. Is there anything else staff would like to add? Do we have anything to add to this? Or are we okay? That's all right, all good. So I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and make a motion to appoint our remaining applicant, who is Vince Chijima, to the McCune Commission. I can go ahead and make that motion now, unless there are comments. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's vote. Oh, did we have any public comment?
No public speakers at this time.
You know, this council's committing to trying to make these meetings move faster, and we've still got a minute on the clock. And you know what? Why don't we just go ahead to the next item, and if anyone raises their hand, we'll let them speak? Or do we have to wait until we've officially voted?
You should probably wait, but I'm going to talk for the next 44 seconds. No, I'm not really. I assume that the motion was to adopt the resolution that's in your packet.
Sure, it's to adopt a resolution appointing Mr. Chijima to the McCune Commission. And barring no public comments in the next 30 seconds, we'll move forward with it. All right, we're getting there. I'm assuming no one has raised their hands. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All
Motion
right.
carries unanimously.
Thank you. That's going to bring us to item B, which could be similarly short. I'll ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Designated voting delegate and alternate for the business portion of the Annual League of California Cities Conference.
All right, and I'll ask Manny to also start our public comment period for this item. Do we have any commenters in person? All right, so I want to thank our city clerk for the staff report on this item. My understanding from our conversation is that although the city council already appointed delegates to serve as the city's representative on the League of Cities, we are required to reaffirm our voting delegates for the annual conference. And so we have in the staff report she provided that Councilmember Matulik is the lead, Vice Mayor Bergenzer is the first alternate, and Councilmember Ledeju is the second alternate for this conference. So the natural suggestion I would make is that we have Councilmember Matulik serve as our voting delegate and Councilmember Ledeju serve as our alternate, since they're already previously appointed by the council. And hopefully that explanation that I just gave has killed. We've got about a minute still. Has anyone raised their hand? And are there any comments from council? That's my suggestion, Vice Mayor.
It's not exactly as part of this per se, but I would like to discuss how we approve who goes and who doesn't go to conferences, because I think it's not a good use of taxpayers' money that we send multiple council members to the same conference.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we should limit it to 1 or 2, and they can bring back the information and not have the entire the council approved to go to any one conference.
And that would open up, I concur, and that would open up our ability to go to more things. Councilmember Gordon, I see your light.
I was just going to move it.
What? We have 26 seconds. Why don't you go ahead and move it? And by the time you're done, we'll.
I'd like to move the request of the previous voting recommendations, and but this doesn't stop us from being able to go, though, right? Okay, so I'd like to move the designated and voted delegate and alternate for the business portion of the Annual League of California Cities Conference.
And that
as
would
recommended.
be?
As Alex being the...
It would be Councilmember Matulik as the lead and
Right.
Councilmember Ledeju as the alternate.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have any public commenters? We are ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much.
So sorry, Mayor, do I bring that issue back up as?
Probably for future, yeah, for a future item. Let's do it that way. All right, that is going to bring us to item 9C. And I will ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Adopt a resolution approving a quitclaim deed transferring the city's interest in an abandoned portion of a water easement in American Canyon to Canyon Estates Homes LLC in exchange for a new easement and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll go ahead. We've already opened up the public comment period on this item. Anyone wishing to address the council can raise your hands online or sign up at the podium in the back. And I believe the city attorney is taking point on this. Do we have a presentation or any information on this item?
Yeah, just a brief presentation by Mr. Reisner, who has
All
just
right.
walked into the room, who will explain what this is about and why we are asking the council to move forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is the transfer of an abandoned water easement, which has already taken place, and acceptance of a new easement from the Canyon Estates developer in American Canyon. This happened back in 2020. The developer over there wanted us to give up an easement that we had because it encroached upon some of the property that he wanted to build upon. So he gave us, in exchange for giving that up, he gave us a new easement. We built a new pipeline, and that was transferred to us, although we haven't done our part yet and transferred the old one to him. So that's what this is before you tonight, to give him the old easement that we no longer need.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council? Any commenters in person? Any commenters online? All right, do we have a motion on the item?
I move that we adopt a resolution approving a quitclaim deed transferring the city's interest in an abandoned portion of the water easement in American Canyon to Canyon Estates Homes LLC in exchange for a new easement and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, and provided we don't have any commenters, we are ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council.
That is going to bring us to item D, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce this item.
Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the master fee schedule for fiscal year 25-26, establishing and revising fees for the fire department, planning and development services department, building and planning divisions, and the water department.
All right, thank you. So anyone wishing to address council on this item can sign up at the kiosk in the back or raise your hand online. We'll go ahead and start that period. And I believe we have our planning and development services team either here or online. Do we have a presentation on this item? It looks like we do. Oh. No. No, I'm wondering if she's online. Okay, here we go. Do we have a representative online from the consultant? So they're online, maybe we just cannot hear them. It might be the problem.
I just messaged the Planning and Development Services Director.
Here we go.
Perfect.
Wonderful. We flew through those first three items, so this is, all right. And we've got Mr. Parks here on Zoom.
I'm so sorry, I was still in the bathroom. Good evening, Mayor Source and members of the council. I'm Kristen Pollard, I'm the Director of the Planning and Development Services Department, and I'm here tonight on behalf of several departments who have been working together to bring to you an updated user fee study, along with some recommendations for adoption of new and revised fees for planning, building, fire, and water. So at this time, I'm actually going to hand over this presentation to our consultant, MGT. We're going to start with Ricardo Seppin, I believe, who is going to take it over from here.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Kristen. Let me start with a quick introduction. I want to introduce myself and introduce our team. Thank you for having us. My name is Ricardo Seppin. I'm a director with MGT. I've been with MGT for 7 years, doing this type of work, going over 10, 11 years thus far. CPA, licensed in Florida. And I'm happy to be here to present the results of our study. Joining me today, Mr. Doug Campbell and Mr. Alan Parks. Doug, you want to take a minute to introduce yourself and then hand it over to Alan, if you don't mind?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Doug Campbell. I'm a manager at MGT. Been with the organization for about a year and a half. By training, I'm an economist, and I do a lot of work on user fee studies and other local public finance issues for our clients at MGT. Alan?
Hey everybody, my name is Alan Parks. I'm a CPA and manager with MGT. I've been here now for going on 4.5 years, focused on these user fee studies and also performance audit practice that we have at MGT. We'll pass it over to Ricardo to kick us off.
All right. I'll kick off our presentation. Should go relatively quickly. We just gotta kind of give you an overview of the overall results, and then the department level results, as well as some of the methodology that we use to conduct this study. So to get started, this is just the agenda. This slide is just for the agenda. So we're going to start actually first of all with a quick introduction to MGT, just a slide that would take me a minute to go through it. But we added that just in case there are some members that may not be familiar with our company. So just going to kind of give you a bit of an overview of what it is we do, and how we help public entities across the nation pursue operational excellence. After that, we're going into the actual project work. So we're going to the introduction and project background. We'll discuss the scope of services, discuss some methodology and approach, provide a very broad overview of the executive summary of our findings. Then we'll dive into the department results and recommendations, discuss our peer comparison survey, and then implementation approach. At that point. Next slide, please. You can go back to the previous slide, if you don't mind. So MGT, who are we? We are a nationally recognized consulting firm specializing in assisting public entities with all types of services, including technology, finance, human capital, performance evaluations, performance reviews. So we do anything from cybersecurity, managed services, financial management, human capital consulting, and like Alan said, performance audits, management studies, performance reviews, anything that has to do with efficiency and effectiveness. We have offices across the nation, including California and Florida. Right now, we have a team of about 1,200 staff members across the United States, anywhere from Florida to we have a team in California, some people in Oregon, Washington, so all across the United States. Our main mission is to assist entities with their social impact mission. So we want to make sure we help the communities we serve. We're a purpose-driven organization, partners with clients across education, innovative, and data-informed solutions. We have conducted over 30,000 engagements, so we're very experienced working with public entities. Again, including user fee studies. We conduct a lot of user fee studies for clients in California, so we are very versed in this type of work. Next slide, please. Now, to get into this particular project, and for this particular project, the main purpose was to align fees with the documented cost of services and set clear recovery targets, project revenue impacts, and confirm fairness via peer benchmarking. On this particular project, we work very closely with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. We also work with the participating department, including fire, planning and development services, specifically the building and planning divisions, and the water department. To conduct our analysis, we use the fiscal year 24-25 budget expenditures, staffing costs, and operational information. We provided a draft report back in August 6th. And we ensure compliance with California Proposition 26, which indicates that fees must not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing services. And again, there are some fees that are going to have a limit just based on state laws and regulations. For deliverables, we delivered to each department, we delivered the fee models, the proposed fee schedules, the revenue projections, and peer benchmarking summary. and phase implementation framework. Next slide, please. Scope of services. So the scope of services for this particular project kind of had three different phases. The first one was to determine full cost. So to determine the full cost of providing services, we collaborated with the departments. We analyzed staff time, resources, and overhead. We also we use this to establish true cost for each particular fee that we studied. I mean, then we identify subsidy levels, meaning were there fees that the total cost of providing the service was higher than the current fee amount. The second phase was to update and align fees. So we work with each department to adjust outdated or unclear fee amounts and structures, add or remove fees as needed, and ensure compliance with reasonable cost standards. And the last and final objective was to guide policy decisions. So to provide fiscal projections of fee changes, benchmark against peers entities. Go ahead and move over to the next slide if you don't mind, please. So our methodology, our overall methodology, how do we accomplish our work? So the data collection aspect of it included obtaining and reviewing current fee schedules and volume data for the fees that we analyzed. Evaluating fiscal year 25 budgets, salaries, benefits, and FTEs, organizational charts, cost allocation plans, and anything that will impact our analysis. We then developed rate. So we computed a fully burdened hourly rate. This means it includes direct labor, department indirect costs, plus external overhead costs, such as IT, human resources, and anything from the cost allocation plan. Again, we collaborated with each department to develop time estimates. Based on each activity, we work with the department to determine how long it took each team member to perform some activities to get to a total hours plus a total cost for each fee. User fee modeling, we compare full cost versus current revenue, and we identify instances where the fees being charged were either more or less than the full cost of providing the services. Legal compliance, again, we ensure that our methodology comply with Proposition 26, which states that we cannot charge more than the estimated reasonable cost to provide services. And then we have the benchmarking, which we collaborated with the departments, with the city to identify 6 California peers, including Fairfield, Richmond, San Pablo, Santa Rosa, for peer benchmarking. And then the implementation, collaborating with the department, we determined that the implementation targets will be between 80 and 100% of the full cost of providing the services, with the planning and building department doing it based on a 3-year phasing approach. Go ahead, next slide, please. So this slide provides an overall summary of the findings for all departments. So what we have here, if you look to the left at a glance, at the current state, the city for the fees analyzed is recovering about 60% of the full cost of providing the services. If we implement our recommendations, we're looking to bring that up to about 83%, so a 23% increase, and that will be an estimated revenue addition of $1.4 million per year. Go to the next slide, please. And this one provides the overall summary at the department level. If you look on your left, you see each department. Second column provides the current recovery for each department, going anywhere from 44% for the planning department all the way to 73% for the water department. The third column, the one that states recovery at policy, kind of just means the recommended policy recovery level. So for the fire prevention, we're recommending 100% recovery level. For the building, 80%, for planning, 62%, and for water, 100%. If you look at the column which says estimated revenue impact, those are the estimated revenue impact at the department level. which all add up to about $1.4 million, as I mentioned in the previous slide. We're going to get into more details for each department as we move forward in this presentation. Next slide, please. Department results and recommendation. So this is a portion of the recommendation where we're going to break the department impact one at a time. So next slide, please. First, we'll start with the fire prevention department. As previously indicated, fire prevention department, if you look at a glance, currently recovering at 70% of the full cost of providing the services for the fees analyzed. The policy target for this particular department is to recover 100%, which will bring the subsidy share to 0%. If we implement this approach, we're looking at about $457,000 in increased revenue. Next slide, please. This slide provides some examples of the new fees and updated fees based on our conversation with the department. So you can see the department is recommending adding several new fees, such as emergency response communication cover system for $624, and then updating certain fees. I know you can't really see the entire screen, but updating certain fees on the right-hand side. No fees were recommended to be removed. In each of the amounts you see represent 100% of providing the services. So this will mean that these are the full cost of providing each of the services based on the department information and our methodology and approach for conducting similar studies. Next slide, please. Now, for Planning and Development Services Department, I'll hand it over to Mr. Douglas Campbell. Thank you.
Thanks, Ricardo. So starting with the building division in Planning and Development Services, if you look at the at a glance section in the bottom left, current revenue from fee-related activities is 59% of the full cost of those activities. The chosen policy target is 80%, so 80% cost recovery for the building division. That amounts to an increase of 21 percentage points and a reduction in subsidies from 41% to 20%. That would result in an estimated $760,000 in increased revenue. Next slide, please. On the left, we have a list of about 12 new fees. I won't read through all of them, but most of them, as you can see, are flat dollar amounts, so a fixed amount per service, although there's a few at the top related to expired permits, which are going to be a function of the original permit price. And then over on the right, for updated fees, we have two fees where our cost estimates were lower than the original fee amount, and so those fees are expected to drop. No fees were removed from the schedule. Each fee represents the full cost of service set at an 80% cost recovery goal, and we have a 3-year implementation plan built into our work. Next slide, please. So here we have the planning division. Currently, the planning division has a 44% cost recovery rate. The policy target for the division across all fees is 62%. That's a lift of 18 percentage points and would result in a reduction in subsidies from 56% to 38%. And would create an estimated additional revenue of $139,000. Next slide. There are 5 new fees proposed. Most of them have to do with SB 9, a couple of others there as well. 3 fees are estimated to decrease based on our cost estimates. No fees are proposed to be removed, and each fee represents the full cost of service at 62% cost recovery over a 3-year phase-in time horizon. Now I'll pass the mic to Alan, who's going to talk about the water department and comparative survey.
All right, so for the water department, just want to quickly thank Miss Beth and her team over there for all their assistance and help throughout this project. It was a lot of work on their end, and we really do appreciate it. The quick highlight here you can see is current revenue is collecting about 73% of their annual costs, and With the target to go to 100% cost recovery, you'd be looking at additional revenue for approximately $45,000 for their department. If we move on to the next slide, you will see on the left a number of new fees that they are looking to add. These new fees mostly relate to services that they're already providing to customers or to the public, but they aren't charging for them. Not all of these fees, but that's the case for most of these fees. So there's an opportunity for the department and for the city to recoup their cost for services that are being provided to an individual or a specific customer instead of a service that's being offered to the general public. So, which is the key for our user fees here. We have a number of fees that are also going to be updated as part of the study. Most of the fees are being recommended to be increased, as you would expect, over time, but there are a few that are recommending to go down a little bit lower to reflect just the full cost recovery instead of over recovering. No fees are being looked to be removed. And again, supporting the goal of 100% cost recovery for the department. And then moving on to the next slide, we will touch a little bit on the comparison study that Ricardo mentioned earlier in this presentation. One thing to note when we look at these peer comparisons, we want to make sure that we're using this as a tool to kind of guide how you want to set your fees, but it's not the end all be all. What we've presented throughout the study is fact-based driven numbers for full cost of what it actually costs the city to provide these services. When we're looking at peer comparisons, sometimes these other peer cities or agencies do charge fees in a different matter. It could be based off square footage, valuations, connections. So it kind of varies as we see, which is why we try to get a subset of about 5 or 6 different peers as we look through. You'll see just a couple highlights for the fire department here. Most of their fees, when we're looking at the new proposed amounts, are at the higher end of the peer range, which is to be expected. A lot of times we're seeing, especially here recently, a lot of peer agencies haven't increased or haven't made a fee or haven't gone through a fee study in quite a while, sometimes 5-10 years. And as you're seeing with this study, when you haven't done that in a while, it does cost the city more over time, just with the increase in general costs and personnel costs and everything like that. So it is expected. The fire department is mostly in line with a lot of the fees that we've reviewed, especially within the proposed items. Going on to the next department is the building department here. You will see that the proposed amounts are also pretty square in the middle for a lot of the peer ranges. So this one is looking pretty good when you compare it that way. The current fees are either on the low end or much lower than peers. So overall, again, the proposed fee adjustments are in line with peers for the building department. Moving on to the next one is our planning department. This is where I want to raise again the way that everybody, our peer agencies, kind of charge fees and their processes they have in place are going to be different city to city. So costs we do see, especially in the planning department, tend to vary greatly in some cases, as you can see with the first and second activity that we highlight. So a big peer range. The proposed amounts for the city are within those range on the lower end, and overall, that's not a bad thing at all. This is again based off of the activity and the actual cost of that the city is incurring for these services. So. And then moving on to the last one is the water department. The water department is a little bit different. The peer agencies, some of them are not quite being ran by the city. They could be a separate water district that we were looking into for when we were looking to compare costs and everything like that. So the peer range is a little different. Some of the services that we look to compare, the districts or the other cities didn't offer. So it did make that comparison a little difficult. But overall, you know, the way that the water department is charging their fees currently, generally what we say is if it's working for the city, like you can see for the last one where you have the water service turn on is currently at whatever the actual cost is incurred by the city for each individual transaction there. If that's working for the city, then we typically suggest that you stay with it. Unless there's a reason or drive internally to change it, there's not a need to shift to match peers. And with that, we can go to our next steps. You can jump to the next slide. So here's just kind of how our the general process works when you're looking at doing fees. So we are currently here in the top left where we're adopting the updates of the study that's been performed. We do have some of the fees like Doug talked about where we're recommending a 3-year implementation or a phase-in. So each year you'll have a little bit of an increase. And then for the other ones that we are going with full cost recovery, we generally do suggest that you do some sort of CPI adjustment each year to make sure that you are trying to keep up with the cost as time goes on. And then our general recommendation is a 3 to 5 year cycle to do one of these full studies. Before it used to be around the 5 to 7 years, but now we've seen with such the variable in costs over the last few years, we've kind of lowered it to that 3 to 5 year cycle for these studies. And with that, we can take any questions or thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. So since this is a fee change, we're going to be holding a public hearing. So what I'll do is open the public hearing and we'll give council one run just to ask clarifying questions. Then we'll take any public commenters and then we'll come back, close the public hearing and come back for broader council discussion. So are there any clarifying questions from the council at this time? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions. First off, I see that you compare us to other cities, but just because our costs are a certain amount to do a certain task, does that mean that the fee should be that price? I mean, should we not be looking at ways of reducing our costs? I mean, it just seems crazy that we would just, no matter what it costs, we just keep increasing the fees. So do you have, comparisons to like other cities that show that, where I feel like a lot of our fees are already very high, and then to now be increasing them because the cost of providing those services is high. I just wonder if we look at ways of reducing our own costs to not have to pass that burden on to our residents. Have we looked at any cost-saving measures before we look at raising fees?
We have a whole host of staff from different departments here, so I don't know if fire or water wants to
I don't
speak,
expect you to answer it for everybody, but I mean, have you looked in your own department to see, do we need to do all of these labor-intensive steps and use all this time and salary dollars to do approvals of whatever we need to approve? I mean, I'm not trying to tell you your business, but I'm just asking, do you look at those things and make sure that we're not just increasing fees to cover costs when we should be looking at ways to reduce the cost?
Yeah, I kind of think that's the point of this study, is to kind of revisit what our practices are now versus what they were in 2019, which was the last time we did an update. Actually diving into how we could do things more efficiently, like that's kind of a much bigger task that we haven't really looked at just in planning and development services. But that's, really the point of this study is to kind of revisit
because it looked like several of them were above even our peer groups. The proposed rates are going to be higher than some of our peer groups, and it's like other cities are very expensive to live in, and yet our fees are so much higher than those cities. So I have a hard time understanding that process, but we can look into it.
I'll just add that I think that like I said, the point of the study is to kind of get a new baseline as to, how much time we're actually taking to provide all of these services. So this is basically, where we're at right now, and then it is up to the council to set that policy as to how much cost recovery you would like to try to recoup.
Yeah, and I know that other council members are going to talk about equality and equity within the city, so I will leave that for them. I don't want to steal their thunder. A very specific question: the water heater fee for the heat pump, you said is a new fee that's going to be $675. Why is it double the cost of a regular hot water heater when we're trying to incentivize people to use better equipment so that we reduce emissions and reduce the amount of electricity people are using, so we want to encourage them to use things like heat pump hot water heaters, and yet the fee is twice as expensive as a regular power consuming hot water heater. Why?
Yeah,
what
I
is
actually
the
we have
rationale with that?
our we have our chief building official who Bill Collins. He should be on the Zoom, and he could probably answer that directly. If we could.
He's coming in. I can go. We can come back to that. I didn't. My third question was I saw that there's the street vendor fee on there, but I didn't see the tobacco retailer license fee. Is that?
That was already set.
Oh, that was already set
yes,
before.
in, I want to say January or December.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
right,
see.
we have our building
Bill, can you talk about the hot water heater, the heat pump versus the regular hot water heater? And
Yeah.
why-
So I can tell you a little bit about the difference in the inspection. So basically, when they're hooking in a hot water, replacing a gas water heater with a heat pump, we got a little more time out there. We have some electrical work we got to look at. They're running a new circuit. So we need to look at their electrical work, make sure we're checking the panel, checking sure the conductor's correct. We have a little bit more on the plan review side, making sure we're getting the right stuff in, so they're setting them up for success. Now, we gave them the time of how much time we're going to give them and how much time it takes them. MGT did the study on the total fee amount. I would also like to mention previously the water heaters were on a subsidy. What they're showing you now is not a subsidized projected cost.
So we previously gave a subsidy to replace your hot water heater, regular hot water heater?
Yes. Yes. Which makes sense, because if we, personal opinion is, if we don't help people out with the small items that are just the maintenance of their property, they're going to go and do it, and then they're not going to get a permit, and we're not going to see it, and it's not really safe. So some of these items like the water heater, re-roof, those that I've seen subsidized in other jurisdictions as well, and I think it's important for the maintenance and upkeep. Obviously, I noticed last time that we had a swimming pool was a subsidized permit, and I think that's what we want and should not be a subsidized permit.
And that makes a lot of sense, but I think if we're trying to move people to be more efficient with our natural resources, then maybe we should be incentivizing people to put in the heat pump water heater versus a regular water heater. Maybe they should be the same fee, so it doesn't matter which type you put in, and you don't use that as a deterrent to putting in the heat pump. I'm just speculating, but that was my main questions. Thank you.
Thanks. You read my mind and took my question, and I see Councilmember Letters and then Councilmember Gordon, and I'll just re-clarify if we can keep it to clarifying questions, and then we'll open the we'll have the public hearing, and then we'll close the public hearing, and we can add our comments and direction. So Councilmember Letters, go ahead.
So I'd just like clarity from our researchers, our contractors. How did you choose the peer cities? That's my first question to you. Are they there?
Sure, I can step in and take that. So when we're looking at the peer agencies, we typically work with the city to decide which peer entities we want to go after. So it's a collaborative effort. A lot of times we focus on the cities that you are already comparing yourselves to, and then we kind of go from there. So it wasn't just us suggesting what cities we should go after. It's a combination of both the city and our expertise as well.
That's fair, but while you might have done it collaboratively, that doesn't actually answer my question. So what were some of the criteria that you used as the contractor? And I'm looking at equity in terms of what is the income, the medium income of the different households of some of these cities. So I just would like to have just some of the points that you used, some of the attributes that you used when you chose these cities. I get that we have peer cities that we might use in the from our city perspective, but as a contractor, in lending your expertise, what was your criteria? What were the attributes?
So we typically go after comparable cities when it comes to size. If we're fortunate, we can get somewhat in residential area size. Location is key as well. To try to keep it within the surrounding areas instead of going outside the state or across the nation in some cases. So those are really the two big ones we go after. As far as trying to incorporate, if the peer cities have an equity initiative to where they might subsidize certain fees, that can be pretty challenging when we're trying to go through and pull that data for comparison. Absolutely respect that.
So did you do that?
We did not for the study. Not on
Okay.
our end, no.
Okay, so that was my first question, because I think equity is a really important piece in this when we think about being a part of the Greater Bay Area and the differences in income, the fact that 3 out of every household, from 3 households, we have at least 1 family that is receiving subsidy. So I just would like to see equity in this process. That is to our city staff. That is really important, and it goes back to the point lightly that Councilmember Bergzinger made. Additionally, when I think about this study, I'd like to also understand when we did benchmarking and we think about even the level, the staffing levels, vacancies, and efficiencies, how did we account for that when we're talking about increasing fees? That's to the contractor.
Okay. So again, I had mentioned this during the presentation. The peer comparisons are a great tool to use to benchmark yourselves to peer agencies, surrounding areas. But as it comes to the study and how we determine what is full cost, we do not associate the peer agencies when we're calculating that. What we are doing is, as Ricardo had mentioned, for our methodology, is we gather all the data from the various departments, the financial data, personnel, and then also any cost allocation or indirect or external overhead rates. All that is included. Then we gather the time estimates from each department to make sure we have a good understanding of their time and effort for each of these services. And that's how we're calculating the full cost. At the end of the day, we are calculating the full cost and presenting that. In some instances, the departments did want to go ahead and recommend a subsidy, but it is a policy decision as far as how you want to set your fees. We're happy to help with that, but at the end of the day, it's the board or the council's decision as far as what those fees are and how much of a subsidy you would like to take on.
So thank you for that comment. I realize that it is our responsibility. However, we're using the data that you're presenting as a expert to the staff. And so one of the things that I would have hoped to have seen in these calculations is how do we account for time? You know, what is the average amount of time that it takes to process or should process, benchmarking it against other locales, how they do their work, so forth and on. So I think that's really important. So thank you for that response.
I think let me make a comment. I think we're maybe kind of convoluting different projects, because when we think about user fee, we're simply trying to determine the total cost of providing the services. We're not necessarily looking for efficiencies or effectiveness. That is a whole different project. That is a management study. That's an organizational review. That's an operational review, which we do look at that when we do those type of studies with peers. We ask, okay, how many staff members you have. For this particular type of study, we're simply looking at what is the cost of providing the services right now. If we're thinking about, can we find efficiencies? Can we find cost savings somewhere else? That is a whole different scope of work, and that is a whole different type of project. Which we can do, but it's a different project.
So I thank you for that. And one of the key things that you talk about is how much does it cost to provide that service, correct? And if you're telling me how much it costs to provide that service, while I respectfully understand that in a broader context, it's a total different study from your perspective. But if you are telling me how much it costs to provide that service, then I need to know how much staff time it takes or should potentially take to provide that service. And you may not do a deep dive, but we should have some idea of how much time does it take Tanya to process X, Y, and Z, and how much time on an average basis based on industry standard or some measurement that you have as an expert, right, that would give me an idea that it should cost this much based on what you are charging in staff time for this amount of time. And if you do it within this amount of time within a certain range, it should cost about this. So I would expect that this study would give us an idea when you are generating what you believe is the cost of that service.
If I could just jump in, we actually did do that exercise and we went through each and every type and looked at how much time it takes for each of the different staff people. But I think that data is just not in this report, so maybe that.
Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's really important data when you talk about setting fees, when you're asking for policy decisions. So those are really important types of data that we should be able to see and consider and expect to better understand before we agree to set a fee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're starting to get into the discussion, so I'm going to go ahead and push us to the public comment period of the public hearing. Do we have any commenters in person?
We have one in person.
All right, let's go ahead and call them.
Dave G.
Thank you, Council. I'm not going to reintroduce myself, but Councilmember Bregenzer brought up the exact thing I was going to bring up. So the one example he used was the water heater. Thank you for the report and the information and his explanation, but let's face it, $675 is ridiculous. That's 50% of many of these heaters, and in some cases it's more. I just priced out multitudes of these. You can get them for less than $900, and yet you want to charge people $675 to put them in there? Subsidizing, what's that all about? I mean, come on. There goes any subsidies the state or feds or anybody gave you. So as far as the amount of work it takes for an inspector to come out and check the work, let me back up real quick. Many, many, many years ago, right here in this council chamber, the council decided to eliminate a water heater inspection fee. They just eliminated it to encourage people and to help out people, okay? Now, I understand that the heat pump ones do use a little bit more. You have electricity added. So you basically have the addition of electricity. Well, guess what? Depending upon where they place it, it could be 110 or 240 volt. Some of them are only 110. You plug it into the wall. Supposedly, that wall outlet has already been inspected when they built the house. Same thing with a 240 outlet. If they happen to put it near where they already have a 240 outlet, that's already been inspected. Why are we re-inspecting something that has theoretically already been inspected? It's already been a part of their home. So $675 just seems way out of line. So if you are going to charge $675, make certain it's only because you need to spend extra time on new construction, new things that have not been done already. So that's just one example. So the entire schedule of payments, we can't look at peer communities. Peer communities, there are no peer communities. As our other council member, she mentioned how we have one out of every three is being subsidized already. How many other communities are really in the position we are? We really need to be encouraging more people and more investors and more builders to get things done in our city, and raising our fees to be like our peer communities is ridiculous because we're not like them. And I want to encourage us to shelve this until every line item can be rechecked, or at very least subsidies for every single person who requests one, and so they can afford to do the work they need to get done to their homes that are falling apart. Let's help people, not hinder them. Thank you.
Thank you. Um, presuming that was our only in-person speaker, do we have any speakers online?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one speaker online.
All right, let's call him.
Ann C., please unmute yourself. Go ahead. She's got two accounts going right here. Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Here I am. Can you hear me? Please
Yes,
confirm.
we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I am so disappointed to see the general tenor of this fee study, and I think there's a lost opportunity here, and that is really around a focus on the peer communities, because in fact, I think that if we looked into the data, we would find, and what we have heard is that our fees are not competitive with other cities, even though we have a lower economic median income here in this town. So I would ask the council to not approve this tonight, to put it on hold, and to specifically insist on getting the actual data for the communities that we've been compared to, not a range, because a range can be low to high. So if you've got 5 cities at the low end and then one outlier, and Vallejo is in quote the middle of the range, then we look reasonable. So I think we need to look at those actual fees. And really, what to kind of dovetail on some of what Dave Belliff said is, I think we need to be looking at our fees in terms of what will encourage development, what will encourage renovation, what will encourage things like ADUs, and also larger developments. I think we need, as a city, we need to be looking at, why is it that we are so stagnant economically, and all of the cities around us are doing better in terms of growth and projects? And I think part of it is that we've become myopic with these kinds of things. And what I would say also is, if you want to look at quote cost efficiency and cost recovery, then go all the way and look at, well, what would we do if we outsource things? Because I believe the city of Fairfield actually outsources part of its planning department, or it used to. So maybe we look at that model if that's the way you want to go. But I really do think that the true model ought to be, where can we do things that will incentivize development? And honestly, my sense with this quote cost recovery, and then you have your department overhead and the exterior administrative overhead, it feels like double dipping to me and gouging the public, because the staff already get paid. So basically you're saying, oh, if you want to use the staff and come to them, then we're going to charge you more. Now, I do understand that some, particularly commercial development, is a private benefit versus more of a general residential user benefit. But please, council, get more information. Don't pass this tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers online? All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and go to questions, or go to comments from council members. I see, City Manager, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. Just to the most recent caller and public commenter. These fees are intended for most of them to be paying for the staff time to perform these services. So it's not actually correct that the staff are getting paid and then we're charging fees on top of it. The intention is, if the fees are full cost recovery, those fees are what paid the staff. If the staff isn't being paid out of fees, the staff's being paid out of the general fund. So one thing to keep in mind about this whole dialogue is, if we're not charging the people who are the beneficiaries of these permits and other services, the staff is still spending this time to do this work. What that really means then is that somebody else is paying staff to do that work. And in this case, that's the general fund, which is all of the revenues that are being paid by all of the rest of our residents and businesses. So that's a policy decision for the city council. One other thing to keep in mind is, yeah, it's certainly the case that we have many, many residents and also businesses of limited means. But the most efficient way to address that is not to reduce costs for everybody, irrespective of their ability to pay. The most direct way to address that is to provide subsidies to people who are in need. So it doesn't make sense to cut all the fees across the board, including for people who have the ability to pay. And the city of Vallejo is economically diverse. There are people who can't afford to pay the full fees. If you reduce the fees for everybody, again, people who have the ability to pay those fees but are not paying the full cost, somebody else, all the other residents who are paying general taxes are paying for those fees. So I do want to recognize a comment that was a couple themes that were made. It is true that this study did not really include what I would call a social policies review of these fees. So Councilmember Bregenzer asked about whether these fees are incentivizing behaviors that we want. And this fee study did not look at those. And we're certainly happy if there are specific fees that the council members think are important to advancing our social policy goals, that they be revisited. But yeah, that wasn't a charge of this study, and is not usually part of the main scope of a traditional fee study, but is certainly really appropriate if the city council wants us to look at that.
All right, thank you for that clarification. We've got a lot of comments from city council, and I'm gonna make a comment / maybe a suggestion with an eye on our efficiency and the items we have and folks that are waiting for future items, that should there be a majority of the city council this evening that wishes to follow up on this, maybe to delay and not approve tonight, and that we don't know if that's true or not, what would be beneficial? This could be for the city manager or the planning director. What would be a beneficial way for us to structure our direction for follow-up? And I want to frame that too with what the city manager just said, which is if there were things that weren't included in the study that we would like considered, I think that's perfectly reasonable for us to then, add that layer into it. And I want to thank the planning department and the building manager. When I first was onboarded in January, we sat down and just had a conversation. We actually got into that discussion about cost recovery. And so I know that the planning department and building have been thinking a lot about this. Like, there are trade-offs galore when it comes to cost recovery. So I wanted to mention that and kind of frame that, and then ask, as we get into our comments, what would be most helpful for council members to raise should we want a follow-up step on this?
I don't know, Director Pullett, if you want to. So I think what would be important is just letting us know what specific items you'd like additional analysis of. I think depending on what the scope of that is, there might be some additional, and it might be beyond the original scope of the consultant. There might be some additional cost. So we need to circle back with council on that. But yes, if there are other issues that you want them to evaluate, we do want to make one other comment about some comments that have been made. I do think it's really important for our developments to make our development-related costs competitive. So I think a peer comparison is important there. There are lots of factors that influence the pace of development in Vallejo, but not every single one of the fees that we're charging is I think relevant to view from a pure jurisdiction perspective. If I'm thinking about installing a new water heater and the fees in Vallejo are higher than they are in a neighboring jurisdiction, I'm not going to install my water heater in another jurisdiction, right? That's not a competitive factor in how I'm, that impacts my decision making. So I think that's another way to slice these fees, is which of these fees do we think are related to potentially disincentivizing development and which aren't, and maybe we need to look at the cost recovery and our policy around that in particular.
And I want to add one follow-up to that, and then I'll turn back to my colleagues. I do think incentivizing development is important, but I would actually look at the water heater example through that lens, but on the other side, that people do not have a choice. And your water heater can break and you have to replace it. And if you cannot afford $600 to replace your water heater, you don't have hot water. So, I got my econ hat on, like, when folks don't have a choice and we jack up the price, that can be really problematic. And that's something that we need to think about. Is this a necessity or is this a swimming pool when it comes to residential? And the alternative is people are going to install their water heater without getting a permit. And that's a safety issue, right? That does damage to our city that might cost us later on. So I would encourage us to look at that lens as well of, are people being forced into bad decisions because they can't afford or don't know that there's a fee waiver or whatever that may be. And with that, I'll turn it to, I've got Councilmember Gordon, then Councilmember Matias, then Councilmember Palmares, and then back to Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you so much. Can you do me a favor and go back to the slide where it showed fees, particularly in what we're talking about right now? Do you have a slide number? I wish I did. I'm good, but I ain't that good. I think this is it right here. Is this the water heater and whatnot? It just goes showing the current costs to the request cost, like the $600 might be.
It's under the building division slide.
Building the division slide. Okay. So it's not showing the past like the other ones did. Well, this one says updated, new fees and updated. So just wanted to look at the comparisons to what everyone has said. One of the things I worry about is the safety component. If a residence, as was mentioned, I need a new, for example, I just recently had this as an issue last year, and I just happen to live in an apartment complex where that costs not on me, but I have a residence, elderly person, who the cost was an issue, and we're not let known that there is a fee waiver. How can we encourage that information to a person like that? Because they're not being told according to this particular situation, right? So if we are going to offer this opportunity, we have to make sure that it's being known to the right persons. And my second concern that I had, which you kind of touched on that, thank you so much, City Manager, about, yes, some people can afford it and some people can't. But I want to know how much this agency that's supporting this will get out of all of this, or do they get any percentage? I'm just asking just because I wanted to touch bases on that. None at all? It's just a program that we're using?
No, they're just a consulting firm that we've paid a specific amount to conduct this analysis. They're not getting a percentage of our increased fees.
I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure. I thought I knew that, but also too, going back to what City Councilwoman Letajou point out, Vallejo, you kind of know a little bit more, so maybe have an offline conversation with me a little bit more to help me understand. Being that we sit in different seats, we get to find out a little bit more about the economics in our city. And Vallejo has the highest point for low income. We're right now 21 points. And for that mean that out of our surrounding, if we're comparing to surrounding cities, that's almost not fair because their point is not as high as Vallejo's is regarding income. We are the highest. So that was something I would like for when people do this kind of work, take all of that in consideration. Especially we are a district, so that may help out a little bit when they're coming to us and we make a sound decision, we won't have any regrets. Thank you for letting me point that out.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Just been listening to the discussion, and I think it would be very helpful for us to have a conversation that's sort of scenario based, because I'm hearing what I'm hearing is, on the one hand, like broad statements being made about the entire city, and to City Manager Murray's point, you can leave fees where they are, and I'm not advocating for higher fees, folks. Just give me a second. But what happens is when you do that and the math ain't mathing, then you have to go and tax folks some other way to make the math. And yet the folks that you're trying to spare potentially in this hypothetical scenario we're talking about are the ones that are paying for that additional tax to make the math. So I would just encourage staff and us when we have this conversation again that we actually ground it on, like, you know, imagine this homeowner that makes X number of dollars a year and his household, or their household makes X number of dollars a year. What would that actually do to their income if we were to increase their fees? Like, is this targeting is this impacting homeowners, renters, both? I think we need to ground it in some real world examples, because otherwise, I don't think we'd really be addressing the root issue that I think everyone is speaking to here. So that's one. Number two, here and there, certain folks alluded to development, but one of the things I want to see is what was called out in the Economic Development Strategic Plan. It specifically says that we have to lower fees and also reduce entitlements and processing timelines on commercial permitting, and it specifically called out several industries: construction, events, manufacturing, software and film, and wholesale. And so, again, that's another policy question we're not talking about tonight. How do we actually incentivize those type of businesses, which then creates a multiplying effect with revenue, which then also addresses some of the other budgetary issues we're dealing with as a city? I'm not hearing enough about economic development, and that needs to be a real important piece of this conversation. So in terms of what I would like to see, I'd like to see a study around cost recovery, around lower fees targeting those specific industries, because that is what the consultant said that we need to zero in on so we can attract business to our community. So that's all I have in terms of additional studies I want to see. On the residential side, I gave staff some feedback on how to better ground these discussions on a go-forward basis, because it is ultimately about trade-offs. And I think that the public and the council needs to weigh those, because that's where the policy making is actually made. So that's all I got. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question and a comment. City Manager, you mentioned that there's, or alluded to, there's a process for applying for a fee waiver. Is that correct? Or some sort of subsidy?
No, I think I was talking about in general, if the, you know, an alternative for the city, any city, would be, rather than reducing fees for everybody so that it was affordable to the lowest income households, an alternative would be a structure where, you know, subsidies might be available based on ability to pay. That's what I was alluding to.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment. I don't think it should be across the board for everyone, but really from a needs based scenario. I mean, looking through that equity lens, I mean, if you can afford it, then, you know, you got to pay the fee. But if you really can't afford it and you're financially constrained, I think if we don't have a process for, but do you have any more?
No, I was just going to add to clarify, for planning and building, we do not have any like income-based fee waiver processes in place right now.
Okay, well, that's something I'd be very interested in. If not a full waiver, then maybe some sort of reduction that would help them out. And hopefully that is used a little bit more judiciously. And my other comment is just really echoing what the other council members were saying is, you know, looking through a couple lenses. One is a pro-business lens. I don't think that's going to really apply to all these fees that we just saw, but I feel like there are a number that we can identify and say, hey, if we reduce this, this might incentivize more economic development. With that said, though, the fee can't just be zero. And I feel like this is really like a complicated or complex, you know, economics question, optimization. So where is that sweet spot where we're actually finding our competitive advantage in the Bay Area while we're still recovering at least something. I think that's something at least worthwhile looking at. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be the best option, but I think that needs to be greatly considered as far as finding like what is the optimal fee that we could get the best bang for our buck. I understand the point of recovering the costs, and I know we're in financial constraints ourselves, but we also have to be looking forward thinking and not necessarily like what's in front of us right now. And the other thing is, in terms of transitioning toward electrification and also renewable energy, okay, again, this is not going to apply to everything. I think that heat pump was one of those ones that just jump out at us. But if there's anything we could do to incentivize more of that, that'd be great. So those are the only comments I had. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to a point that our city manager made, and that is fully agree that perhaps your study didn't take in consideration all the different points made. And what I would add to us as a city is when we're doing studies, when we are looking at policy making, we should know enough about our city demographics to understand that the pillar is not, we just don't have one pillar, but we are looking at social equity. That should always be a consideration for the work that we do in government. And when it is lacking and it's not a part of that work, then I have to say that we are missing something and we don't understand the community in which we are serving. So it's always important, and we should have a construct for this work, always looking through a social equity lens. Because the fact of the matter is, 1 out of every 3 families is receiving some type of subsidy. Definitely, we know that there are individuals in our community who can't afford to pay at a certain level. So, additionally to that is we have our businesses as well. So my expectation is that we create a well-rounded contract when we are bringing in experts to help us do our work, to really look at the lens in which we should be looking at how we provide services in our government, in our city. So it's equitable. It gets to a point where we are bringing in the necessary business that we need to bring in, that we have a reasonable rate of recovery, and that no one demographic is holding on or sharing or holding that burden alone. So that is my expectation when you bring work before this council. And when you're asking for policy, never forgetting from my perspective, and I think we've said it collectively often, is what is the social equity, the social justice in the work that we do? That's really important. And we continuously miss that point. We're constantly bringing that point forward to our work here in government. So I would like for us not to forget that. And when you make those comments, such as you did today, basically infers that, oh, we don't understand the other side of the work. We understand the other side of the work. We continuously miss that element. In addition to that, as I said earlier, when we are doing studies, how are we doing those studies? What are the attributes? And what documentation should you be presenting to the council when we are thinking about making policies? I think we've worked 7 months, it's almost going to be a year, that we are pretty consistent holistically as a council on certain items that we're constantly looking for the data to help us make sound decisions without the back and forth constantly. So thank you.
All right, thank you all. I don't have a lot to add. I think most of what my comments have already been said. The things that I would highlight, I think when it comes to the residential, what's already been raised is we really have to, we're gonna have to take some time to think about the equity issues in residential and the revenue. You know, raising a fee doesn't always raise revenue. Raising fee might get you avoidance. or have less people on the uptake. And we have to think about our goals as well. Are we trying with some of these things like the heat pumps, are we trying to get uptake, or are we trying to do fee recovery? Are we trying to get people to do this? Maybe we want to take a hit and incentivize and subsidize that versus, the swimming pool where we probably want 100% cost recovery. The other thing, and again, with people having to make tough decisions, I mean, I don't fault a low-income homeowner who doesn't get a permit fee for their water heater when the fee for the water heater just almost tripled and is 10% the cost of the heater. That might make the difference between them being able to afford it and not. So we've really got to think about the costs associated with, pricing out our folks. And then I think with the commercial and the construction, so residential construction and commercial, thinking about economic development, the one thing that hasn't been mentioned also is our responsiveness. And I do think, having talked with a lot of folks coming in to Vallejo about why development isn't happening in Vallejo, I think we do have some developers who wouldn't mind paying a little bit more if they could get an answer and response quicker. And then I think there are some cases where we're not competitive and we're actually losing opportunities. So there's another trade-off there where, are we taking a long time to get back to folks because we don't have the staffing, and actually raising the fee a little bit would allow us to have additional staff and get back to folks quicker, and that's a trade-off that our partners are willing to make? Or is our problem that, we're pricing folks out? So I think there's a little bit more analysis that we can do to better place ourselves in terms of those trade-offs. And it sounds like in the strategic plan, the consensus was sort of we need to lower the fees because we're not competitive. But I would also encourage us to maybe survey our folks that are asking, our contractors and our developers who are getting permits from the city, and go, are you happy with the time and the staffing, and would you rather pay a little more for quicker response? Or is there a way we can offer, I hate to have layers, but hey, you can pay a little more and we'll expedite, for expedited service or something like that, where you can raise more revenue and kind of give people that option. So those are the couple of trade-offs I'd like us to dig into more: the residential equity piece and the risk of fee avoidance and pricing people out, and then the commercial and construction issue of maybe the response time is worth a little more in some cases. Vice Mayor turned off your light. Was it the same?
It was. I was going to bring up the issue of maybe an expedition fee or expedited fee to have processes happen quicker. Many cities have that. I know San Francisco does, and other cities. So maybe we need to look at that to get contractors who are willing to pay more to have the answer immediately versus waiting 6 months for a response.
And on big developments, it's completely common for a developer to actually pay for the city's staff, pay for that staff member to do it so that they can get it through. So this would be a modified version of that. What additional, it sounds to me like there is a consensus to bring this back. I don't know if, I'm seeing nods. What additional information would be helpful at this point? Do we want to move something, or does staff feel like they've gotten a sense of where we're looking to head with this?
I have actually been taking pretty good notes on all of these comments, and I think that I've got a good handle on what we might need to bring back. So,
okay. Thank you, Director Paulette. I do think so. I've similarly been taking notes, and I think they fall into 4 different categories as council members have expressed them, and as you've summarized the mayor, kind of economic development and competitive advantage. How to the equity lens, particularly in terms of supporting lower income households, and so that we're not discouraging compliance. There's been some discussion about the renewable energy and lower energy, and then this idea about expediting. So if you want to provide that direction in the form of a motion that the council votes on, then that would be great.
We can do that. Does someone want to? I'll make that. Can I make that motion as what was just stated? And that we bring this back with those notes. It sounds like we're very much focused on the building permits. It doesn't feel like we had a lot of concerns with fire and water, although it might be worth putting all of them through that lens. So I'll go ahead and make that motion, and we can vote.
I'm missing one vote. There we go. That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. I want to thank our team again because I know that, this study was in progress, this council got seated, we might have different priorities or lenses, and so now we're trying to merge the two. And I appreciate the work the consultant did and the work the team did in helping us grapple with this. Thank you all.
Mayor.
I'm going
Through the chair.
to move us
the
quickly,
chair.
but we yeah.
I just want to say thank you so much. If you could have an offline conversation with me to help me clearly understand, I would truly appreciate that.
All right, I'm going to move us now to
Can you let me finish?
to our next.
I was about
the
to finish.
procedure. We
I
just
know-
want to follow the procedure.
Yeah, I
which
was
is we
about to
close the
finish.
item.
Just let me finish. That's all. So thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to move to our next item, which is item E, I believe, which is item E, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce this item.
Receive presentation of scopes for 4 priority city council referrals related to public safety and provide directions to staff.
All right, I'm going to ask, sorry, I took a snack. I'll ask us to open up our public comment period on this item, and we have our city attorney's office team here. Do we have a presentation on this item?
We do. I'm going to introduce the item and talk about how we got here and what the intent of these, I'll call them scoping items are. They are to seek direction from the city council on the 4, kind of 5, but we combined 2 of them, items that the council asked us to bring back to the council at this particular meeting. Those items essentially are being taken tonight separate and apart from your other scope items that will come forward at another date. And there's some a little bit of information in the generalized staff report relating to those items. But the items that were requested to come forward at tonight's meeting include the analysis and possible presentation of an ordinance addressing prostitution solicitation, analysis and possible presentation of a Red Light Abatement Act ordinance, analysis and possible presentation of a process and related action for reduction of speeds pursuant to AB 22. Those would be in school site zones and in designated business districts, and then analysis and possible action to adopt an individual gun violence restraining order policy to support the policy that we already have. So with that, I'm going to introduce Hampton Jackson, who is going to be presenting to you on the first 2 items, the creation of a prostitution ordinance scope of work and the red light abatement action item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I will start with the proposed creation of a prostitution ordinance and go through the scope of work that was covered. The main thing to note in regard to the legal landscape here is the passage in 2022 of SB 357, which was the Safer Streets Act, Safer Streets for All Act, and that prohibited police from arresting individuals in violation of Penal Code Section 65.3.22, and that was loitering in a public place with the intent to commit prostitution. And so, since 2022, the police are no longer able to arrest individuals for loitering with the intent to commit prostitution, and prosecutors are no longer able to bring those charges as a crime. In July of this year, California passed AB 379, that was signed into law by Governor Newsom, and that created a new offense. So trying to address the issues that were created after the passage of SB 357 2022, the new offense was targeting the Johns or people who are loitering with intent to purchase commercial sex. So the difference here now is individuals can be prosecuted for loitering with the intent to purchase commercial sex, but individuals can still not be prosecuted for loitering with intent to commit prostitution. The passage of AB 379 also included various other crimes in relation to felony charges, so it was no longer just a misdemeanor, it was a felony charge if the buyer of the commercial sex or somebody who was loitering to commit the purchase of commercial sex, if there was a minor involved in the transaction, and then also allowed the California Department of Justice to target businesses that facilitated prostitution or human trafficking. One thing to note, both in relation to SB 357 as well as AB 379, these are crimes, and so these are prosecuted by the district attorney, and that's the body that's in charge of prosecuting misdemeanors and felony crimes under the passage of these laws. For the scope of work, we were asked to provide somewhat of like what departments would be involved if we were to consider other ways in which we could target or do some type of enforcement related to commercial sex, particularly the issues that we have on Sonoma Boulevard. And so I provided here that would involve 3 main departments: the Vallejo Police Department, the City Attorney's Office, as well as the Public Works Department. For the Vallejo Police Department, the Vallejo Police Department is developing what's called the POP team, and that will be the problem-oriented policing. They will not only be dealing with issues related to prostitution, but they'll be dealing with other quality of life issues, and that will involve 1 sergeant and 3 full-time officers who will be assigned to assist with sideshows, armed robberies, shooting, and various other quality of life crimes. That POP team is anticipated to begin enforcement, or to be fully staffed and begin enforcement within the next 2 months. For our office, for research and developing and writing and then bringing before council, there is a 2-step process for any proposed ordinance that would involve a assistant city attorney and myself researching and writing the proposed ordinance, if that's the decision that council decides to move forward with, and then having it reviewed and then going through the process. So we have the 2-step process with two public hearings within a city council meeting. One of the possible alternatives, which I'll discuss in a moment, would also involve public works, and we would have to do a traffic reports, and we would most likely, that would be an outside traffic engineer that we would hire to do those traffic reports. And so that would be some public works time for doing that, as well as hiring an outside contractor for those traffic reports. Reviewing the recommendation, California law is fairly comprehensive in as far as what a city or what any government agency can do in relation to the prosecution for these crimes. As I mentioned earlier, that is something that falls within the DA's purview. Now, what some cities have done, and I mentioned in my report that Salinas did, they incorporated the California red light abatement as part of as an ordinance, and essentially that whether or not they incorporated it or they did or did not incorporate it, it can still be enforced. And that's a separate, red light abatement is a separate ordinance, which I'll discuss in a moment. But at this time, we don't feel that there is actually anything specifically for a proposed ordinance that would allow the city to do anything more than what's already allowed for under the California statutes that are covered. However, we did suggest as an alternative various traffic enforcement measures. So that would allow the city to examine areas and revise parking or standing regulations, and that's done by the city's traffic engineer. And then we could determine areas that are plagued by prostitution activity, and then we can have, whether it's a no stopping at any time, we can have time-limited parking in certain spots and actually have that enforced, and that would be enforced by police assistants who would be ticketing or towing in those specific areas. There's a few other things that are mentioned here. Community outreach. There are nonprofits, several nonprofits that work with doing direct outreach to individuals who are sex workers or survivors of human trafficking and providing services for that. We also mentioned a program that is already in or being used by the Vallejo Police Department, the Report John program, but doing something to educate the community in relation to this so that we have more reports that are being done in relation to this program. And then using the Public Safety Subcommittee to propose new ideas in relation to and even to research what other cities may be doing in this particular area. So with that, prior to going, I guess, to the next proposed ordinance.
Yeah, let me speak to that issue. So, Madam Mayor, I don't know how you want to handle these 4 scopes. We can get direction on each one as we go along because they are rather different, and then move on to the next one after council has given direction on the first, if that's the most expedient way to
I
do
saw
this.
a couple of nods. I think it's really what staff would prefer because it is a fairly general. It is a fairly general request for direction. So if it would be easier for you all to parse them out, then we can do that. And I see a couple of requests for comments, so I'll turn it over to Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive overview on how to address this problem, and I think you've hit pretty much everything that I was thinking about in anticipation of like what we can do, especially with regard to AB 379. I do have a question though. In AB 379 or Penal Code 647, does that further elaborate what activities or actions that a sex buyer does as something that the police could use to pull them over as related to prostitution?
Yes, specifically it's targeting, as I said, buyers of sex. So it would allow for the police to arrest. Now, it's not, the loitering aspect is not well defined, so that'll actually be developed by case law. But it at least allows police to arrest somebody and then for the prosecutor to bring charges in relation to loitering with intent to commit prostitution for the buyer of the transaction.
So do we need to further elaborate on that in a local ordinance as far as what that loitering with the intent to solicit prostitution or solicit a prostitute, do we need to further elaborate on that? Or is that just something that's within discretion of a police officer and they could say like, yep, that guy was definitely loitering with the intent to solicit? So like as far as like what can be held up in court?
Right, so because this would be a criminal prosecution, it has to be something that was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And so it wouldn't necessarily having an ordinance that would further define what loitering specifically beyond what's already defined in the California Penal Code statute wouldn't make, I guess, necessarily a significant difference as far as whether or not the police officer would arrest. Now, it also wouldn't change whether or not ultimately when the police officers file a report and that's given over to the district attorney's office and they make the decision for charging, it wouldn't change that charging decision either. Am I making sense in what I'm communicating?
I guess if I could just communicate something, my worry is that I don't want the police officer who's on patrol to feel hampered by like, well, I'm reading the law and I'm not seeing what I should be seeing, or they don't feel like they can be backed up by the law as far as getting someone who's expressly doing activities or actions that are sex buyer activity actions, right? So let me give you an example. So if a sex buyer is driving and rounding a corner, waves at someone and yells at someone or says something to someone, a sex worker on that corner, like, will the law as it currently stands cover them as far as like, yep, that's probable cause, or do we need to further elaborate on that? And maybe this is a good time for Chief to chime in.
Yeah, so no, we don't have to have an additional ordinance to clarify that, because that ordinance would say just exactly that same language. So the officers, when they do any type of detention or arrest, they have to articulate some of the circumstances around the loitering with the intent. So to your example, if somebody's driving around doing circles, waving the workers to their vehicle, or having conversations with multiple sex workers, that satisfies that crime.
And, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can further clarify. So what I should have said to begin with was the passage of AB 379 did not change the definition of what's loitering as defined by Penal Code Section 653, right? So the definition has remained the same. What AB 379 did was, because there was confusion among law enforcement as well as among district attorney's office on what could be prosecuted, because loitering with intent to commit prostitution had been banned, now it's saying no, now actually those individuals who are the buyers of it can be prosecuted. So loitering, the definition of loitering never changed.
Right, okay. And if I'm not mistaken, you were also recommending an additional, maybe not an ordinance, but something for, to help police as far as like go after traffic violations as it relates to prostitution, is that correct? Or identifying places that would have a higher threshold or lower threshold for someone to pull them over as far as traffic violations are concerned, is that correct?
It was identifying areas where prostitution activity is occurring within the city, and then determining with the traffic engineer whether or not we can, essentially, it's not rezone, but have areas where individuals would not be able to just park their vehicles, so it'd be no parking zones and immediately tow away zones, or instead of a 2-hour parking, it could be a 10-minute parking to prevent that type of activity.
Yeah, and that's something I've been hammering at, and I think that's a great idea. And luckily, and maybe not so lucky for us, that most of that prostitution, the sex trafficking, is happening within really a 4 or 5 block radius. So you can easily identify this is that area we want to cover. So it's not so spread out. But I think that'll be a tremendous help for all of us, really. And now my understanding that the POP team, and I read a little ahead, which is going to be activated or rolled out later this month. So they'll be part of that process to go after sex buyers.
Correct. So when we provided that update to the city attorney's office, we had not a good idea on when that team was going to be formed. So we recently moved a sergeant over to supervise that team. And so the actual transfers will take place September 20th. So that team will be operational. We have the sergeant already identified in place, but we need some time to get the staff kind of moved over. Some people have to go from a different shift, so they have logistical concerns, just with daycare, childcare, other responsibilities outside of work. So we give them a little bit of time to make that adjustment. So September 20th.
Great. And last thing is, with regard to the report John system, are we going to reinvigorate that?
Yes. So we have started already. We're working with the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. That program is already in place. We just didn't have the infrastructure to really support it. So just for the public and people that don't know what the program is, it's a separate platform to report that type of behavior. And when we receive those reports, and we use a matrix to determine whether or not we're going to send out a public safety announcement letter to the owner of that vehicle, alerting them of some of the dangers around that area, sex trafficking, some of the dangers that we know have ancillary crimes associated to it. We send the letter to the registered owner's house. The intent is really to reduce the demand. Some of the studies that we've learned from other cities, about 70% of those vehicles are not from our city. So the purchasers of these type of services come from other cities. They come here to do that transaction, and sending a letter to some of those registered owners has a desired impact on reducing their visit to Vallejo.
And would it be too much to ask to maybe have a complimentary social media presence for that? So like, hey, we just sent out these letters. Here's the name of, or I don't know if you could, how much information you could put out there, but like, hey, this guy with this plate, he was here, we got him. Is that something you could do? So just like really putting the flame out there?
Yeah, we could do an educational campaign, not only to AB 379, but also to that program as well.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
If I
Go
may-
ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you. Just to add to the concept of the traffic enforcement aspect of this, one of the things that we were looking at working with Public Works on was like no stopping and standing zones, no parking zones, but we would have to work with the neighborhoods to address an issue of individual neighbors needing to park on the street if they're parking their vehicles there. So it would probably be in conjunction with some type of a permit parking for people who actually owned homes on that street so that they could potentially park their vehicles there. So if the council's interested in looking at adding some traffic enforcement to be examined as part of this program, we'd need to work with Public Works on that, as well as the police department to examine A, the possible efficacy of that, and then B, also, is it possible on those streets? And we would need to do a traffic survey related to that. But if that's something you want to add to this detail, we certainly can do
Do
that.
you need me to make that request right now? I could do that.
I think maybe others may want to speak, but
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
whatever, when you're ready to make a motion on this item, you can add that.
I'm going to step in and make a comment / suggestion, which is we have got some very expansive topics that we could get into in-depth policy discussions on, 4 items here, and we've still got Blue Rock Springs and many members of the public and our developer in the audience. And so I would encourage us, clearly we're going to have follow-up on these topics, whether it be the prostitution enforcement or red light, traffic, things like that. If we can try to get a tight direction on how and when we want to follow up, I think that would benefit us, because we could be here all night on this item because these issues are so important. But I just want to keep my eye on the clock and be mindful of our other guests that are in attendance here.
Well, Madam Mayor,
With
if I
that,
may,
yes.
my understanding of this item was to move it to full-on direction to send us back to draft or not draft, or, work with the departments on it. So I am trying to get specific direction from the council on what it is we're expected to now take forward for an action item, so that the next time you would see these items would be for action.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead to Councilmember Matulik, and again, I'll just ask everyone to try to try to be mindful at that time. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you for that, Mayor, and thank you for that clarification. And this is a topic that I'm glad we're finally bringing up for public conversation, because I know we as council members, we get this topic brought up to us all the time, and this is something that has been a scourge to us in the city of Vallejo. The question I have is we can do all we want within policy board and ABs and stuff like that, but it ultimately comes down to enforcement. And so with all the staffing challenges we've been having, for example, where does this fall in our is it a priority 1, priority 2, or priority 3 in terms of police action?
It's a very good question. So the POP team was designed to not be subservient to handling 911 calls. So that allows them to now focus on certain crime behaviors, on certain quality of life issues. So my plan really is to address some of those issues, not necessarily continuously, but to a degree where it will change that behavior for a certain period of time. So for example, if we're able to dedicate 2 or 3 days a month, each day consecutively, I feel that will have a noticeable impact on the workers as well as the buyers. We have also been talking with our federal partners, so the team allows us to have the ability to run undercover operations, which we have not been able to do before. With the use of social media and messaging when these undercover operations occur, I have a very broad background in undercover work. It is very cost effective, because now buyers don't know whether or not they're approaching an undercover officer or if they're approaching a sex worker. So it's extremely effective. So the FBI has already engaged us in conversation to help us facilitate some of the logistical items that we need, whether we do an undercover operation street side or whether we do it in a hotel or some other venue. Those are not complicated to do. They require staff. So coupled with our ability to enforce the loitering with the intent, that can be done at the street level. It can be done when officers have free patrol time. So it's not limited to only the POP team. So we're looking at a really expansive program. We're looking at the demand reduction strategy with the Report John program. We're also looking to work with some partners on some exit strategies. So that has been successful in many cities where nonprofits will actually do engagement with some of the workers to provide them exit strategies, avenues out. So it's got to really be a comprehensive effort by everybody involved, as I just mentioned, but it has to be done in a way that it's consistent. And that consistency may be 2 or 3 days a month. It may be 4 or 5 days a month. But I do believe that once we start consistently addressing some of these crime behaviors and some of these other quality of life behaviors, we can cycle through some of these different crime types, quality of life issues, and then circle back, to provide some relief for every different area of problems or challenges that we're experiencing.
I very much appreciate that full explanation, because that shows me that there's actually a strategy and a thoughtfulness, and it sounds like more of a long-term, medium to long-term type of strategy to be able to address this for a duration. It's not just a spot check here and there. So I think I very much appreciate that. And I'm assuming, and I'm anticipating the fact that we have our Sonoma Boulevard transition and the upgrades going on there. I'm anticipating that CHP is part of this whole enforcement or support of this type of thing, or are those part of other different conversations?
We've had some conversations to try to work with the CHP when they are in town doing other work.
Right.
So the visibility factor when they're in town, whether they're doing sex trafficking or just basic traffic enforcement, their presence coupled with our POP team and or other campaigns happening simultaneously will have a very good visual deterrence. You just see a lot of enforcement happening. When John C., or buyers, excuse me, when they see traffic enforcement being done by the CHP, that's going to have an impact on them. And that's going to likely deter them from doing whatever it is they're doing, particularly if they're there to buy sex.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have those conversations happening. That's really not in their wheelhouse, the CHP, but we're looking to see how we can leverage their presence here with some of the campaigns that we are planning. Appreciate that.
And putting on my social worker hat on, and I know as challenging as this may be, I'm hoping, similar to how iHeart is here to help support our Unhoused, I'm hoping that we've reached out to organizations to help support from a resource standpoint the girls that are out there. Because I think this is I think that would be a great part of the strategy, because I know our own police chaplain is out there doing this on a regular basis, and hoping that we can use this type of support to address that part of this whole situation. So very much appreciate a lot of the thoughtfulness in what's going on, and hoping this gets moved forward quickly here. And just out of curiosity, what is the appetite of the DA to help support this effort?
They are very supportive. So
okay.
I do not anticipate any issues on that side of the prosecution.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chief.
Great. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I want to tell the Blue Rock Springs, thank you for your patience, but this is a long overdue. We have had multiple individuals, children, teenagers come here and share their concern, as well as this has been my concern, especially for my district as well as my colleagues here. So number one, I am very excited to hear about this. I'm glad that we're finally talking about this. My question is, number one would be, could we receive a more clear report out about this whole entire plan? I know you said it's in your report, but if I can receive a more detail, so that way when I report back out to my subgroups that I meet, I can have it clear, because this is a conversation I guarantee every single time. Indecent exposure, is there anything part of this conversation taking place? I mean, you've heard it at the mic. Young girls talk about they can see people's complete body parts. I want to know, is there anything on the table? Maybe I could ask the city attorney, city manager, is there anything connected to this? I mean, because as I shared before, my dad got a ticket for having his shirt off, you know? And so I hear all the time, oh, it's not illegal to walk with your chest out and your behind out and your private. You heard the young girl say she saw a man's full private part. That's inappropriate. And she's only a minor, 13 years old, you know? So is that part of the conversation? And the second one was, you already addressed the intent to purchase, so I appreciate that. And the full enforcement, I'm glad you asked that, because I did have this here, because that is one thing that, okay, we have all these wonderful things, but if we don't have anybody to enforce it, it's just a waste of time. And now they are now stretching down into the neighborhoods, because they do see the CHP. I saw it. They saw the CHP, and now they're pretending like they're walking their dogs. It's no joke. So we are concerned with that. We also saw John push a person out of the car when he saw the CHP as well. So there's a lot of risk. And who was in it where he pushed him out? In front of a group of young teenagers. So this is something very, very serious. And so I want to know, who is the partner team you have for the nonprofit? I would like to know that so that we can better support you. But I am so happy that we're doing this. And I want to know, can you tell me what was you saying against the red light districting? Did you say we can't enforce that being a charter?
That's the next agenda. That's the next.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I heard you mention it, so I didn't know if this was connected to this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Letters.
So I just would like clarity, because on the staff reports for the creation of prostitution ordinance in the red light district, we're saying that the state laws are sufficient enough, and it's a matter of just actually with the POP team, I guess, doing some work. So I'm making this comment because it's in response to our city attorney saying that she needs further direction. So what are we really seeking further direction for when you've said in your staff report that we have state law that quote unquote is sufficient, and it really is, we have our POP team, and it's a matter of standing up and having a program. So what kind of direction are you truly looking for if that's the case in your staff report?
So we were certainly looking first for direction and again, we're giving a recommendation. We don't think this is necessary and it would add anything, whether the council wanted your own separate ordinance the way other cities, and again, only a couple, have done. We're recommending no. We think that does not enhance this issue. We're looking for enforcement on the possible, or direction on the possible alternative actions. So the concepts about traffic enforcement in the neighborhoods that are experiencing these issues, enhancing traffic rules, to use that as a tool to discourage the behavior of the buyers in those areas. So that's direction we're looking for. On the community outreach or what we're calling pathways to exit program, the chief has started some of that work. Is the council looking at for us to try to enhance that and come back with what may be additional funding for that type of work in order to accomplish the exits? Reported John, same thing. Are you looking to enhance that program? If so, is additional money, should we be looking for opportunities to, say, advertise that program expansively, and if so, what would the cost would that be? Do you want us to bring that back to you? And then finally, just asking, is the council interested in staff engaging with the subcommittee, the public safety subcommittee that meets once a month, on you taking up or putting that item on that agenda and having that body take up other ideas that may come from the community that we could also examine? So those are the things we're looking for direction on.
Thank you. So that helps us cut time, and it helps us cut the chase and get to where we need to be. Can I make a motion? Or
We have a vice mayor that might have questions or comment, and then why don't we have, it sounds like you're, It's okay. Why don't we go ahead to the vice mayor, and then we'll come back to you if you want to
Sure.
make a motion.
I would say the answer is yes to every question you just asked. I think we all want to move forward with that, and including the indecent exposure, if there's something we can do to enhance that, because I think that's a great idea to try to limit some exposure that's out on the street. So if we can add that piece, then I would say yes to all of them would be my motion.
All right, Councilmember Letters, are you comfortable with that motion? But go ahead.
I'm comfortable with that motion, and I think unless Councilmember Palmares wants to correct me, I believe it captures some of the dialogue that just went back and forth. And he is on the safety committee, and I think it is important to have a more robust public dialogue, and the safety committee is really a place to have that dialogue so that we can help further move this work along.
So I'm hearing a motion to not proceed with an ordinance, but to pursue all of the alternatives. All right, are we good with that? Let's vote on it.
Through the mayor, we do
Oh,
have
we have-
public comment.
This is a little bit awkward because we have 4 items within an item. Why don't we take all the public comment on all item E right now? So all of our items, and we'll call our speakers.
Through the chair, can you clarify what we're doing right now? We're not
We
doing
have
a
to
policy?
we have to take public comment before we
Comment
vote.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the
And
public comment.
there's only one item, so there's only one there's only one opportunity to raise your hand on this item, so everyone has to say anything on any of the 4 right now, even though we've just discussed the first. All right, let's call our speakers.
Dave Belliff.
I know you're getting tired of me. Here we go again. Thank you all. I'm going to risk raising the ire of the mayor. Going to something that you haven't discussed yet as part of this item, but the lower speed limits potentially in school zones. Yes, we need to do that. Too bad we don't have a transportation manager anymore who is really in on that and worked really closely with Safe Routes to School. I used to be on that advisory committee. But anyhow, so we need to work more with that. Public engagement officers is something we can use as visibility. Volunteers, I've said it 100,000 times. Volunteers, other cities do it. They sit out there, they wear uniforms, they sit in police cars, like our public engagement officers' cars, etc. It's useful for all of these things, whether it's for traffic safety around schools or John's or whatever it might be. If we could get some used police cars that are no longer in service, many communities have done this. I've worked and lived in communities who've taken those cars that are sort of out of service cars, but they don't look out of service. They put them there, they park them, they leave the lights on. Whether somebody's in it or not, it's a deterrent. I encourage us to do that. Let's see, going back, here's where I'm gonna raise your ire a little bit. This is coming up. We made a huge mistake in giving away our children's future by not addressing some of this before, and we need to maintain a wildlife corridor and access through all the properties that we used to own that we have sold out from under everybody. So when it comes time to give direction, make certain that we include access, a minimum of 80-foot wide corridor along Blue Rock Springs all the way up there. And
We'll
that's
still do
where the
public
ire-
comment on Blue Rock Springs.
Thank
I want
you.
to clarify, this is just for item E, the
Oh,
4
yes,
council referrals.
right,
I apologize,
right,
that might have
thank
been
you.
misunderstood.
So, red
you will have
curbs.
plenty of time to comment on Blue Rock.
Thank you. Actually, I have to go to sleep, so you won't be hearing from me anymore on that, but maybe you heard that one. Red curbs, traffic circles, all of that will help all of these things. Remember when we had a group of citizens who came out and videographed all the Johns and the workers? They left within a week. They did not like 20 people standing on a sidewalk videoing them day in and day out for weeks on end, and they just disappeared for a long time. So I encourage us to look into that as well. Have you all taken 5 walks minimum through these properties that we're all talking about? Every property we talk about tonight, if you have not walked the neighborhood, walked through the property you're about to vote on, please do it before you vote. Please preserve our children's future. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night. I have to go to sleep. You won't see me the rest of the night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Avery Livengood.
And on your lower right, you can lower the podium if you'd like.
Thank you. My name is Avery Livingood. I'm a resident of Vallejo. I'm commenting specifically on the scope of work for AB 43 speed limit reductions, which I think is the fourth item that's part of item 9. I want to thank Councilmember Matias for requesting a scope on this very important issue. Every year, nearly 40,000 Americans die in traffic crashes. Speeding is the cause of about 30% of those fatalities. The faster a driver is going, the more deadly the consequences. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, if a pedestrian is struck by a vehicle at 25 miles per hour, they have a 25% chance of life-threatening or fatal injury. At 40 miles per hour, the risk of death increases to 75%. Think about those statistics when you think about our roadways in Vallejo. How many business districts have speed limits of 35, 40, or 45 miles an hour? 75% chance of death. In Vallejo, we experienced 9 traffic fatalities in 2024. We have already surpassed that in 2025 with 11 fatalities so far. According to the latest police department data that I could find, that means we have more traffic fatalities this year than homicides. More people have died in traffic crashes than via homicide. Reducing speed limits in our business districts and in our school zones will save lives. I'm so pleased to see this scope under consideration, and I strongly urge the council to approve it for implementation. I urge the council to direct staff to include all qualifying school zones and all qualifying business activity districts that are eligible under AB 43. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any commenters online?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have 3 speakers online.
All right, let's call them.
First speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is not necessarily in order of importance, but to use my 3 minutes. So I want to reinforce the idea of looking at traffic enforcement and permit parking in the areas around Sonoma, Marin, and Florida Street as a way to deter some of the activity there. And secondly, please work with the neighborhood, because people there have very detailed information about the patterns and who's coming when and what's going on. That information is there. They're just waiting for the city to do something with it. So please contact them. I will have to say I was not initially impressed with the new state law, AB 379, the loitering of buyers and what that could do for us. But if loitering includes someone pausing in a car and talking with sex workers, and if that can be a cause for writing a ticket, then I think it could be helpful. But otherwise, obviously, the real problem we have is with streetwalkers who have all kinds of body parts showing. That's really the big problem that we've got there. I'm all for the pop team. Can't wait for it to come on and get going, and also Undercover. I think something we haven't really talked about are the massage parlors that we have in town and the proliferation we have of them. I'm not familiar with the local scene, even though I've been back now for 15 years, but in the South Bay, the massage parlors were really the focus of a lot of specific commercial trafficking. And there was a whole industry of bringing mostly foreign girls in and then moving them around. So that's something that the city might want to look at. I'd like to also reinforce the idea that Councilmember Gordon brought up of looking at indecent exposure. And if we can define indecent exposure as when your buttocks are completely visible, like completely, and when your breasts are completely visible, and even your private parts, that's got to be considered indecent exposure. So even if we can't arrest somebody for loitering with intent for prostitution, maybe the indecent exposure. And then the last thing I'll say is that I would love to see the city send a letter to the committee to ask for the repeal of SB 357, that I think we have unintended consequences where we have all these streetwalkers in school zones. That can't be what they intended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Carol Heap. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, good evening. This is Carol. Happy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this goes to the issue of direction. And I'm so glad that the Congress, city council person did ask the city attorney for what do you want and the direction. So on that note, I was thinking about all the suggestions that have been coming up. And one that came to my mind, which seems maybe hasn't come up because it sort of seems very elementary in a way, although I would like to know, I maybe want to get some comments from the community. But from what I'm hearing from city council is that, and probably the police department, is that there are 4 or 5 blocks where this is primarily taking place. You seem to know that, have that information, the streets. So I was thinking with the goal of transparency, maybe we ought to put some signs up on those 4 or 5 streets just to let people know just that prostitution and the solicitation of prostitution is illegal, and Vallejo is committed to the full enforcement of the law. And if you engage in such behavior, you will be arrested. You know, put a couple of signs on each block, on each side of the street that are large enough for people to read. And maybe that would help deter the problem. So just a thought. You could think about it. You could send this thought on to the Public Safety Committee if and when they ever meet. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you very much.
Final speaker on this item, Kate Mefford. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, members of the council. Nice to see you again. Madam Mayor, my name is Katie Mefford, and I'm here today as a concerned student of Torrey University of California, specifically representing the physician assistant students of the class of 2028. I want to speak on behalf of my cohort and fellow students to advocate for increased public safety measures and staffing. Within this last month alone, my specific student cohort of 48 students have experienced 2 inter-vehicle thefts and burglaries of belongings kept concealed in different parts of the vehicles. Those students did every effort to conceal the items that were stolen, but these incidents
Ms. Mefford,
have left
would this be, we're going to go ahead and let you continue. Is this for the public safety emergency item?
It was kind of a mix between this E and F, whatever you would prefer.
We're going to, yeah, go ahead. We just wanted to clarify. Thank you. We'll give you your 10 seconds back if you need it.
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much. Let me find where I was really quickly. These incidents have left students without necessary equipment, in addition to feeling anxious, unsafe, and unsupported as they go about their daily routines, which affect our ability to succeed academically and personally, as many of us are living off of loans and do not have financial means to repurchase more educational equipment that facilitate our learning. I urge the City of Vallejo to take immediate concrete steps to enhance student safety. This includes increasing patrols, especially during the day hours in common area or locations such as grocery store, gyms, and parking lots, improving lighting in parking lots and walkways, and investing in additional security cameras that work. Being there is a direct sociological concept relation to the presence of a deterrent showing decreased crime. I really urge for this issue. Lastly, there needs to be stronger partnership with local law enforcement, ensuring that there is a fear of consequences for any criminal looking to commit robbery or theft. Above all, we need to ensure that every student, including those from my school of Toro, feels safe and protected both on and off campus, as many of us relocate to Vallejo to attend. Being we are the future healthcare providers of our country, we ask for you to support us and make us feel safe and learn as we learn to do so. I feel like we can focus on learning and personal growth without the added stress of fearing for our safety or that of our belongings. I urge you to listen to these concerns, prioritize student safety, and act swiftly to prevent future incidents in a way that you deem necessary to help us make future steps to ensure this improves. Thank you guys for your time and commitment to keeping us safe.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Do we have any other speakers?
And that wraps up this item.
All right. Thank you to our speakers we have an unconventional item, and we appreciate the speakers speaking on all the items. We have a motion on the floor with regard to the prostitution item. Do we need to repeat the motion, or are we okay to vote? It was, I believe, to not proceed with an ordinance, but to proceed with all of the recommendations, including the indecent exposure. Yeah. Or to follow up on it. All right. I think we're ready to vote.
Real quick, can we get a timeline?
So do we want to include a timeline for follow-up?
Okay, with regard to the traffic enforcement item, that timeline is likely to, when we get to the item on traffic enforcement, it'll all be wrapped up in likely the same engineering report about traffic and traffic enforcement. I can go pull that item and tell you when the current report expires, which, hold one second, please, while I do that. It's about 9 months from now on May 31st, 2026. So likely the traffic enforcement piece, unless council wanted to move that up, would occur at the first part of next year because we have to, again, I'm just telling you what the traffic division has to do in order, they would have to do a report. So again, we can do a separate report relating to speed limit reductions.
Wait, is
instead.
this for the speed limit reductions
I was
third
saying
item,
we
or
could
for the
combine-
traffic enforcement? I see what
My
you're saying.
apology,
I
yeah.
wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could combine those two, or we could separate them.
May I make a motion to separate them and get this sooner?
Yeah, I will have to talk to Public Works on how fast they can do that work, but certainly we can report back or send council an email about when that work could be done on the traffic enforcement piece. The community outreach and Report to John programs, I think certainly we can talk to the police department, come on up, about when we would be able to look at whether or not additional resources are needed for either of those.
Yeah, I could have something in a month, so I can scope out the buyer reduction deterrent plan if we want to then budget for some undercover operations. We may need some funding for rental vehicles, hotel rooms, things like that. So I can scope that out depending on how many campaigns that we think we are able to do per month. So I can get that information rather quickly.
And certainly within that same period, after the chief does that, it would probably only take another couple of weeks if we need to expand an existing contract to accomplish additional services for pathways to exit, if that's the council's desire with regard to that.
Yes.
And that could be done rather quickly too. So I work pretty closely with our nonprofits, so we can look at emergency housing vouchers. We can look at other exit strategy expenses that are commonly used, so we can scope that out as well.
Thank you. So how can I word this to the city manager and to the city attorney?
I think just adding that we're going to receive follow-up in a month to that.
That makes
With follow-up
sense.
in a
And then
month?
at that point, we can tell you if what additional time the Public Works Division may need for traffic enforcement.
And I think
changes.
if the rest of council is comfortable, we can consider that to be a friendly amendment.
Okay.
We can vote on the motion with that friendly amendment to have follow-up in a month.
So I, Helen Marie, making a friendly amendment.
All right, and we can vote.
Motion carries
All
unanimously.
right. So that's going to bring us to the second item, which is our red light.
So the second item, obviously, is the red light abatement ordinance item, and Mr. Jackson will also take this item. It should be slightly more brief. Go ahead.
Important thing to note, I'll briefly go through the legal landscape related to the California statutes. So the California Government Code allows cities to determine what's a public nuisance. And throughout the VMC, there are several ordinances that have been adopted related to public nuisances. Generally, it's either outlined in the ordinance or it's a determination made by a public official, code enforcement officer, or code enforcement manager, or a building official. Specifically as it relates to red light abatement issues, the California Health and Safety Code sections 11570 through 11587, which are commonly referred to as the Drug Abatement Act, allow for city attorney offices to do a civil prosecution of buildings that are occupied that are associated with drug activity. Generally, it's the manufacturing or sales or use of drugs at these locations. And it allows for the city to pursue injunctive relief and have the building essentially vacated and boarded up for up to a year, with certain findings being made by the court. So it's a remedy that allows for a city to act quickly and to get an abatement action and have a court issue an injunction, providing for the removal and the boarding up of that property. Maybe briefly to address, so this is geared towards buildings and structures, not necessarily vacant properties that are just vacant lots. So it'd be actual properties that have structures on those properties. Very similar to the Drug Abatement Act is the Red Light Abatement Act, and this is geared towards buildings and places that are used for gambling, prostitution, or lewd behavior. So that would include spas, massage parlors, bathhouses. And it's the same type of enforcement where a city can get a 1-year injunction to board up, both in relation to the Drug Enforcement Act and the Red Light Abatement Act. It allows the city to actually recover their fees and their costs associated with these actions. There is a standard, a very high standard of proof that's required since you are getting relief from the courts, and generally that's achieved through the use of police reports and police experts. So in relation to the Drug Enforcement Act, that would you have a police officer who have a declaration, a sworn affidavit, and they have some experience in the use, some experience related to drug enforcement and training in relation to identifying drug activity. Both of these can be enforced without the need for a city to adopt a red light or a drug abatement ordinance. I did mention earlier in relation to the proposed prostitution ordinance, that Salinas did adopt an ordinance, but all they did was incorporate the actual language from the California Red Light Abatement Act and did not go any further than that. And cities can enforce that without actually having an ordinance. So at this time, the scope of work in relation to the police department, it would be the same POP team that would be used for these types of things. The city attorney's office, once we receive police reports, we would be able to enforce using either the Red Light Abatement or the Drug Enforcement Abatement Act and pursue injunctions against these types of properties. So our recommendation is not that we proceed with an ordinance at this time, because the California statutes provide a very comprehensive and effective use of abating these types of properties. It really is just having the staff within the police department to provide the evidence that's needed for this type of enforcement.
So to just add to that, we do not actually have an ask with regard to this item. This item was designed to let you know kind of where we were with this item, where the state law is, and what we could do. All of what we can do is already authorized by state law. I will say, however, if the council wants us to come back with the police department when there is sufficient resources, or just report on sufficient resources associated with bringing a few of these cases where businesses or other structures in town are being used for either of these purposes, and get them essentially, at least temporarily, out of the hands of the individuals who are undertaking the activity in those businesses. We can certainly do that, report back to the council, and let you know when there would be sufficient resources. I don't know if the chief wants to speak to that issue. These are a little bit police intensive, so he may want to speak to when he thinks that could happen.
Yeah, so a nuisance abatement is essentially a lot of work. So as Hampton had mentioned, we have to tie in violations to that location. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a specific violation, but it needs to be a very comprehensive list of violations that all circle back to this one business, and then we can move forward with a civil nuisance abatement process. So it is very labor intense. I think that personally our strategy should try to work on the street level enforcement. At this point, you know, we have a very small POP team at the moment, and so to divert some of our attention towards doing an abatement program right now would kind of spread our resources a little thinly. And so I do agree that it is a good tool. However, it's something that I think we should look a little bit more downstream, get a handle on some of the street level behavior, potentially some of the internet related behavior. And then once we are in a little bit better staffing situation, we could then target some of the larger businesses to address the problem even further.
If council would like to direct some reports back, come back in 6 months and let you know where we are, come back in a year, that certainly could be some direction that we could take with regard to this item.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the report. My only request is that, you know, we have a commitment to following through with this, not necessarily now, but when we have the capacity to do this. And I just want to be clear that as far as, you know, what I know and what I've seen, it's not going to be every business. I think there are, and I don't want to name them out loud, but like there are a couple businesses that could use a little bit of this attention with the vis-a-vis the Red Light Abatement Act. So it may not happen now, but I think sometime soon we should start taking a look at that. And I agree with the patrolling, that's all very important, but hitting up those, you know, couple businesses that are out there that are also part of this machine, they also need to, face the law, basically.
So AB 379 does address that. So we can apply that towards those businesses, separate than a nuisance abatement, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic.
So it does address that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. I'm just a bit confused here. Why not create a policy, whether we can use that policy now or not? But as we talk, Chief Tao and myself, one of the problems we're having is that we don't have policies or directions to empower our officers. So when we do have that staffing, they have something to go off. So why are we putting that off? Maybe I'm lost. Maybe you can help me with that.
Certainly. We're not putting it off. We just don't believe there's anything to do that would augment state law that already exists. We can do this work exactly as we otherwise would with the existing state law. So we're basically suggesting no policy is needed and that we can move forward when resources allow us to do that, when we have the capacity, as Councilmember Palmer said. So the capacity to do it and doing it rapidly when we have that capacity is not dependent on us adopting any ordinance or policy. There's already sufficient direction in place.
If I can provide a little bit more context, because when we started with the adoption of this ordinance, AB 379 wasn't in existence yet. So we needed something to be able to enforce that behavior. Now that AB 379 was signed and it comes online starting in January of this next year, is that correct?
it's already in place.
Okay, so it is now a law, so we don't necessarily need an ordinance that now is being kind of addressed with this law. The only difference between the policy ordinance that we were suggesting, it would encompass all of the loitering, not only on the buyer's side, but it would also cover on the actual worker's side. That would be the difference. That would essentially bring back the laws that were repealed in 2022. AB 379 brings it back, but only to enforce the buyer's side, which, I'm happy that something is there. So there's two sides of a transaction. So if we can get rid of one side of that transaction, ordinarily the other side loses business and they just go away. So that's kind of like what we're kind of balancing right now, Councilwoman.
I appreciate that, but one of the things I used to always hear is, we don't have a policy, we don't have a policy, we don't have a policy. So if we have something in place, and when we do get that capacity, we don't have to wait later, since we're dealing with it today, right? So if we deal with it all today, get it done, and then when you do get that, like I said earlier, we have nothing to worry about, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and that's where AB 379 comes in. So now that's in place, so we have something to be able to address the behavior.
Thank you for your patience with my questions, but I am hoping that we can do that soon.
All right, I'm not seeing any other comments. Do we have a consensus on the direction? There is no direction. We're okay. We don't need an ordinance, and we will receive updates, is what I'm hearing.
There you go. We will come
So we don't
back
need
and report back to the council when the police department feels it has the capacity to do some of these, and then we can set some targets and ideas about what we, how we would bring forward cases of this nature if that becomes necessary.
And
at
what's
that
the
time.
anticipated timeline on that?
If we're going to do red light
The
abatement,
same.
what do you think?
Yeah, I would at least ask for 6 months for us to see what the effect of the current strategy I laid out is. And so that's going to take a little bit of time to take some effect and change some behavior. So if you are agreeable to about a 6-month window for us to come back and revisit this topic.
All right, sounds good.
Wait, real
I don't
quick,
think-
can I ask a
Go
quick
ahead.
question, please, through the chair?
Go ahead,
So
Councilmember
you say
Gordon.
6 months, but could you be able to give us a little update in between time? Just like a little update, like if you see that okay, in the month of December, for example, you can give us a little update?
Sure.
Not that we expect to make any change, just a little reporting, so that we can see if we're going in the right direction.
Maybe to the Public Safety
Yes.
Board? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so I think we're ready to
Okay.
go to the next item.
Next item. Okay, so the next item is, that came forward, again, one of the public safety items, was the creation of a gun violence restraining order policy. Mr. Reisner is here to speak to this particular item, and what we already have, and how we might be able to enhance that particular item on a go-forward basis.
Mayor and Council, good evening once again. Gun violence restraining orders, they're a tool to prevent people who have registered firearms from using those firearms to inflict harm on other people. They're frequently used in domestic violence cases, and we currently have one. In 2021, the law changed and required every police department in California to have a gun violence restraining order policy. And that policy is policy number 347 in the Vallejo Police Department's policy manual. That policy instructs officers on the use of GVROs, which is the abbreviation for the gun violence restraining order. It instructs them on the use of them in appropriate situations in order to prevent future violence involving firearms. It instructs officers on the types of evidence a court considers in determining whether grounds exist to issue a GVRO. It instructs officers to consider whether a GVRO may be necessary during response to any residence that is associated with firearm registration or records. It also instructs officers to consider whether a GVRO may be necessary during a contact with a person exhibiting mental health issues, including suicidal thoughts, statements, or actions, if that person owns or possesses a firearm. What we don't have, even though we have the policy, what we don't have is any robust policy for using, or any robust, program for using that policy. And that's what would need to be created. And I know that Chief Taw has spoken with some other jurisdictions that have robust policies, and it would require a couple of things for us to do that. So, and I'm going to let him come up and talk in just a second, but one of the things that needs to be considered is the types of guns that are being used in the commission of crimes within a community. In Vallejo, we think that most of the weapons that are being used are either ghost guns or guns that are stolen. They're not registered, therefore the police can't determine whether a person actually has registered firearms in a residence or possesses registered firearms. And that's one of the reasons for a GVRO, or the primary reason. That's for a person who has registered firearms so that you can determine whether or not they actually exist in the residence. So in order to determine that, it would require a study that the police department would need to do to determine whether or not the program would actually be effective and whether we have enough circumstances where that program could be used to limit the use of firearms. And that particular research would require a significant amount of time, staff time to prepare. And if council desires to move forward, we can ask the chief to provide a time estimate for conducting that research. It'll also require additional staff time for the police department, including potentially the use of tactical teams to serve GVROs on subjects, because if you know that there are firearms in a residence, it creates a tactical situation where you have to send people out who were trained. In addition, the officers would need to be trained on what evidence to be gathered that's going to be required by a court to consider issuance of a GVRO, depending upon the workload, how many GVROs there are. That could require even an additional unit to prepare. It would also impact the city attorney's office. We're estimating that it would require at least 10 to 12 hours of work for an attorney for each GVRO, and that's because this would require attorney representation when you go to court. Only a judge can issue these restraining orders, so it requires an appearance in court. It would also require the appearance of police officers to come and provide testimony and evidence for the court to consider. So since we currently have the policy in place, we don't need to do that, but we would need to consider implementing a program. And again, that's going to require a study. And if council directs us to do that, we can move forward. But before we ask you to do that, I think I'll ask the chief to come up and talk about other jurisdictions he's talked about and how they're working there.
Thank you, Randy. So a gun violence restraining order is it's a good program, but there are some unintended consequences that I think that we need to consider. One of the counties that uses this program the most in the state of California is Santa Clara County. And so I'll just provide a couple of examples on where it's applicable, and I'll provide a couple of examples on where we would put ourselves in a tactical situation, for lack of a better description. Santa Clara County uses gun violence restraining orders much like they use emergency protective orders or temporary restraining orders. So the difference between the two is that a restraining order or a emergency order, it disallows the restrained party from certain activities within that order. So for example, on a domestic violence situation, if a victim were to receive an emergency protective order or a temporary restraining order, the restrained party could not be within 300 yards of that individual. That's how a restraining order works. A gun violence restraining order addresses guns. So for example, if somebody has a firearm registered to them or has access that we know and we can prove they have access to firearms, and that is coupled with some sort of threat or a crime, then it would be relevant to seek a gun violence restraining order. Once we seek that order and it's approved by a judge, we can serve that person with the gun violence restraining order, seize the guns that we have access to at that moment, and then they would be compelled to then, if there are other guns that they have either registered to them or access to, they're compelled to then come back at a later date and relinquish those other firearms based on the gun violence restraining order restrictions. There's a whole host of things that they have to do afterwards to get those guns back. So those guns stay in outside of their custody until they satisfy all those requirements. Santa Clara County uses this program predominantly during domestic violence situations where it is appropriate. The reason why they do that is quite obvious, but logistically it's also less dangerous. So if that person is in custody for, let's say, a domestic violence situation, the officers are already inside the home during this investigation and they have access to those guns. After receiving a gun violence restraining order, they can seize those weapons and provide the person with the other receipt of the gun violence restraining order documentation. And that process runs its course. Where it becomes more problematic on a tactical level is when somebody makes a threat to either a school or a workplace or some other business, and their threat states that they're going to come and shoot up the school or come and shoot up the business, and they have guns registered to them. That in and of itself does not satisfy the requirements of a crime. So a threat is a threat coupled with the furtherance of that threat. So if somebody makes a threat and they show up to that business with guns, or they show up to that business to further their threat, then that could be a situation where now the penal code can be exercised, they can be arrested for that threat, even before they do any criminal act. If they do that threat and there is no furtherance of the activity of that threat, the crime has not been satisfied. However, we still do have the ability, based on registered firearms or other information that we gather, to potentially serve them with a gun violence restraining order document. If they are not in custody, we have to contact them. And if we have to contact them at their house, then we have to go inside and contact them at their house, and they are potentially an armed individual. So now we are enforcing a civil restraining order that does not have a crime associated to it. The intent is very good, but there are some areas of concern that, as a police department and as the city attorney's office and you all as council, need to be aware of. So in talking about this program, I think it's a good program. I think it's designed for good things. I think it could put us in situations where unexpected things could occur. And so we need to do it mindfully and safely if we choose to do this program at all aspects. Now, we can do what Santa Clara County has done and really kind of rolled it out to really address some of those cases that I had discussed earlier, domestic violence cases, or other cases where it would be proper to be able to serve that safely, execute it safely, and then follow up on that when there's less likelihood that that person is armed for follow-up on any other firearms registered. So I think that's kind of where we are currently. Hopefully that kind of gives you guys a good kind of understanding about some of the benefits, but also some of the risks that are involved. When you go into a home of a person that is armed, there are unpredictable things that could occur. And if you are issued a gun violence restraining order and you don't serve it, there could be obviously issues downstream if they do carry out that threat. So if we go down that path, we need to see it all the way through, or we can develop a plan, as Randy had mentioned, to use it under certain circumstances right now. And then, of course, we always have the ability to use it over and above that, but those are some of the things I think you all should consider tonight.
Chief, can you talk a little bit about the statistical study you and I talked about and what that would require?
So it's a little bit further in my presentation tonight, but some of the operations report, we talked about this back in January when we had the summit and talking about violent crime, aggravated assaults, and significant injuries. 2/3 of those involved domestic violence. And so what I suggested to the city attorney's office is we do a comprehensive study. We're seeing a spike in aggravated assaults, and we're seeing a spike in domestic violence. So I think a natural starting point that I would like to consider, and you all to either decide to move forward with, is we could do a comprehensive study on some of the domestic violence cases, and it would be very time consuming because we would have to read all the narrative to see if there were any firearms associated. We would probably have to run the parties associated out to see if there's any guns registered to them, to get an idea of how many of those current domestic violence cases that we have might benefit from a more robust GVRO program. So I would recommend we start there. We would then have a better idea of the workload, number of cases, and then we can kind of quantify or estimate the staff hours involved with instituting a more robust GVRO program.
Vice Mayor Bergenser.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I would just say that I think that we absolutely have to move forward. I would hope that we have support to move forward with this. This was not one of my items to bring forward, but I think that whether we think it's ghost guns or stolen guns, and we don't know how many are registered, even if it takes one gun off the street from somebody who shouldn't have their hands on a gun, I think we can't just put our heads in the sand and think that, well, we don't want to carry this all the way through because it might have consequences. The consequences could be death. So I would hate to see that happen. I understand your concern about the officers having to go into homes, and maybe we need to look at certain circumstances. But I also feel that you're trained in that if somebody does a threat to a school, I don't care how many hoops they have to jump through to get their guns back. They should have those guns taken away from them until they figure out why making those threats is a bad idea. And the police are the most capable in doing those types of searches and getting the guns out of the hands of people that make those types of threats. So I think we do need to move forward with this. I think that we need to move cautiously because I understand that there's a lot of consequences that come with this, but I think that we can't just put our heads in the sand. We can't just study it for a year and see what the data shows. I think that we need to take action on it. So that's my point.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a wise man once said, maybe a few months ago, that if we were to account for everything that could go wrong and overanalyze things, we would never get anything done. Someone I know. So having said that, I would spare you the statistical analysis. We have a gun violence problem in this community that we need to address. And the department and the city attorney's office needs to make available every tool to make sure that we get guns off the street for folks who shouldn't have them, and that we're saving lives, period. So I mean, I could tell you we have a gun violence problem. If you look at your own stats, you don't need to spend time doing stats. So this policy has been in the books for 4 years, and we don't have a program behind it. And so we need to, given our constraints, develop some phased-in approach in the way that you've been developing phased-in implementation of other programs, so that we can get to a place where we're leveraging this tool and it's available to your officers. So I would love for council to support it and move it forward. And again, this is just one tool of a whole host of other tools that we're making available for the chief to ensure that our community is safer over time. That's all I got.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. I echo the same concern, especially with school shootings happening across America. And our kids are scared to go to school, a place I was never afraid to go to school, and I lived in a really hard neighborhood. School was my safety. Church and school, those are my safety. Kids don't feel safe to go to school. My 7-year-old grandson, who loves school, is scared to go to school because of those very reasons. Also have a concern, and maybe you can help direct me, but it goes to, we are talking about this, but yet when you come into Vallejo, you see a big old sign that says, we have a gun sale at the fairgrounds. And how does that make sense? And it's right there in North Vallejo. That doesn't make sense either. So we need to really, if we're gonna do this, we need to do this right. And I don't have anything against folks who want guns, just like I don't have anything against anybody who wants to do anything as a grown person. But when it comes to mental health, the safety of our people, of our children, if we can be a little bit of ahead of the situation, let's do it. Let's go for it. So I'm trying not to cry because I don't want nobody to lose their families. And we just had, 2 shootings already within, 45 days here in Vallejo? Multiple shootings in Vallejo, but school shootings throughout the United States within 45 days. So I just really ask if we could really move this forward. I agree. Thank you.
Councilmember Letters.
So I'm curious with, I agree with what has already been said, but as it relates to manpower, yes, I know from a policing perspective, a law enforcement officer needs to do the work, but also just from a logistical perspective of the program itself, outside of the officer and running the program, why is it not possible to have a non-uniform person a part of that team to help with the programming portion of it? You know,
We can use civilian staff for coordination, all the administrative stuff, yeah. But the officers at the scene of that incident, taking the crime report, doing that investigation, yeah, that's going to need to be by sworn.
so, and I'm only bringing that up because we can have a hybrid approach. We can begin to really move forward and think about it in a different way. I'm just challenging us. While I know we have limited resources, how do we think outside of the box? Because yes, it takes 12 to 14 months to bring on another new officer, but at the same time, we do have some officers, we can begin to do some things, and we can have non-uniform staff as part of these processes. And how do we do that? There are models that are out there. LAPD does different things. There are other police departments that do other things. So I'm just challenging us, Vallejo, think outside of the box so we can begin to move the needle. And we may not do it in its fullest capacity starting today, but how do we begin the process? I'm like Councilmember Matias, and such as yourself, because I think he was referring to you. We don't have time to keep analyzing. We know the facts in this community. You live them each and every day. You are the chief of police. You know what's going on in this city. So what is the action that needs to take place? What do you need? Tell us the needs so that we can get moving and not continue to be in the same place tomorrow as we are today.
I agree, and I think we have a very robust hybrid workforce. We've looked to see where we can use civilian staff at every corner of the way with police assistance to the iHeart program with all of our civilian support staff. So anything and anywhere we can use staff to do any type of analyzation work or clerical work, we do. So I'm just trying to get a better sense of how much manpower this may result in. So I only have one SWAT team. So if they're doing 4, 5, 6, 10 gun violence restraining order operations, they are not ready for that unexpected tactical event. So these are things that, for me, looking at some of that data is helpful for me to understand what that work looks like and how I can have that team available for that critical event that is not planned. And so that just gives me an idea. I could do a quick and dirty search, with a month. It doesn't have to be a comprehensive review, but I have to have kind of a ballpark idea of what this work will look like and how much work it will be. So that way I could staff the rest of the city.
And that's fair. And I'm not saying you don't use data to help inform where you're going. I'm just really making the point, just like you said, not another 6 months, not another 3 months. And there is data already lodged in our minds. We just had a double homicide in North Vallejo, and on and on and on. So we're not unknowledgeable about these crimes. And the other thing is, when you talk about our SWAT teams being able to be here or there, or if we have a tactical emergency, imagine, if I could just imagine if I had the right gang intel and so forth and on, I might not have had that double homicide in Vallejo, in North Vallejo. Let's be honest. Because we talked about this last week, being able to look upstream, being able to understand how that violence works, coming down 80 Quarter all the way down here, right here in Vallejo, as well as the very fact that it is committed when there is a crime, a gang violence crime. It's not if, it's when is that retaliation going to occur. And so it is being able to get guns off the street, know where they are, whether it's domestic violence or whatever the case may be, makes our streets safer, and it means that might be one less time that your SWAT team has to be somewhere unknowingly. And I know it's hard, Chief.
Yeah,
You have
I
a
agree.
tough job.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I appreciate what you do.
It's kind of tough.
No, it is tough.
But I agree 100%.
Vice Mayor.
And I promised I wasn't going to do a second round, and I'm the only person doing it. But I just wanted to say, with your request when you come back, it's really helpful if you have what your funding needs are. Because we don't expect you to do this on your own. We don't expect you to do this with the current people that you have, but we need to know what it's going to cost to get this under control. So if you can also bring that, that would be really, really helpful.
Okay.
All right, it feels like we have pretty clear direction, timeline for follow-up.
Have to look to the chief on that. I think if the council is looking at a phased-in approach, then it seems to me that we could look at what does this program look like? What's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, et cetera. Whether that's, start with domestic violence, move into a program that addresses mental health crises and people in those circumstances that may be in possession of guns that could be used inappropriately, whether that phase 3 is gang violence, et cetera. I think if we can bring those phases and what that program could look like back to the council with some resource analysis, that's probably the best we can do at this time, and then you can give us further direction at that time. Does that work for you, Chief?
So next month, couple months,
Yeah, can we do 2 months? I have only one crime analyst, and so I'm gonna task him with it.
Does 3 months work for the council?
Aiming for 2, just because 3 months is the holidays. So if we could just do it before the holidays, I'm kind of, Councilmember Matias.
Again, ballpark, how do we start implementing this, right? Like, even if you come back and say, hey, I'm gonna need this many months, like, let's start talking about the program and how we start implementing and what your
About
needs
6
are.
weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 weeks.
I'm not trying to put pressure on you. It's more like let's start
Stop
shifting
negotiating against yourself.
the conversation so we start to move forward, and then
All right.
bring to the vice mayor's point. Like, let us know what else you need.
2 months.
2 months, okay.
All right. That's going to bring us to speed limit reductions.
All right. I don't think that necessarily needed a motion. That's come back in 2 months with
I
a
think that,
phase-in
yeah,
plan.
I'm comfortable with that. So speed limit reductions.
All right. The last item before you this evening on our scoping spree here, I guess, on public safety is Assembly Bill 43 and the speed limit reductions in designated business districts and designated school zones. I think we did have a speaker with regard to this item, speaking to the issue of speeds in general and the additional safety reduction can bring to the community. So yes, AB 43 was passed in October of 2021. It was really aimed at providing some flexibility to municipalities to reduce speeds in certain areas. Two of those areas that we have expressed some interest has been expressed toward by Councilmember Matias, who brought this item up, was school zones as well as business zones within the city. Yes, the bill and the amendments to the California Vehicle Code do allow us to do that. We do have to essentially conduct what is a engineering and traffic study in order to do that, though. That is a necessary prerequisite of the statute. That's the necessary prerequisite for all of our speed limits throughout the city. Our current study expires, as I mentioned previously, on May 31st of 2026. Whether the council, so at that point we'll have to do the study anyway. We can incorporate those reductions in the areas that the council identifies, be that every school zone and designated business zones that we could either have the council identify now or take to the Public Safety Committee to have the study include those business zones, have the Public Safety Committee and the public at that venue weigh in. Those could be included, those identified areas could be included in the study on a go-forward basis, and then we could base the reductions on that through the action that we will take relative to speed limits citywide at the time that the new study is done. Can't tell you what that study will cost. I guess the Public Works, I believe, made a guess. I want to say it was like somewhere between 150 and 200,000.
It was 160.
166, 265. That was the quote that staff received in August of this year. So we would have to come back for a budget amendment at that time to undertake that, or the work could be identified as part of your mid-year budget review and added to the mid-year budget up to council. That's if you want to go forward with this. I guess I should have assumed that in the first, shouldn't assume that in the first place, but.
Comments from council? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with this.
Yeah.
I think that it's a no-brainer, and I think we should come up with the funding as the next step, as the first step, as soon as that can come back on our agenda.
Councilmember Tulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank the speaker for highlighting the data that we actually have in front of us. We have more homicide, or we have more fatalities on the streets than we have homicides. So, and I know we are putting extreme effort to address the gun violence, but to that fact, we're not putting that same effort towards with the streets. So I want us, especially in the schools, the fact that I work at a school and those that have been around the schools, they know how bad drivers are, and the fact that they've been getting away with it so long that there's no repercussions. So we need to put an extra emphasis on this, especially at the schools. I mean, I'm talking about over at Cooper, right off at Tuolumne right there. That is just a speed zone right there. So it's schools like that are on these high traffic areas that are the culprits for a lot of these areas. And the fact that we have the Sonoma Boulevard upgrade that's happening, if we look at our data, that's where a lot of that the fatalities have been happening. So I'm hoping that Caltrans is listening to this and they're actually able to look at the data and look at these incidents to find out if we can even upgrade a lot of the mitigation interventions that they're actually implementing to make it enhance them even more. So I'm hoping this is the start of larger conversations for the importance of this, just like what we're putting towards the gun violence and all the homicides that are happening, but we're having more traffic fatalities.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. So I do want you to know, Councilman J.R. Matulik, we did, the city manager can share with Caltrans. Would you like to share that little bit experience that we had regarding Sonoma Boulevard and what you witnessed through the camera of one of the business places regarding someone, please?
Sure. So as you can recall, the Caltrans staff came and made a presentation at the city council meeting a couple months ago regarding the planned improvements for State Route 29. At that time, they invited any council members to reach out to them. I know that a few council members have done so to be able to do site visits and provide council member input on some of the safety and other concerns specific to their districts. We had a site visit that Councilmember Gordon organized with Caltrans where we did a drive-through of the section, and the businesses and other members of that group expressed a lot of their concerns about specific traffic safety situations and locations. I know that Caltrans is interested in hearing input. The project is already, at the bidding stage, so well past design, but there might still be some opportunities to make some tweaks to increase traffic safety. So I would encourage any council member that's interested to reach out to Caltrans to have that dialogue.
And the reason why that was important, because he shared, one of the businesses shared a video where someone did get hit, and unfortunately they did die. And since I've been seated in this seat since January 7th, we have already had 3 homicides from Cartola, Sonoma to the Carquinez Bridge. And just recently we just had someone hit on Sonoma Boulevard on a bicycle. So this is really serious. And while we were standing, I don't know if the city manager can share, a car just went right past us, and the wind that we got from it literally moved us. I don't know, So, and they wasn't really going that fast, but it's just a green light, a green light, a green light, and green light, right? And so, especially when you come off that Carquinez Bridge. So yes, they are listening, and they are willing to sit down and have a conversation. By the way, they're having their ribbon cutting on this Friday.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we had the conversation about the sheriff's services, which we're still waiting on a yes from the county, one of the things that I said to the public at that meeting was that if we were committing that level of funding to have that support be provided to the city, then what we were asking of each member of the public was to consider shopping locally. And similarly here, with each of these solutions that we're working with staff to implement, I think, yes, we are waiting for more speed bumps and traffic calming measures. We have a backlog of 10 years. Yes, there's a lot of road repavement that needs to happen, but think about in each of your streets, what are some really small things you could do? Like Councilmember Lettiju and I were talking about those bright neon green kid alert signs that you see on streets, right? Like in front of homes sometimes. That's something you can put down if you have the means. Hopefully we can provide some of that funding in the future to the community. But those type of signs, right? You set those down in your neighborhood, and you're starting to change the culture around the city around speeding. We have a speeding problem in the same way we have a gun violence problem. And so really think about how you can change that behavior in your own neighborhood as we're working with staff to implement, legislative solutions and also making some infrastructure investment. So that would be my call out to all of the neighborhood watch groups, any resident that's watching this evening, just really think about how in your own neighborhood you're changing behavior. And if we do that, we'll be able to bring down what has been a tragic loss of life, especially over the past 10 years, because we haven't really, centered traffic safety in in our discussion as we have other items. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Ledeju.
Thanks. So, as an example, in the city and county of San Francisco, they have a Vision Zero. And that's really around traffic, biking, walking, so forth and on. And just like Councilmember Matias mentioned, we've been thinking about what kind of campaign can we have around this. I think it's really important. I don't know, I haven't heard, maybe I haven't seen it anywhere, but I don't believe that the city even has a campaign around traffic and walking, biking, and so forth and on. And then to the point that has just been made by both the city manager and Councilmember Gordon. So as it relates to Caltrans, I don't know if that's a specific quarter, so forth and on, because as an example, in Glen Cove, there's been discussion, I happened to be out in my yard this weekend, and again, I've been having this discussion for almost the entire time I've been on council with staff, and that is around what can we do on one of the major streets. This happens to be North and South Regatta. Our children can't even be out in front of their yards and play on the or anything. I back out of my yard or my driveway every 5 times. Once I'm potentially going to be hit as someone's coming around the corner flying. We have asked numerous times and had discussions through our association about what can we do about that. So I don't know if that's a Caltrans issue. I don't think so because of where it's sitting. Exactly, no. So the question is not just Caltrans, but the question is city. How do we bring all of these different needs as it relates to calming our different streets and really begin to do the work and look at it, chart it, and what is our campaign and how is this collective work going to happen? We do so many things ad hoc versus strategically. So how are we going to really look at it strategically and bring in this information and design a program around how we're going to tackle it? And I know that as it relates to some of the calming, I don't know how it's been identified, how you're going to put where we have dealt with the sideshows and different things like that, which is very important. But holistically, strategically across the city, we need to come up with a strategy, a program that we're rolling out and doing the work where we can see it, it's on our website, and we can point back to it. We can hold ourselves as a government accountable. It's called strategic planning and having a strategy to address all of these different types of things. So I would like to put that out there for us as a city, and I will write it down and put it in the correct format that we can expand this dialogue so that we are addressing our entire city in different ways and with different resources.
Thanks. It sounds like there's consensus that we want to move forward. And my question is, do we need a motion? Or is this kind of like the last one where we've very vociferously expressed our views?
I guess here, I think we are probably looking for a little bit more detail, at least as respects this specific topic on schools and business zones. So you've kind of got 2 options here. The most economically effective option may not be the option you want, but I'll state it, and then you can tell me whether you don't like that or not, which is fine. The most economic option is to, when we start the overall study for speed limits in the city overall, that we incorporate in reductions for all school zones, because I think that's where you're going to go, so I'm not even really going to ask that question. That would include all public and private schools, and I assume up through high schools, but you can all tell me yay or nay. It looks like yes, all through high schools. And then certain identified business zones that I don't know if you want staff doing, identifying those, whether the council wants to identify those as a body, or whether you want to have the Public Safety Committee take that up and then bring forward a recommendation to the council for identifying those zones. That work would need to be done preceding engaging the study. Since we have to do the study anyway, basically by the end of May of 2026, we can roll all that up together doing the pre-work before that. If the council wants to do it sooner than that, then we would do a separate study for this specific issue and then come back with the more comprehensive study at the time period when we're considering overall speed limits. That's your option, as I see it.
Looking for thoughts. I don't mind. I'm hearing the vice mayor say sooner. I actually don't mind doing it with the other study as long as we take concrete steps to get the work done before then. But I think there might be a desire amongst the council to do it sooner.
I mean, I have no problem combining it, but can we move that other study forward to have it be?
Oh.
Can we just do
That
the
could be
whole
something to
thing
consider.
up front? Because we're going to pay for it anyways, and we can just do it
Yeah,
all
I don't
at
think
once.
doing two studies,
We don't need two studies, but
wasting
we
money on
want
two
that
studies
that
to
study
save like
done
3
sooner.
weeks is not
Yes.
going to work. But could we ask for follow-up on whether or not we can lump it all together, but maybe do it a little sooner?
Well, certainly you can, I don't have anybody here from Public Works to ask the question of, like, does that work? But certainly I don't personally have a problem with asking them that question. And if that is a doable thing, then could roll it all up, say, for December instead of May or something like that.
So that would be, do we want to ask maybe the city manager to follow up and with us and let us know the feasibility of that? And it could be that if we can do it, we can just go ahead and authorize it now, and then if not, it could come back for a decision. Yeah.
Sure.
It will require a budgetary action by the council.
Okay.
So we would have to do the two-step budget process for you to amend the budget to pay for that study. So we could come back, if we knew that would work, we can come back for that two-step budget process as the first step in order to get that information and make sure that Public Works can update well, I guess that they already included it in the August bid they got, didn't they?
Would this not be already included
don't
in
know.
this
Okay.
fiscal year's budget if it was going to be for May? Wouldn't that already be in this fiscal year? We would just be, would it be that we're augmenting the budget to include this other traffic piece?
I'm going to admit that I don't know the answer to that question.
ask the
I
city
do not
manager.
know if Public Works staff added that to their budget for this year or whether it's already baked in. But we can follow up and ask them and find out and report back.
Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, just for clarification, could this be the first start of that two-step right now? Okay, thank you for that clarification. I knew that, but I was hoping just hoping.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
So do we need to take a motion?
That's
just to
the
get
next
that
question is, do we need a
authorization?
motion or is it, I think the direction's pretty clear, but I'm kind of looking at the city manager to see if.
Can we do like a plan
Are
A,
you okay
plan
with it?
B? If it's plan A, we can have this done as a collective by December. If that can't happen, then we would authorize plan B is to initiate a separate study.
Sure. Yep.
That's my motion.
All right, that's the motion. Should we vote on it or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, and with both of it, either one of them, the study has to happen by December. So either separate or combined by December.
All right, I think we're getting ready to vote.
Councilmember Palmieri is absent right now, correct? Okay. That motion carried
All
with
right.
Councilmember Palmieri is absent.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so we have 2 more action items remaining on the agenda. Item F is a local staffing emergency, and I know the last time we had this, the council agreed to just go ahead and continue the emergency. If we are okay with that, then I'll go ahead and open this item and we'll do it. If we want to have any discussion on that item, I'll insist that we take the Blue Rock because we have folks waiting.
We do have one public speaker, though, for this item.
For this item, and for the safety item.
For the safety
yeah.
item.
So that's fine because we can take them. I'm not seeing any objections. So let's go ahead and call item 9F. City Clerk, whenever you have a second.
Sure. Consider making a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety staffing.
All right,
So
thank
our
you.
public speaker is Marissa S.
Let's go ahead and bring her up. Thank you for your patience. And while we do that, anyone wishing to address us online on this item is welcome to raise your hand online. We'll take you after our in-person speaker.
Hello, council members. Nice to see you again. I'm Chief Ta. So I'm just want to bring up real quick, Courtney Whitney. She's a good friend of mine. I just want to bring this up because of the last subject we talked about. The gentleman, I believe, that was caught for that case had a issue with a gun in the past. It was not taken from him. The same gun was used in the crime when he was caught, from what I believe. She has 4 children. She was a good friend of mine, and I just wanted you guys to think about that. But the reason I'm here is because I wanted to discuss, I got my little speech thing here, that I had a current incident just happened, but as a mother and as a member of the Human Relations Commission and someone who's lived through and witnessed the domestic violence issues that and the way that they're treated by the Vallejo Police Department, I've seen calls go unanswered unless there's a gun involved. Last night at a motel, there was a woman that was screaming for an hour in her room. The VPD was called at 9:30 p.m. They didn't show up till 7 a.m. By that time, the girl no longer wanted to say anything. We knocked on the door as civilians. We tried to help the situation. We couldn't. And about 2 weeks ago, I was parked on the side of the Coconut Grove at my friend's house. A homeless man opened up my door. He tried to get in. He took my car keys and he ran off. We chased him down to Taco Bell. We held him down, waited for Vallejo Police to come. It wasn't until a bystander called and said that he had a gun, which he didn't. He had a crowbar. But that's when they came. And I said to them, like, we sat here for an hour in front of Taco Bell trying to hold this guy here. He had 10 other people's car keys with him. I have some of them still. I'm trying to find the owners of them. But the officer at the time told me that he would just be charged with petty theft. He was charged with robbery. I guess the charges didn't stick. He was released. I'm not sure where he's at now. But that situation alone was scary, I mean, to say the least. But I don't know how many other people he did that to. And just so you guys know, I spoke on behalf of you guys at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I did speak. I know you guys need the help. I'm just concerned for the fact that I had a domestic violence issue in January where my calls went unanswered, and it wasn't until the perpetrator was shot the next morning that the whole force showed up. So there's something not right as far as with these domestic violence calls and with these women. To hear that woman screaming last night, and we're calling and calling, and I know you guys are overwhelmed, but that's a problem. You know what I mean? There's a problem here. There's somewhere, like I said, I'm a victim of domestic violence. I contacted victims of a violent crime myself. Spoke with somebody there, got it all done myself. I will say Darden I've known him for a long time. He does help me. He has helped me. But sorry, my time's up. I just want you guys to be aware of these situations that happened. And if anyone's saying that they're missing their keys, I still have the key fob, like 5 people's key fobs from that incident. So,
all right. Thank you.
Can she turn those keys over to the police?
Maybe someone can follow up with
get those keys. Can you turn the keys over to the police and
yeah,
they
yeah.
can
So
help?
I did. The guy, I gave them the backpack, but they said that, like I said, they didn't. They're a little irritated with it. I don't know why, but so I found some later because I went back to his encampment because I was looking for someone around the corner's work keys. So I have them, but yes, I can turn them over to you.
Okay, we'll have you. Yeah, we'll.
Yeah,
have
I'll
you
figure
check
something
for
out.
Follow up. Thank you.
Like I think.
Anyone online on this item?
Not at this time, Mayor.
All right. So I'm going to ask us for a motion on this item.
I move that we approve the finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to the public safety staffing.
All right, we're ready to vote.
No. Motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Palmieri absent.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to move us to action item G, and I'll ask the city clerk to announce this item.
Adopt a resolution providing direction on the Blue Rock Springs LLC preliminary golf course concept plan.
All right, thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience. We're going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item online for anyone to raise their hands. I know we have people here in person, and I believe we have our Assistant City Manager here. Is there a presentation on this item?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager and Interim Economic Development Director. Wait a second for there we go. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of what we'll be talking about tonight. I'm excited to be here to bring the council and the community the Blue Rock Springs first very high-level concept golf course plan. So we'll look at the location. We'll update many of you with the project background, what public outreach has been done to date. Then we'll have Lewis Company come up and actually go through each of the 3 concepts for the clubhouse and 3 concepts for the golf course improvements. We'll review costs and funding, and then we'll review staff recommendation and take council input. Next slide, please. So this is in the red area, the golf course. So as you can see, up off of Columbus Parkway. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of zoomed in area. You can see kind of the residential to the top and left of the screen, and you can see where the golf course is adjacent to the quarry operation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give some background. I know some of this took place before some of you were on council. So Blue Rock Springs Golf Course is a city-owned, it's a municipal golf course. It's about 225 acres. In May 2017, there was a $4.6 million deficit to the general fund because of golf course losing revenues from 2011 to 2017. So because of that, the council decided to do an RFQ to see if they could develop and sell a portion of that golf course to fund kind of a redesign of the golf course, but also to get rid of that negative pull from the general fund. So, you know, some of the challenges at that time were operating costs increasing, water prices increasing, deferred capital improvements, not funding to address upgrades that were needed, uncertainty about golf trends. This was before COVID. And just some operational risks at the golf course. So some of these issues still exist today. Yes, we went through that competitive process to try and select a developer to help change the situation. Next slide, please. So these were the goals for the request for qualifications process back in 2017. Update the golf course to operate fiscally positive. Fund a new clubhouse and upgraded facilities for the golf course in the community, but also to preserve or improve aesthetics, quality, property values, and retain views of the surrounding neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So the winning respondent was the Greg Norman Company. It was the only project concept in the responses that met all 3 of the city goals for the city project. So in March 2018, council authorized staff to negotiate a exclusive right to negotiate agreement, an ENRA, with the Greg Norman Company to lead the project. And subsequently that became a joint venture with the Lewis Company, an experienced developer here in California, who was also a respondent to the RFQ, but they ended up partnering together and moving forward at that time. So this new venture was then named Blue Rock Springs LLC, our current developer. Next slide, please. So in 2019, 2020, there were some pretty challenging negotiations with Sire. This was prior to me coming into the picture. The quarry had some issues and didn't really want development moving forward anywhere near their site. I'll show you some maps in the upcoming slides. But they really, the rubber hit the road in 2020. They filed an initiative, ballot measure, and a legal claim, and that resulted in settlement agreement negotiations and a collaborative use easement and a new design. So next slide. So these were some of the prior designs that the city considered. The one on the top left The yellow would be residential, kind of in the middle with a golf course surrounding it on both sides, and you can see the quarry on the right-hand side. This was where kind of negotiations came to a halt and the legal issues started moving forward. Then we looked at collaboratively putting kind of a buffer of red, which is like a commercial area between the quarry and the residential. Next slide, please. So this was a map. This is a map here where you can see the quarry heart of the operations in the dark green solid in the middle. And then you can see a half-a-mile radius on the thinner green line around that green circle. This was a 2,500 foot setback that Sire was really leaning on the city to not have any sort of development whatsoever in. They were trying to lean on kind of their county permit and then the city's general plan to ask for or to pressure the city to not develop any sort of residential in that area. And as I stated, they filed a legal claim and they submitted an initiative to block any land use change from open space designated lands to require a vote of the people, which could then potentially impact any future development at the site. Next slide, please. So once I came into the picture, we had lots of conversations with Mr. Jim Sire for a long period of time, and we were able to work with the developer and Mr. Sire on this new design, which provided a commercial buffer on the right, and then Columbus Parkway, and then residential on the left. Residential on the west was including for 62 acres, and the commercial is about 10 acres north and 4 acres south, and then a future clubhouse would kind of be in between that commercial area. Next slide, please. So, City Council considered a purchase and sale agreement once this new design was approved by all parties and the settlement agreement moved forward with that collaborative use agreement outlining which uses could be in which locations. And then that ownership transfer became complete in December 2022 for a portion of Blue Rock Springs. As part of that purchase and sale agreement, there was almost like a development agreement, but we titled it a performance and participation agreement. That was the requirement of the purchase and sale agreement to outline performance measures and agreed upon timelines for the project. We did hire Century Urban at that point to review those deal points and analyze all the performance and give City Council at the time expert opinion on moving forward with that participation and performance agreement. Subsequently, that participation performance agreement was adopted December 17th, 2024. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to briefly go over the performance and participation agreement because we get lots of questions, even though we've had some community meetings and public meetings. It's always great to review that history so everyone can understand what we are implementing now in that PPA. So it reviewed the payment structure for the city. It reviewed concept golf plans, which we'll be reviewing tonight in that step of the process. It talks about the commercial component of the development, appraisals at entitlements, and then different funding mechanisms, and then again, that performance and timeline schedule. Next slide, please. Just gonna high-level outline some of these key terms. And the biggest one is the city's participation, one of the biggest deal terms. We didn't just execute the purchase and sale agreement and end it at their $400,000 contribution at that point. We actually have 5 points of revenue sharing with the developer. So the first one, like I said, was paid at the purchase and sale agreement of $400,000. The next one we'll be looking at is once entitlements are approved, there will be an appraisal done by both parties, both the city and the developer. And if the appraisal is more than 10.5 million, the city will get an additional 25% of that value above 10.5 at that time, assuming an 18.5% return for Blue Rock Springs, LLC. And then the third point of sale, revenue sharing would be the sale of the land to the housing developer and his proceeds or her proceeds. It's going to be either the greater of 8.15% of the gross lot sales or 8.6 million allocated by lot minimums. And then the fourth profit share revenue sharing is 50% of home builder profits at the sale. The city will get 25% of that, and Lewis will get 25%. And then finally, we did a subsequent land sale transfer fee on every one of those lots at 1% in perpetuity. When those lots change ownership, the city will get 1% of those fees. So all of this is prefaced on a $10.5 million minimum floor value. Next slide, please. The next term were details on the golf concept plan with the new clubhouse and the refurbished golf course. They are also paying up to $1.5 million for the design and construction documents for that new concept golf plan. The commercial component, originally when we were negotiating the PPA, it looked like it may not be feasible for the developer to develop depending on the cost of that commercial. So the city wrote in an option that we can repurchase that commercial land adjacent to the new clubhouse for the $67,000, which is part of the portion of the $400,000 upfront cost, if the developer chooses not to develop that. It was really important to the community that we get some neighborhood serving commercial there, not just a golf course and event center, but a local coffee shop, a bank, a place to stop to grab a sandwich on the way to work or dinner on the way home. So that local serving commercial is really, really important to the project. And then we talked about different funding mechanisms. We're definitely looking at CFDs for this project for infrastructure and city services. City services in perpetuity. As you know, the more residential development that we build, it puts pressure on our public safety and services here in the city, and funding those positions in long-term services is very important. And then lastly, the project deadline schedule, and all of this was recorded on title for the property. Next slide, please. So quickly, some of the other community benefits, job creation, obviously tax revenues from the property of the residential, but also the golf concept plan, revitalizing that redevelopment of that golf course, renovating and restoring what the city owns, and then the new clubhouse, with opportunities to increase events and activities, restaurants, food, and all of those sorts of uses. And then also the project and title approvals are going to be done as part of this process. There is a termination clause in the PPA that allows the city to repurchase the property for the original purchase price given certain circumstances. And then there's some allowances in there for some staff extension up to 6 months on each performance deadline. But other than that, anything material would come back to city council. Assignment, if the developer decides to assign it to someone else to finish, they have to get the city's approval for that as well. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to outline the outreach that's taken place thus far, and it will continue. This is not our only point for input, but stakeholder meetings in 2024 happened in July, September, October, twice in October, and then September through June, those were reignited in 2025. There was a stakeholder group with representatives from the golfing community, the GVRD, city representatives, also 2 other members at large, and those have taken place to gather input from that group. Some of them are in the audience today, and I assume will speak to you on the project, so it's great to get their input, and we appreciate the time they've all spent on this project. And then August 26th, there was a community meeting held in the neighborhood area for public input as well to gather that information as well. And some of the themes through the stakeholder meeting and the community meeting have been sustainability of the golf facilities. It's really important. The people that live there want to still have the golf view. They still want the golf course to operate as a full functioning golf course. They're concerned about the fiscal enhancements so that things are revenue positive for this project, and then really concerned with seeing what the redevelopment of that housing concept looks like, and then working together to give input throughout that process. And again, tonight we are only reviewing the golf concept plans. The entitlement process will review in next steps at the end of the presentation. That will include residential and the larger project entitlement and approval, discretionary approval process. This tonight is just looking at some concept plans and giving some feedback so that the developer then can prepare the package for the entitlement review. We did receive 2 emails from the public. They were forwarded to you. One was related to trails, and one was related to preference of golf concept number 3. Next slide, please. So, consistent with the participation and performance agreement, the developer submitted on time their 3 concept golf plans for city review on July 16th. We have to respond here by mid-September, and that is what we're doing tonight. We have had a city staff review, we've had the stakeholder group review, and so now we're asking for city council input and direction, and we will give that back to the developer after this evening. And then from there, we'll review next steps on that entitlement process at the end of the presentation. But with that, I would like to hand it over to Lewis Company to review in detail each of the 3 concept plans for the clubhouse and the golf course, and then it will come back to city staff to review the staff recommendation and next steps.
Thank you. Come on up, and thank you again for your patience. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Public safety is very important, so we appreciate that. We certainly appreciate the prioritization.
Thank you for understanding, but yeah, we do appreciate your time. And you can, on the lower right, raise up the things. You don't have to lean down.
I should be an expert by now, before I pop my eye out. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Really appreciate your time this evening. Ms. Haynes' very detailed and great overview will help abbreviate this portion of my presentation, as there's a lot of repetitive items in here. So we'll move this quickly and get to the concept plans for you all to, and then of course we're here to answer any questions. But first and foremost, thank you, Ms. Haynes, for your wonderful presentation. Ms. Nebb as well, the city staff. It's been tremendous commitment over these past 7 to 8 years as this project has really come out. And we're very happy to be in front of you with actual project topics as opposed to threatened litigation, other aspects as well. Manny's got the switch. Thank you, Manny. The context map, or the contextual map, just throwing up there. I think the only item to add here, other than what Ms. Haynes provided, is that the quarry, again, for confirmation, is solely in the county of Solano. The rest of the property to the west, or in blue there, and the golf course, of course, is in your city limits. So not only did the quarry owner and operator have a significant concern, but the county was right behind them with their concerns, also threatening some form of litigation to protect their quarry, which is an important asset for development and infrastructure in the community. Ms. Haynes certainly introduced us well. Greg Norman Golf Design, still our joint venture partner. They obviously, it goes without saying of who they are. Eric Pfeiffer also, hopefully, is online from Vietnam. Luckily for him, it's pretty mid-morning, so very easy for him to join us today. And of course, I who am here to represent Blue Rock Springs LLC, but my actual employer is the Lewis Group of Companies. Obviously, our reputation and history and legacy in Solano County is the leading and most active developer in Solano County for the last 50 years certainly speaks for itself. Certainly, in fact, our very first community in the early 70s happened to be in the city of Vallejo. Next slide. Thank you, Manny's keeping up perfect. So Ms. Haynes already covered this timeline pretty well, so I won't go through all the steps. I do think what is important to recognize is the robust community outreach, again, halted by activities and concerns shared by the quarry, and then the subsequent years negotiating the agreement. And those stakeholder meetings, which was a council request prior, and we have one stakeholder here who I would look to introduce to talk a little bit also about the history, as his history is much more extensive than mine. And then very pleased, although we're only on milestone 2, that we've hit our 2 milestones on time, which is always very important to this city. Next slide real quick, and then I'll come to you, Dennis, if that's okay. Gillian, again, did a great job presenting the nature of the 2-part agreements. These agreements were really agreed upon with the purchase agreement, so I know there's been some commentary or or social media posts with regards to why the participation agreement exists. That was actually born as part of the purchase agreement. It was always known that we were going to do a subsequent agreement. And the real big point on the agreement, again, that Ms. Hain covered very well, is that third bullet, that the city, in use of their financial consultant, Century Urban, negotiated this outcome to maximize the proceeds to the city. Obviously, in property sales in our business, if you sell property early, you're going to get a much lower value because the outcomes and risks are all put on the table from an investment standpoint. In this case, the city did too good of a job, probably from my part, but a very good job in making sure that the city received the very fullest of upside from the project to maximize the ultimate benefit and the proceeds that could be delivered for the course. So certainly kudos. And then just a recap of performance milestone 2, where we're at in the process today, which again, Ms. Hain characterized very well with a specific timeline to receive comments and feedback, or if council so desires, a selection for us to then take a concept of one of the 3 concepts for either side or both the courses, and then come back to you with a more refined design level detail of what that concept is, and that'll also allow us time to properly cast a better budget and more detailed budget to make sure we're all on the same page for what these are going to cost. Again, this is ultimately going to be a municipally owned and operated facility, so therefore the cost for these structures and the programming, very important that the city really steers us in the right direction to make sure we serve those priorities. Before we move on, I would like to introduce Dennis Yen. Dennis Yen introduced to me a few years ago, and Dennis has been involved with the Blue Rock Springs Golf Course for the past 50 years. We agreed to only say 50. And that being said, is not only a golf member, but certainly has been a great collaborative partner, and I'm so happy that the prior council put us in touch. I'd like to invite him up here for a few brief remarks if I can. Dennis?
Council members, City Manager, Ms. Hain, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Just a brief recap. God, he's tall. Just a brief recap. In April 2024, the City Council had asked me, actually they assigned me, to work collaboratively with Lewis Homes as they developed the project from that point forward. I had said on many occasions that it was difficult for the public to really buy into projects when we were given the project at the end and basically asked to comment on whether or not we like the color of the windows and the view. So specifically, Mayor McConnell asked me or assigned me to sit with Jeb as he began to go through his process from that point. I just want to say that it has been a very collaborative and a very enjoyable experience, and I appreciate the council giving me that opportunity to do that. It doesn't happen very often, and I know that, I like to think that Jeb thought it was, or thinks it was valuable as well. When we first sat down, when Jeb and I first sat down to chat about this, it was in July of 2024, and it was difficult between the two of us to figure out how to proceed with this. This collaboration. And what we agreed upon was Jeb resurrected what was the old Golf Advisory Committee. That was a pre-pandemic group from the neighborhood, included all the golfing components, included GVRD, included certainly the city by way of staff members that were kind of guiding the golf process at that point anyway. So we agreed that that would be a good starting point. But we didn't need a large group to do that. It was very technical, as you've had several presentations on this. You know how technical this has been. And it's difficult for the public in a large group setting to digest all of that and give back positive feedback. So it was decided to keep the group small, so that's why you see just a few other members, a few other stakeholders as well as myself. So moving on, I just want to take tonight to put things in perspective from the public viewpoint. Okay. Particularly, I know the staff report regarding the golf course's performance between 2011 and 2017, cited a $4.6 million operating deficit. I think you need to look just a little bit before that. In the 80 years or close to 80 years that the golf course has been in existence, that was the only real period of time where it showed a deficit. Prior to that and prior to the bankruptcy, the golf course carried a $1.2 million surplus that the city held in the Golf Enterprise Fund. Those funds came from golf revenues. They were not city funds. That came from the business of the golf course. Moving forward, we obviously got that swept away during the bankruptcy. We lost that 1.2 million. We lost another 750,000 that had been dedicated from the bond fund that was used to study whether or not we would go ahead with another course. $750,000 that was dedicated to the driving range. So we took a hit. The golfing community took a big financial hit. So coming out of the bankruptcy was also the same time that we had to negotiate a new contract with the city. I was on the Vallejo Golf Club board at the time, and so we sat down and started to try and hammer out what would be an agreement moving forward that would bring us back to profitability and provide recreation to the city. We signed that contract in 2013, and that's the contract period you're looking at. I won't go into possible reasons why that period between 2011 and 2017 wasn't that productive, because that really doesn't make any difference anymore. Primarily because during that time, and the staff report was correct in citing that rounds were down to about 45,000 rounds per year. We had been up near 85, 90. It would not be unusual for us over the years to do 100,000 rounds a year. It was always expected that at 87,000 rounds, we could go into the black and we could stay in the black. And we consistently used to do that. So, the 45,000 rounds a year was a reason to be alarmed, a reason to be concerned. When the new contract with Touchstone was signed, it was less than a year and a half after that Touchstone reported close to 80,000 rounds a year. So the course was rebounding. A couple of years after that, I think as we tracked it, rounds raised up to 117,000 rounds a year. And it had been gaining over the years. The thought that somehow the pandemic push for golf would somehow take away, would diminish over that time, hasn't proven out to be true nationwide. Golf as a sport, as a recreation, not the professional ranks, but as a recreation for America, continues to grow. And we're part of that. And, it's an exciting time. I just want you to get the sense from the public that the course does well, has always, for that brief period, except for that brief period, done well. And the city should be proud that it's a business that has made a profit over 80 years. And will continue to do that. I remember sitting down with the Touchstone folks recently, and just posed the question, okay, I know rounds had been increasing over the years, but where are we? Is it leveling off? And let's see, where was it? As it turns out, rounds for the year of 2024, we did 139,141 rounds of golf. That came out to a gross revenue of $4,209,266. And that was just golf. That did not include all of the other ancillary services that we provided, which included a significant food service component. And that food service component, unfortunately, for those of you who have seen the clubhouse, and if you haven't, we'd love to take you out there, there's just a physical constraint there. And it's not going to get any bigger, and it's not going to make any more money, because you can't stuff that many people in there. In fact, last week, I believe the golf course had to turn away at least 2 non-golf activities. I believe there were one was a wedding and one was a birthday, I think. Okay, so there's a lot of people who want to use the golf course for other events, but it's very difficult to do that. So the new clubhouse, in whatever configuration you decide, will obviously improve that revenue picture even more. what I'd like to leave you with is that it's really exciting right now to be with Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. I think if you put aside whatever issues you thought the golf course has had, it's very exciting to understand that you can create a venue that is a viable, vibrant, profitable center for the city and is a jewel. And you're going to see a couple of concepts laid before you today. One of those that I'd like to just address very quickly, in the staff report from 2011-2017, they reported that it was a 18-hole golf course. It is not. It is 36 holes, 2 full golf courses. Yeah, and there may have been a typo for all I know, so, and that's fine. But to understand that it is, because the business model is, and let me take you into the weeds for just a moment, and then I'll let Jeb have the podium back, because I can feel him jabbing me. A 36-hole layout, that's what we've been since 1995. And what that allows us to do is to actually operate 2 golf courses separately, so we can set up tee times for groups simultaneously on 2 separate courses. Okay, and that's a great model, and it's a model that has worked for us. Moving forward, even if we move to one of the concepts, which was to consolidate and create another 9 holes and have 3 9-hole courses, we could still tee off of 2 sets of tees and have them interlocking throughout the day and play. So that revenue or business model really wouldn't be changed that much. If you change it to the 9-hole course, a 3-par, that offers a new business model. It's not a bad model. It's not a bad model at all. So you're going to have an opportunity to kind of choose between 2 very positive outcomes. But they're 2 very different outcomes. And you're going to have to decide for yourselves, for your constituents, what do you think would serve them best moving forward. So for us, golf is very exciting in the city of Vallejo, especially now that Touchstone has been absorbed by Kemper Sports. I think that happened recently. I think it was this March. And but what that has done is it puts us under the umbrella of an international corporation that has over 100 facilities and is slated to probably gross revenue in the range of $5 billion in the year 2025. Okay, that puts us in direct contact and a direct link for people and employment and places to go for employment that is above and beyond what we would consider normal employment. I was talking to a kid in one of our part-time employees. Really didn't have a goal, but if offered the opportunity to perhaps rub up against a large international corporation, who knows what could happen. So it offers that kind of possibility for us now. So I think rounds of golf aren't the only measure, aren't the only metric, and it's a problem. It could be a problem in the future. That's why we have we'll have the food service operation, we'll have the event operation to fall back on or to develop at the same time. So I think you need to take a look at the golf course and keep in mind that it is an exciting operation at this point, an exciting opportunity for us. And you will set that measure for the next several generations. That's the decision you have before you. And if I can help you in any way, I'll be reaching out to you individually to see if you have any questions. But by all means, go forth with this concept, knowing that you're going to do something positive one way or the other. It's a win-win. Thank you.
Can I just ask quickly? I would honor your opinion of which model would you?
Oh, you're not going to put me on the spot, are you?
I am absolutely going to put you on the spot because I know you're an expert. So
okay.
Which of the 3 golfing plans?
Yeah, Jeb is sitting and saying, "Oh my God." To tell you the truth, I'm on the fence. Okay, I like the concept because I've played there for over 50 years. I like the concept of being able to continue to play at, teeing off 2 sets of tees, having tee times available to me on a reasonable basis. But to tell you the truth, when Norman Golf proposed a short course, basically, it's not unlike the old short course we had at the fairgrounds, which was incredibly successful round-wise and offered opportunity for you to see grandparents out there with their grandchildren. And it was an easy place to play. I warmed up to that idea. And so I'm still kind of on the fence. My old self says, yeah, nah, you want 3 nines, Dennis, because you want to have a tee time when you want it. But the other side of that is, maybe not. If it's better for the community, it offers the 3-par would offer the opportunity to train. It's very difficult for people to learn how to play golf, especially on a regulation layout, because you're being pushed, you're being yelled at from time to time. You're not, you're hitting 10 times and not even getting near the hole, and that's just not very productive. And that takes your education and kind of kicks it out the window. So getting youth involved and getting parents involved and getting seniors involved in a more playable environment, but it carries with it a change. It's not negative. It carries with it a change in the business model, and that's why I say you have 2 excellent choices in front of you, and a lot of it will simply depend on what you feel helps your community, whether it's your neighborhood or the city, for generations to come. Because we only got one shot at this. I'm telling you, this concept, I've been sitting on for 25 years. So the next time we talk about this on this schedule, I won't be here. Okay, so, no. So I got to get out of here because I can feel Jeb just getting me in the back.
You still didn't tell us your choice. You've been playing for how many years? So as you look at it,
Why are you
there's
people
option
doing this
1,
to me?
there's option 2, there's option 3.
I am simply a citizen here. Why are you doing this to me?
Exactly.
You didn't grill staff like this.
Exactly. You
Holy cow.
you have been part of this project, and you have been sitting with community and sitting close to the developer. So
Yeah,
tell us.
I could live with I could not live with. I could favor the short par 3 9-holer for a lot of reasons, but mostly for what it offers, the potential for play and the potential for new players, and not to be sexist about it, but it's easier to get women in the game, and that's what the industry is after at this point. Women are one of its #1 demographics or targets, and it's easier for women to play away from the guys who are yelling at them, and hitting the ball way out there and then just kind of waiting for them, and so I think it works all the way around. I could live with both, but yeah, I think the par 3 is a viable option for you. So let me get out of here. Thank you. Thank you.
So for the record, when Dennis feels that he's being pressured to leave, he's only halfway through his talking points. As you can see, we don't pick and choose who our stakeholder committee members are. We pick those that sometimes are oppose what we want to do to try to work out a happy medium. So I hope Dennis's involvement and great collaboration, Dennis, which I appreciate, along with all our stakeholders, is evidence that it was sincere and true outreach and collaboration with community members that didn't necessarily all share the same view going in together. All right, we're back to our presentation. Thank you very much, Manny, for switching over. So just a quick recap of some of the other reasons described, or I guess to kind of bolster some of the things that Ms. Hain suggested for the RFQ in 2017, as certainly we understood and proposed upon, that this is always going to be a golf-first outcome. We all recognize the importance of maintaining golf. So a golf-first initiative was certainly undertaken by us and has continued since our involvement in 2017. The solicitation for qualifications, first and foremost, were to identify renovation concepts that did not require any city subsidy. So our proposal here today does not invoke or request any subsidies from the city such that the project can independently pay for itself. And some of the key components included all sorts of aspects, but really focused on the golf clubhouse itself. Your clubhouse today, as most of you, if not all of you, visited, 1960s, it was built. Indoor seating capacity, mislabeled at 80, it is 100. It was, I think, 80 at one point, but somehow we squeezed 20 more in that. There is no outdoor or outside facilities for event space at all in the city with some of the greatest weather around. There is no pre-function space or outdoor reception space. I think Dennis referenced the loss of a wedding venue. Those are exactly the types of programming you will need to really have a huge revenue enhancement, not just for the golf events that occur and the tournaments on the course, but what we're here to propose today, which our architect is here to present on the clubhouse, is a community-wide and community-usable space for all the needs that don't have the city going outside, or groups or businesses going outside the city to hold their events. So increasing the capacity and seating capacity in that community center, let's call it really just a clubhouse with an event center, was a keynote item and really one of the really one of the biggest priorities. It was the biggest priority, I should say. And then, of course, the way to generate that revenue in this particular case, also to deliver some very important economic development and housing, which the city of Vallejo certainly is not producing enough per state mandates, certainly, is to promote a housing and mixed-use development concept, and that was the financial vehicle to pay for the recreational improvements, again, without city subsidy. Won't rehash the community outreach meetings from 1819. They were robust. We held 3 of them. Plenty of Q&A. Any of you have attended my meetings, they always go half presentation, half Q&A. And we always try to offer blank slates from the start, not a full given baked program, as Dennis also articulated. We literally did start with a blank slate here and incorporated community feedback into programming. Again, we have to put in our expertise, of course, of what achieves economic viability, but tried to incorporate as much of the important concepts as possible. And just a quick overview on the stakeholder meetings with the group that Dennis better described than I did. You know, what we did is we did, again, start with that blank slate approach. We started with 7 different options and narrowed those down through that collaboration to the 3 that we have presenting to you today. And on that note, I would definitely like to now finally introduce Carl Campos of LCA Architects, as he groans behind me in this late hour, to give you an overview of the clubhouse, the conceptual plans for the clubhouse. And again, I want to remind the council and anyone else in the community that these are conceptual drawings. Again, with your guidance, we'll seek to refine with more details in the event a selection is made tonight. Carl?
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening, or should I say almost good morning. Carl Campos, LCA Architects. I was tasked with coming up with a state-of-the-art clubhouse and some site plan options for you on your property. It's a beautiful piece of property. This is a state-of-the-art clubhouse that you would do for a golf course these days. The pro shop is isolated off to the right with its retail sales and view of the driving range. This is a perfect opportunity to get a driving range close to the pro shop. The bar, the dining and bar are the first thing you come into, and then we have a full-service kitchen and an access area for a service hall that serves a 350-person banquet hall. Outside, there's a private wedding venue, outdoor event area that's also would seat a significant number of people. So this is a classic model for a state-of-the-art clubhouse. You'll notice that we have outdoor dining outside up near the relocated driving range fees. We also have a new putting green in that area, so there's a real synergy. If you go to Diablo Creek Golf Course in Concord at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, it's packed. In fact, they're considering doing, I'm doing a study for them to do a double-decker driving range because it gets so much business there. So we have an opportunity here with the next slide, please. Site plan 1. Yeah, thanks. We have an opportunity here to locate the new clubhouse at the driving range. And so you get a lot of synergy there. It's a real revenue generator. People will be there at night. They'll take their kids, their family. They'll be out there eating and dining. You'll have access to the pro shop for buying goods and stuff. It's a real opportunity here. So I got 2 other site plan options. This one is my favorite. You asked which ones you like. This is my favorite because of the revenue generator possibilities. with this location. We have about 350 person banquet hall, and we've got 371 cars and to 340 to 371 cars available in the parking lot. So for a banquet facility and a golf course, proximity to parking is important. This is a really great solution. Next slide, please. These are just some visuals of what it would look like. 3D perspectives of those renderings. They're conceptual still, but it gives you an idea of the synergy of the clubhouse located right adjacent to the driving range. Next slide, please. This is option 2. The clubhouse is located where the driving range ball distribution center is currently. It's right above the existing putting green. And this one takes advantage of saving the existing entrance, like the previous solution does. But it puts parking all in front of the clubhouse. The views from the bar and the grill areas are to the west, where you have some nice views. It's not quite high enough. We looked at moving the clubhouse up near the maintenance facility. We just couldn't get as much parking there as we do here. And so this is an option 2. This one gets about 350 cars to 318 cars, depending on how the final solution ends up being. The banquet hall is located to the south. We flipped the clubhouse. The banquet hall's south. It has south views to the golf course and west views to the bay. It also has the pro shop located near the driving range, which is a criteria. You want to have the pro shop control what happens at the driving range, see the activity there. So a new putting green and driving range. Next slide, please. This is some visuals, give you an idea of the scale and mass of the project. It's a one-story building. It sensitively fits into the site. It's a beautiful piece of property. Next slide, please. Option 3, I moved the clubhouse down closer to Columbus Parkway so that we have mostly these large outdoor decks, areas for eating and dining and outdoor commiserating that would face the western views. I got a lot of parking up where the driving range. We moved the driving range a little up the sheet. It's not, I had to relocate the main entrance to the facility, so it goes a little to the north there. You'll notice it's a new driveway entrance to the clubhouse, or to the facility, and you can see the next slide, please. That would be probably the most visible from Columbus Parkway, but I still think that your best option here is option 1 with the driving range right adjacent to the food and beverage and the dining area and the clubhouse. People will come in and buy goods in the pro shop in the evenings and stuff, so that's my opinion. Next slide. Jeff?
Thank you very much, Carl. Just 2 little additions there. Obviously, you noticed, first and foremost, the footprint of the clubhouse and parking area is really a result, in part, from the quarry settlement agreement that offered restrictions on where we could place the clubhouse. They, of course, preferred and mandated that it occur within proximity to Columbus Parkway. Our original proposals did have the clubhouse mid-hill previously, but that through the negotiated agreement outcome, which we agreed to, of course, as well, really placed that clubhouse where it is, and we think that is the most natural and best location. The other item, if you can see in the north part of this particular exhibit, which is, you see the site plan parking layout, is that really beautiful riparian corridor. And we also thought not only interfacing the clubhouse and the outdoor space with the driving range for that great kind of setup that Carl explained, as also opportunities to really have that outdoor setting along that riparian corridor. Again, not trying to show any signs of favoritism. I think it's probably coming through pretty clear. Obviously, with our a golf member in Vietnam, think available for questions. Again, that's Eric Pfeiffer. They certainly worked directly and guided us through the next part of this presentation, which I will offer. Another reason why we selected this location and footprint for the clubhouse, proposed conceptual clubhouse and parking is, of course, it was allowed us to maintain as much of the east course as possible. In fact, in this array, there is actually hardly any improvements needed to the east course, so we could really program and prioritize dollars into the new facilities, the new clubhouse and west course programming that would absolutely be necessary under a redevelopment concept. Again, that will be ultimately your discretion, as you know. However, that is just an also facet of why we chose this specific location. You can see holes 9, 10, and 12 all remain unchanged. Maybe some slight rearticulation of hole 10 with the green being so close to an access road. Maybe we've got to move that a little further away. We got to preserve the length of this course. It's already just under a 72 par course, and we don't want to go any further down. So that's why we're not reducing the golf holes. So one other kind of programming for the East Course is enhancing that driving range, that antiquated driving range. And what Greg Norman has offered certainly are enhanced facilities for covered hitting bays, adding technology, ball tracking, range finders, technology. If you want to encourage youth in golf, you have to incorporate technology. I'm sure we all see that in all aspects of our life these days. Some of the enhanced practice facilities and target greens, very popular in all sorts of driving ranges. So not only you just hitting out and not just watching your ball float around, you can actually kind of use it for target golf to perfect your game. So in any case, the programming of the driving range to make sure that's an enhanced experience coupled with this clubhouse is certainly our objective. Moving forward, now we shift over to the West Course. And it sounds like you all have done your homework, so I won't spend too much time on the three options. And of course, you've already heard Dennis's opinion, which was unvetted, of course, but that's okay. We support Dennis's cause always. So obviously, a range of options include option 1, which is the full 9-hole golf course around the perimeter. One aspect that I think is important to note in all the options is the continued commitment, not only RFQ made, but really we reinforced, and that is to preserve premium views for our neighbors. Those neighbors that live on golf, especially in that north neighborhood, we really wanted to maintain golf, to maintain their premium views and their setting. Again, out of respect certainly for the neighborhood, those are developable portions that we could actually develop, but in this particular case, we have always made that commitment from day one and continue to make that commitment. The full 9-hole course, as you'll see in the preliminary budget we'll look at in a moment, certainly is the most expensive, but nonetheless does offer that additional full 9-hole golf course, really a continuation of the existing experience on the East Course. Flipping to option 2 really offers more of an academy type approach for a training facility. You heard Dennis not mention anything about this option, so I think we know where he stands on it. Enhanced practice facilities, maintaining that golf relationship, again, along the northern neighborhood, 4 full holes of golf. Lots of variation on that golf, could offer great teaching, youth experience, education. The one drawback is, of course, we don't necessarily believe outside of additional lessons and training that's going to add revenue to the setup. So while we present as an option, this, of course, is the lowest budget option. I was trying to give you all a range of options to consider from a budgetary standpoint. Option 3, as already described, certainly was a concept that Greg Norman has certainly utilized in many of their golf course programming, and this is a par 3 9-hole golf course. What does this accommodate? Well, this accommodates a different type of choice for the golfing experience that is not seen out there. And people like Manny, who can go back to his fairgrounds days, can golf at a par 3 out there to relive the nostalgia. Time, when you play a 9-hole par 3, you can get that done in about an hour and a half. That's almost a lunch hour. So the activity that could occur, just a different experience. And then all the things Dennis touched on, skill level, youth, educational programming. It's just a lot less intimidating to go hit with irons out on a par 3 versus having to grab that wood and hit the ball 300 yards, or in Dennis's case, 350 yards. And of course, what this par 3 course also does is it offers a much more affordable option. The green fees would be much less, obviously. So obviously, anybody looking for a more affordable experience could then in turn golf on the par 3 course, at least as an introduction. So these are the 3 options we've considered, again, all with variable budget ranges, all displayed here. Again, these are stated very clearly as preliminary costs. So in the event the council either offers comments or selects these options, we'll come back with a much more detailed and refined budget and a much more detailed and refined golf programming option based upon your preferred option. I think one thing I want to add on is you can see the square footage of the clubhouse and event space, about a little over 15,000, 16,000 square feet. We've programmed a cart barn. That cart barn, as labeled in here and budgeted, is really for what a municipal golf course typically has for the municipally owned and operated golf carts, and that's an important topic we'll get to in a moment, because there have been some community input on the desire to preserve city-funded private cart storage for residents that have and keep their own golf carts on the property. We don't necessarily recommend it, but again, that ultimately will be a city call out with regards to what. As you can see here, though, of course, this project has started 8 years ago, and we have all suffered from cost increases, hence your fee discussion earlier today. We are now projecting a budget range for any sort of variety of these golf options between $14 and $18 million. So ultimately, the project that we are talking about must be the generator of those funds, unless the city wants to desire any more creative programs. And so obviously, when we start, or if we get the opportunity to start into project design at your pleasure, of course, we will be seeking to make those outcomes a reality, and I do think that's very possible. As mentioned, we did hold a community outreach meeting at some multiple requests, I will say, and that was held on August 26th. And I just wanted to write down some of the keynote input that we took from that community meeting. About 62 people showed up. It was held at the clubhouse itself. Again, as with all my community meetings, about half presentation, and I think it was at least an hour and 20 minutes of question and answer period, which was open forum, and we had many questions and answered many questions. Indoor cart storage, so that first one, these are not in order of priority or anything like that. These are just in kind of a random order, let's say. I didn't want to choose who spoke first to be a priority, but indoor cart storage for privately owned golf carts is certainly something that I think y'all need to consider. Is that something right or wrong for this golf course? Does the municipal course that doesn't typically provide that service want to continue providing that service? We had community input on preferred options. I would suggest that they were mostly born around the West course, with options 1 and 3 being the favored, 2 not being the favored from the community. Obviously, we confirmed that this will be municipally owned and operated. That was important to the community. And then just some other elements of wildlife habitat preservation enhancement, course playability during construction. Of course, if we're not impacting the East Course, that offers great opportunity to maintain full East Course playability even during development. And then, of course, we got into clubhouse programming and amenities. We certainly never seek to hide the outcome of that. We will eventually hopefully get to a step where we're talking about also suburban or urban development on the property. And so here's just a general list, again, of what we talked about during the community outreach meeting, the feedback we received. Again, we don't have a plan, we don't have an application for any sort of project yet, because we're going through these incremental steps to make sure we have a suitable recreation outcome, again, at your pleasure and preference, and then we will start designing around that, inclusive of the project as well. So we talked about views. Obviously, we know view sheds are going to be important, and there's certain views we can mitigate and support and try to make as good as possible. Some we can't. When you're building and taking out golf and replacing that with a potential neighborhood, that's unfortunately just going to be what happens. Is you're no longer going to have green, you're going to have rooftops. We just have to do that in an elegant setting and do the best we can to enhance landscaping and things like that. We've met with a few neighbors that have shared their concern, trying to keep that rolling terrain aspect. Columbus Parkway, as you all have heard before, is certainly a big concern of the community, probably due to the truck traffic from the quarry, but that's not for me to say. Regional local trail systems, very important to incorporate in the project. We're huge trail people as a developer, so that will certainly be supported and implemented. And then going back to some of the public safety discussion, folks asked how this community or how this project can help support police and fire safety. I think I'm being timed out.
No, I'm trying to use telepathy to ask Manny to advance the slide. There you go. Thank you.
Manny, are you awake? Okay, Mandy's awake. He liked that fairgrounds nostalgia topic. And then, of course, folks, much to my pleasure, asked if there were any opportunities to avoid CEQA and look for an exempt CEQA process. I did not commit to that, of course. So, Gillian shaking her head also. I didn't say it. The community asked. I just, was there to respond. So, anyways, I'm finally done with my quick presentation. Thank you all for listening. And, of course, we are here to answer all community or questions from you guys, council and staff alike. And thank you so much for considering our item tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jed.
Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, and then we'll go to
Hold on.
council
Did you
com-
wanna
there
get
was
the
a
staff
sorry, there was
recommendation?
more of the staff.
Okay,
I
no
forgot that
worries.
there was a continuation of the staff presentation.
I'll try and
go
be
ahead. We'll
quick.
finish that, and then we'll take public
If you
comment.
could, Manny, get back to slide, oh, you're on it, thank you. So yes, city staff reviewed these concepts just to make sure there were no red flags, all the departments. They looked at all three of the concepts. Our operator, Touchstone Kemper Sports, also reviewed and gave feedback. James Burchell is here in the audience at this late time. Thank you so much, James, for being here. And at some point, I'd like to invite him up and have him give his input. And then also that golf stakeholder group. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly go over what was in the staff report as the staff recommendations moving forward. And this is just taking all of that input that I just mentioned prior and coming up with these. So clubhouse concept number one, there's a lot of reasons. If I could do a perfect combination between 1 and 3, I would. And it's funny because I got Touchstone Kemper's input today after this had already been posted, and it kind of mimics what we were looking at as well. So it has a larger outdoor gathering space with the great views, right? And if we're going to be looking to events to be funding, some of the supplemental revenue, then I think that's really important to have that outdoor seating capacity, that big commercial kitchen for the events. I also think the views appear better there if you're using the facility. You're not sitting at the restaurant looking at the parking lot and then the golf course. And for me, I go to lots of golf courses. I do not golf, but I like to go to the clubhouse while the family's golfing, and those views are very important no matter where you're at, in a restaurant, at a golf course, in a clubhouse, at an event or anything like that. I do think also I'd like you to consider, we're looking at some pretty big numbers and they're very rough, but I would like council to consider the best case scenario on all the concepts and then ask the developer to maybe phase them out and task them out, as we may be able to refine our revenue from the residential piece. There may be a gap at some point for the best case scenario of the golf course, but we may be able to, say, do an underground golf cart, locked up nice area down the road as a second or third phase. So I'd like the council to dream big, think about the best opportunity here, and then think about the different potential funding sources that we could be looking at if for some reason the residential doesn't give us all that we need. But I would hate to just build the cheap and go on the cheap because we don't know what the residential profits will be. I'd rather look at it as a future investment in the community, and then also thinking about the revenue and the events. As we phase those out, we could phase in additional upgrades. So again, I think Kemper Touchstone was also thinking 3 was the best, but also some of the options in option 1. So a combination of those two. Number 2 just is not, I think, viable really for a successful event future. Okay, next slide, please. And then as we're talking about West Course concept plan, all the input that we've gotten is to go for the number 3. That's the 9-hole 3-par. This is a new business model, but it's a great warm-up course. I won't repeat everything that Dennis said, but it's a really great opportunity to involve community and to get all stages of golfers going. You could warm up there and then go play the other 9, 18, whatever. I think the potential for revenue here is what really intrigues me. Yes, we could do the full-blown 9-hole, but then we're not looking at this different business market and at this community and all the residences and the community members that have given their input. The community aspect of this is super important to them, so I think this would be a great opportunity for them. It's more affordable. It's not the most expensive as far as development costs are. So that's also another positive here. Next slide, please. So I'm just giving a very high level if we move forward with these recommendations that we've heard. Number one, with a few of the number three aspects to it. It's about 12 million. The West course number 3 is about 4.4. That puts us at 16.3. I do think that we should be looking at some of that cart storage. There was a small little star at the bottom of the cost that talked about 5.25 to connect the clubhouse and event building, and then also add the under storage under clubhouse for the carts. And maybe we could separate that number and look at what it would cost to do the under clubhouse cart storage. We have had several thefts of golf carts, which is really strange, but people will come out in the middle of the night and cut a hole through the cart storage area and load up a couple and bail out. And so, and we did hear that a lot, that it was really important for that private storage and that really secure cart storage. So I think we should look at that, and maybe that's an extra task, like I said. The other extra task that we could add on is some of the improvements on the West course. So if we took the approach that, you know, we could do the entire new clubhouse, event center, and East course upgrades and get that rolling, and then use some of that revenue to then input into those West course upgrades, I think there's a creative way for us to be able to fund the biggest and best outcome for the golf course there. Next slide, please. Again, I just wanted to touch on some funding mechanisms. We don't know right now what the residential revenues will produce, and so we always want those backup plans, right? Obviously, we have the 10.5 minimum. We're thinking it's going to be much more than that, but we don't know yet. There's also opportunity in the participation performance agreement. If both parties agree that the market's not great, then we can kind of hold off for sales on those 5 points of sharing, so that we can make sure and maximize that the market's looking good and it's not like, you know, a down market or foreclosure market that we're trying to produce revenues for the golf course development. So that's great. But some of the ideas for the funding mechanisms as the backup are, looking at other city assets, other properties, selling other properties, investing in this, using other revenues, CFDs, other financing mechanisms like those, where the contributions of those homeowners could go towards some of that infrastructure for that golf course. It's very common, especially in golf course residential developments, that CFDs are used for that. And then again, we will be able to make decisions all along the way. The next big one is, the entitlements. And then after the entitlements, there'll be that appraisal. And those costs will be a lot more refined at that time when we have an appraised value of what the project is worth with entitlements. And then we have a really good idea of what the market looks like then. So this will more than likely, we don't know because we don't have the project yet, but more than likely we'll be looking at a CEQA, like an EIR, Environmental Impact Report. And so that could take upwards of, 2 years. And so really unknown right now with the way that the temperature of our market is. And so really that next entitlement approval point and appraisal point will help feed more information to you all. And so that's where I think if we design now in that phased approach, we won't be locked into the $20 million spend, or we won't be underestimating and only wanting to spend 10. So I think it's really important that we ask them and give that clear direction that they phase, so that you can have that menu of, full biggest best option, but there's also that opportunity to build smaller and slowly build to that bigger golf course amenity. Next slide, please. Okay, so next steps, as I mentioned, if we get direction to approve any of the plans or make design adjustments, then the developer will move forward and start the design process for the entitlement submittals, which include but not limited to general plan amendments, zoning amendments, tentative map, plan development permit, and all other entitlements that are required. We will move into that CEQA analysis and start doing those environmental impact studies. Continually gathering community input through the process. Prior to the CEQA, there'll be the scoping, and there'll be community meetings all along the way for the public to continue giving design input, and then public hearing on the final design for the project and the golf course design will end here at City Council, since it's a city-owned property and the entitlements are general plan amendments and zoning amendments. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to recommend that council approve the Blue Rock Springs Clubhouse Design number 1 with suggested revisions, and golf course concept design number 3, and any updates you have to that, and so that we can give direction to our developer. With that, did we want to hear from the operator, Kemper Touchstone?
If they've been
No?
sitting
Okay.
here the whole time and have something they want to say, I think we have enough information to make a decision.
Great. Thank you.
But it's good to know that they're there.
Yes, if you have questions.
If we have questions.
Okay,
So
thank
thank you.
you.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and take public comment on this item, and then we'll go to council.
We only have one speaker in-house, and that's Ruben Galvan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ruben Galvan. I'm a proud representative of the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 180 here in Vallejo. As you discussed the redevelopment of the Blue Rock Springs Golf Course, I have a very important question. Will there be strong labor standards on the redevelopment project? When I say strong labor standards, I mean contractors who pay fair wages, that support working families, access to quality health benefits, give real opportunity for apprentices from state accredited programs who want to learn a trade and build a career construction, and meaningful labor compliance with real enforcement to make sure contractors follow labor laws, pay workers properly, and provide safe working conditions. These protections help the community as a whole. When workers earn fair wages and get health care, they can better support their families and contribute to local economy. State accredited apprenticeship programs train the next generation of skilled workers who will keep our city growing strong for years to come. On the other hand, when labor standards are ignored, we open the door to irresponsible contractors who pay low wages, offer no health benefits, misclassify workers to avoid paying benefits, and even wage theft. These bad actors don't just hurt workers, they hurt our community by lowering the quality of work and putting safety at risk. The city of Vallejo deserves projects built by responsible developers and contractors who will treat our working families with respect and dignity. I urge the council include strong labor standards on this project to make sure that this benefits everyone, not just the developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. So we have any speakers online?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 speakers online. First speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'll try to make this quick because it's so late. So my preference on your decisions tonight with respect to the clubhouse, I think the proposal number 1 seems to be everybody's favorite. My only reservation about that, it looked like from the sketch that the driving range was something you'd see from the banquet rooms, which I thought was very strange. Now, maybe golfers would think that's a pretty view, but I would just hope the design would put the emphasis on viewing green space as opposed to seeing a driving range. I do think a driving range is important, by the way, but I would hope that something that Vallejo would get out of this would be a facility that non-golfers could look to for events like weddings and special parties, blah, blah. I like the idea in terms of the west course of the, whatever it is, 9-hole par 3. I actually liked the idea of the, I guess, teaching course, but nobody seems to like that, and I'm not a golfer, so I will defer. I like the idea of, if this is going to be a public facility, that we do something that tries to open it up to more people who might not normally golf, and that would be me, for example. And then I have something that's probably considered insane by golfers and that crew, but it would be nice if these beautiful golf properties could be open once a quarter, once every 6 months for the non-golfing public to enjoy the space. And I say that as someone who, one of my grandmothers lived near a public course, and back in those days when I used to go jogging, I would go jogging on the course because it was beautiful and had all these green areas. I then learned that you weren't supposed to do that. But it would be great if non-golfers could somehow have access to this beautiful area to be able to walk around in. Maybe the frisbee golfers could play there. And I understand not all the time, but if it's a public facility, is there room for something really, really unusual to happen at a golf course in the sense of let non-golfers enjoy that real estate every once in a while? And that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final speaker, Lisa Jackson. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, awesome. I am a homeowner on Torrey Pines Court, so I have my husband and I and our neighbors have several concerns about the view that's going to be impacted. But for tonight, with regards to the clubhouse, my question is, what considerations have been taken into effect as it relates to the strong winds and the dust from Sire on that side where you're planning to put the clubhouse? Because that would, I hear the plans for all the outdoor activities and how great that would be, but it's not great when you're plummeted with strong winds and dust. So how does the design take those two things into accommodation?
So if you have any other comment, we'll let you finish your comment and then council can follow up with your questions after. Did you have any other comments?
My other comments have to do with the other side. And I did hear the developer briefly speak to, greenery versus rooftops. It's a bit more than that. It has to do with home valuation. It has to do with the reason why we and our neighbors bought these properties. It has to do with property value, aesthetics, and a variety of other things. So to propose to put upwards of 600 compacted homes in an area that's got many custom homes is concerning. So I would want the opportunity at a later time, I'm sure, to have further discussion about that, and we'll be attending more of the community meetings. I understand that a lot of the focus is on the golfers. I get that, but the golfers are there limited times. We live here 24/7. So I understand catering to their needs. I understand the revenue for the city. I was born, raised, and continue to live here, so I too am fully invested and would like further consideration given to the development of this open green space that was partly really greatly impacted our and our neighbors' decision to even buy property here. We were assessed an additional fees, not only for the schools, for Bethel and Wardlaw that weren't even here when we purchased 26 years ago, but also understanding that we would be on a golf course.
Time.
So.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Do we have anyone else commenting?
No other speakers at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right. I'll open it up to City Council. I see Councilmember Gordon and then Matthias.
Thank you so very much for this wonderful presentation. I thank you so much for the partnership with conversations that we've had with Jeb and others. Very detailed, although we didn't get a chance to dive deep into it. As we all know, this has been a long time coming and waiting. And so I just had a couple of questions. I thought I heard you say, but just to clarify, did you say that it's also open to the public? You don't have to be a member at one time? Just clarifying that. Yes, sir.
That might be a city question, but a municipally owned and operated club, it's okay, municipally owned clubhouse facility. So there is a membership at Blue Rock Springs, but it is open to the public. So yes, the facility, we certainly have no reasons to try to affect the operational control and oversight of the city, but maybe Ms. Hain can answer.
Yeah, I can
that to reassure
answer.
you.
If you or I wanted to go golf and we weren't members, we could golf. We could also go there and just have lunch and a drink.
Okay.
So it's open to the public.
And lease the clubhouse space, an event center
Yeah,
space
for
as well, of
events.
course.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So right now, it's currently at 2 18 holes, or?
It is 2 18 holes, yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And so then, have this location ever been a location for a tournament?
Yeah, yes, there are now, again, there are certain restrictions with the clubhouse, the space, the banquet center, but yes, there are regularly scheduled tournaments at the facility. And I've even played in one, the chamber tournament, the chamber holds their tournament out there. Again, I think even Dennis would agree, the after golf experience is tight, to say the least, in that small area that can only contain 100 maximum capacity. But of course, there are tournaments at the facility still yet. And I don't know how many, but if your operators here as well, of course.
Yeah, because it says you have licensed PGA trainers.
No,
or teachers.
that unfortunately, I mean, Dennis says yes, so I'll go with yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And my other question is, I noticed that the parking structure, whichever one you select, I mean, you're going to almost need to pack your luggage just to get to the location from where the parkings are at. Would there be offering, some type of cart to pick folks up?
Well, it's very interesting you bring that up now. The current setup has 3 tiers of parking that I certainly have hiked on every level, carrying binders usually, of course, like the rest of us, or easels or whatnot for our presentations. So certainly the existing parking lot today, not ADA accessible, a tremendous hike. Cars get broken into because it's strung out along the street and it's not really an eye shot. Nobody can see your car if you park in the back parking lot. So obviously things have improved out there, but you can't fix the parking. So the new setup that we proposed, ADA compliant, accessible parking. Yes, some of the parking spots will be certainly on the periphery, but you'll actually have more dedicated handicap spots as well to meet code and everything. So it may not be perfect. Certainly we are not today suggesting a shuttle service to pick up people, but of course there are easy drop-off locations for the clubhouse that sort of exist today. If you pull in and pull out, there's no place to do a turnaround in our proposed facility. There certainly be that. But yeah, there are certain parking spots much more accessible than the current clubhouse setup, but there is no suggestion of any sort of shuttling system. Of course, that's an operational expense that I'm sure your operator would also say would be very costly.
I can see why option 2 is off the table, because it looks like a residence. A lot of folks will pull in, because it looks residential more than a clubhouse, so I can see why that's off the table. Although I do like the parking space, but I do take consideration of that if I'm there, I would like to see folks playing golf, so I can see why 2 is off the table. So if I was to say, I would take staff recommendations 1 and 3.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get into the clubhouse and all the other great stuff, can city staff and Mr. Elmore respond to the last caller that called in that live on Torrey Pines and what she was promised and where we're at and where we're headed? I think it's important to clarify that to all those homeowners up top.
Totally understood. And there are, what I would consider 2 distinct neighborhoods. The majority of the housing exists north of the golf course itself. And then there are a few cul-de-sacs with much higher-end custom homes that the caller referred to. So I imagine that caller probably lives on the south side of the course, which, again, I would never dismiss this concern. So obviously, when you live couple hundred feet up on the top of a hill and you're looking down at the entire course, it's going to be nearly impossible to fully mitigate concerns associated with their particular views. So, while I could tell stories about most of those view sheds go on the periphery looking over the golf course because their houses are so high, we've actually done a little, sorry Manny, not you, but drone work up there. So we've been able to see shots across the east course. I mean, there's still great views, in my opinion, from up there, but I'm not, again, dismissing the concern or trying to solve it. So, again, for the neighbors that live on the north, which are probably 5-fold to 10-fold more in quantity, those are the ones that we certainly appreciate living really on the course and leaving and preserving. So those we do, I'm not going to say mitigated, that's the wrong word, but feel that we've offered them the best opportunity we can to preserve golf in their golf premium setting. But for those on the south side, again, they will still live on open space or golf to below them, but there's nothing we could do to prevent their view sheds. Sure, we could plant trees on their lot, but I'm sure that would only block views. We can enhance landscaping down below. We can use good roof profiling and give it a little variation and whatnot, but there is not much we can do to mitigate what I'm guessing is a resident on the south side that lives a couple hundred feet up in the air.
And then Ms. Hain, anything to add on your side?
Yeah, so I think just to reiterate, there still will be a buffer there. It's not going to be just a house on their property line. I also think that there are plenty of opportunities that will be taking that input on that design. So there's an outlined area for future development, but the development in that area hasn't been identified yet. We're looking at potentially a mix of housing types in that area. So maybe there's a way to do less dense where they're looking and more dense where it's not as obvious. So I think that there'll be, design charrette type opportunities where they can come and give their input and let us know their concerns. And again, I don't think it's not going to be their property line and then a house's property line. There's definitely going to be that buffer. I don't know if we can pull it back up on Jeb's screen.
Yeah, just go to one
Yeah.
of the West Course options, man.
Yeah, the West Course option, so you can see.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we can go
That
back
was
to
the fee
fees if
study.
you want to hear my input on fees.
No, thank you.
I think that ship has sailed.
Time is money, by the way.
Right here, right. This is good, yeah. So you can see the shaded green area for potential future development, but then you can also see where the existing golf course is, and all of that green area will still be green. So whether you're the larger houses at the top or the houses at the bottom, you're not going to be butt up against another lot. There is buffers in between all of those existing houses.
And again, I'm very receptive to learning more. One neighbor that did live in one of those houses attended our outreach meeting. We spoke to that gentleman, appreciated his concerns. But I mean, again, I'm not dismissing the concerns, but we can count the number of houses on the south side that have actual views on the golf course on one hand. So again, can't solve all the problems, of course, but I appreciate their concerns, and certainly we would continue to collaborate with them on things we can do to mitigate their concerns the best we can, but obviously we can't solve it if we're going to do a development in the course.
Yeah, so I'm going to share with you the pictures that were sent to me. She's got amazing views from her property, and I think that her concerns need to be paid attention to. So that's one. Two, on to what we're talking about this evening. So can you guys, on the western side, out of the three options, I'm for three. I think we need to make golf more accessible, get families involved, get different demographics involved that are not involved right this minute. And so I would be in favor of that option, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind it. When it comes to the clubhouse, that's where I have perhaps a contrarian view than what I'm hearing this evening. So can you again share your concerns with option two?
Well, option two on the clubhouse, and again, I'm sorry if we can go back to the East Course options. Again, some of the feedback we received is, hey, if we're going to build a brand new facility, we want to make sure it's visible. It's sort of a jewel that invites people in. option one sort of provides that enough visibility to know it's there, but it kind of offers that draw to want to get in there and go see it further. Well, these really options 2 and 3 are front and center options, and option 3 is really just the elimination of the parking between Columbus Parkway and the clubhouse itself to bring the clubhouse super front and center. It just requires a relocation of that driveway. The reason why, again, I wouldn't have presented any of these options if I didn't like them. So we like all the options. They just all have their positives and benefits associated with each one. This one, of course, when you drive in, after looking at the rendering really caught my eye with regards to driving into a facility. It doesn't have great driveway length going in. I probably would re-articulate it, to be honest. And the first thing you see is the parking lot and the cars parked in the parking lot with cars lined up in front of the clubhouse, where the other two options really don't have that setting. We didn't really realize that when we laid this out, because it all worked and programmed accessible parking. It actually increases more accessible parking opportunities. But again, the visual, and aesthetics of that clubhouse setting after we did the rendering really kind of caused us to a little bit pull back a little bit from option 2 in that regard.
And I ask you that question about 2 because when you drive up and down Columbus Parkway, it very much feels like as you're going into where you're talking about the park, the church down by Benicia Road, the new Tri-Point planned development that went up. It just feels like at every point as you're making your way through Columbus Parkway, you're driving into bat caves. Like you have to go into places through parking lots to get to the facility that you're trying to get to. And so, number one, although I'm driving by it and I'm still able to see, because I'm not just thinking about what is going to be my experience at the facility. I'm also thinking about, as I'm driving through Columbus Parkway, what am I seeing? Am I compelled to not speed as much because I'm seeing a facility? Am I compelled to want to go and visit that property at some point because it's more front and center than me having to drive in to a location? So this one, maybe you guys sold it to me personally, because everyone interprets this stuff differently. I was much drawn to it because it was much more front and center, and it's not something you see on that corridor. No matter whether you're talking about the auto mall or you drive down to Benicia, like you're just not seeing that. It's very different and very distinct. And so I would just have you guys think about kind of how this facility would interplay with a planned community. Are you also telling folks in the planned community that they're going to have to drive into a place to go to their home, or is there going to be some retail space or some other facility that they're also driving by on the other side? So we have to think about all the pieces, not just the driving range and the wedding and all this other stuff. Frankly, until I've been living here close to a decade, I'm not a golfer, and I had never been into that clubhouse. Why? Because you got to drive into a place, it legit feels like a bat cave. You got to drive in and drive down, and same thing with the park. So that's the thing I think we've got to get away from. We've got to put new facilities that people can see and be drawn to, not just the golfers, but the residents. We've got to make sure we're, changing the image of these neighborhoods to change some of the behavior we were talking about earlier in the meeting. And then the last point I'll make, which has nothing to do with you guys, but it's just something to think about, and it speaks to what Ms. Jackson was referring to. We haven't talked about development as a council, and I'm done. Just give me 2 more minutes, because I know it's late. We haven't talked about residential development as a council, but what I will generally say is that I am concerned that we're developing every last mile of Vallejo. I don't really feel like we have a lot of open spaces, or that we're leaving open spaces for folks to experience nature in ways in which I see other communities leave open spaces. I know The Lewis Company has some planned developments in other parts of the state where you have incorporated open space into the community. And so I would just ask you guys, like, as we're thinking about this and many other projects that are coming down the pipeline, like, what is it, where do we draw the line? Are we saying everything needs to be fully developed, or are we leaving some space for parks so that kids can run around and get their energy out? Because if we're just laying pavement and building homes in every single mile of the city, then kids don't have the opportunity to be kids, or seniors have the opportunity to walk around and do all those things. So it's just something that I started thinking about when I heard you say at the community meeting, like, we're developing 500 to 600 homes. I was like, what? Like, legit. And then I saw the space, and it actually gave me a little bit of anxiety. So it's just something for the council to think about in general on a go-forward basis. That's all I got.
So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. I initially had the same reaction to Plan 2, except I think that the clubhouse number 1 is probably the better layout, just because of the aesthetics of being in the facility and seeing the golf and having the pro shop close to the restaurant and the driving range. I think that the architect hit that on the head with that would drive the most revenue for that location. So I would vote for that, as well as the par 3 course, option 3. I do have a question about, I know that it's a municipal golf course and it's open to the public, but is there an opportunity for a non-golf membership? Are there amenities that you would offer that maybe somebody that does golf has a reduced rate for membership? Because it's going to be a beautiful space, and if you want to use that space, it comes with a price. And maybe people would be willing to pay memberships if they can have certain times that are walking, so that there's a walk, you can walk the course at a certain time of the day, as that's part of your membership fee as a non-golfer. I mean, maybe there's some opportunity there to also increase revenue, but share the load of paying for that beautiful facility. And that's all that I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Ledeshu.
So there was a question that Councilmember Matias asked after the resident in that community spoke. And he asked the question, initially when those homes were sold, what was the promise? And I bring that question up because I think it's very important. No different than in Mare Island, there were promises made, and we're seeing the results of those conversations and the pain that it creates. And so I think it's a really important question. What was promised? What does it mean today? And what will it mean tomorrow? And it's easy to come in, we can be a council and say, yeah, there's increased value, there's this, there's that. But the reality is when we buy into something and we expect it to be delivered and something changes, we have a responsibility to talk about those changes and really how do we shift thinking around the future, because things do change, but a promise was made. So I don't know what those promises were, because I didn't buy there and I don't live there.
I suspect whoever was their transactional representation suggested that that would remain a golf course in perpetuity, but that was probably a broker or real estate agent trying to sell property. But certainly, please, I don't know if you're asking me questions, so I don't know if I should respond to it. But
I don't know who has the answer.
But the promise, when you say promises made, I just want to make it very clear that our program, the area we're intending on considering for development, has not changed since we became involved in the project in 2017. So nothing's changed on my watch from the promises and commitments we've made. But probably she is referring to promises made to her by other parties, but that was not anything that we had any involvement with, just to be clear.
I understand that you didn't have the property when it was made, but somebody knows where that's recorded, what were the commitments made to that community. And I'm not saying that that's your responsibility. The city should know, and we should pay attention to that, because when we don't, I'm just being really frank and open, we have the same conversation going on with Mare Island. And so it is really important to talk about that and not ignore it and say, oh, we're just moving on. We may be moving on, but they're not moving on. And that's really important. So I don't know what the promise is. Somebody knows what they are, and there really needs to be a robust discussion, conversation, knocking on doors and really talking about it so we can move together, and that this room 5 years from now isn't filled with a lot of angst. Because that's the reality when promises are broken.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeb. Thank you, Jeb and Gillian for the presentation. So from, and a couple of general comments. So from my experience over the years, especially for golf courses, being penny wise and pound foolish is the wrong way to go about it. Because this is a higher level of clientele that can afford certain things. So to think to be penny wise and pound foolish on something like this is the wrong approach. And I've seen golf courses that have done that, and that's why they're either gone now or they're limited with the people that come visit it. And whether you're a golfer or a non-golfer, I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind are the views are everything. So if you minimize or take away views for no matter why you're there for that experience, that'll impact what it does. And to I think to some of the comments some of the people have made here, and Dave Belliff brought this up, and I've actually received emails. I think we've all received emails. Is the open space. So to Councilmember Matias's point is what level are we going to develop and build out to where are we eliminating open spaces? So I want to have that conversation kept in mind, and that kind of goes towards the views, that the views are everything. So hoping that we don't eliminate those comments, which kind of speaks to Councilmember Lettergy's point of what has been promised. Are we eliminating a lot of these these views and these open spaces? So let's make sure we're not mitigating some of the concerns that have been brought up in the past, and especially for those that have been there the longest, because they're the ones, once again, that have to live with it. So, thank you.
And just to offer a response, again, I don't get a question, but I will answer about the development area is about 27% of the overall golf course area today. So when we're thinking about ratios of preservation and green space, not saying that's suitable or agreeable, but that is effectively the percentage outcome of the area that's being impacted on the property.
Thank you.
All right, I'll be very brief. I agree. I think one makes sense. I like three for the second one. I think I mentioned this in a previous conversation to you, Jeb. I wouldn't mind if there was an opportunity at some point to explore adding something like mini golf or disc golf to just open it up. Like, speaking of access in the community and getting, just like, we're obviously this is not going to replace the sports gym that was on Mare Island. We have to deal with that separately, and it's not going to fix the lack of opportunities for youth. We have to do that separately. But if there's anything we can add to just open the range of access, especially since it's going to be right next to Bethel, I think we should explore that and see, if there's a way to work something like that in, or if it's what we were talking about where we open it up for other, disc golf or something like that 9-hole par 3 course. I think there's not much that hasn't been said, so I think I might just leave it there. I appreciate the work that's been done on this. It's certainly taken a long time. I know it took forever with the quarry. The one comment that didn't get followed up on was the issue of dust from the quarry. Is that something that has already been taken into account, or is that something that would come up in the EIR?
Well, again, by providing certainly the EIR needs to study it. Now, of course, the quarry has its own use permit, and therefore they aren't really supposed to be letting dust. Now, we know the realities of the subject, but the concerns about dust is really they aren't allowed to have any dust come off that property. So if it's enforced, that shouldn't happen. But the reality is dust and wind in Solano and Vallejo does occur. That's also part of why we're providing a large indoor space. So someone does have that option if that's concerned. But in our minds, there's, other than quarry observation and enforcement, there we couldn't obviously prevent any dust outcomes that could occur. Obviously, where we've got programmed outdoor spaces up against the building, generally speaking, in some cases even wraps around. So, using the facility, of course, as some sort of buffer for dust, we could look at reprogramming outdoor activation spaces using the clubhouse potentially as a screen, but then of course you give up views and you're placing that on Columbus Parkway, which may not be very exciting. So there's, again, dust is very hard when it's from an off-site source for us to mitigate, but providing indoor space is the only way we can mitigate for that.
Yeah, and I would imagine anything that's happening is already happening to the existing course.
And through the
already.
mayor, may I just
Yeah.
add, in Fountain Grove Golf Course where I live, similar, it's up on a hill and there's big glass in the outdoor seating area and it's beautiful. You can see right through, but it blocks the wind, it blocks the dust. So I think there's design features that we definitely will be looking at, especially like in the wedding area that's on the side. You've got to have some sort of lattice or some sort of cover, if it's raining or something like that. So we'll definitely work with the architect to make sure that we address that. And then, of course, through the CEQA document, that will be addressed as well.
Mayor, may I respond one to your
Go
other
ahead,
comment?
yeah.
When you mentioned the other recreational options, in fact, when that second public commenter came on, our team got really excited because obviously if we're doing some sort of 9-hole par 3 course along the north boundary line, that really frees up some opportunities for some recreation or open space or habitat or disc golf or all the above to be programmed on the south side. So it does offer an alternative recreation, non-golf option potentially for a greater community of interest and activation of the area. So
I appreciate that, and I think that I want us to build more housing. I think we also, for the council in the future, have the opportunity to explore activating other open spaces that are currently closed to the public, like McIntyre Ranch. There's a lot of stuff open up there that, it exists, but it's not accessible to the community. So we have some room to further that conversation. I see you, Councilmember Letajou, and then I'll push us to a motion.
So I'm just also wondering, because you are building within a existing community, but you're hoping that will agree to 600 more units. And you're talking about families. So as you're building this whole center, have we thought about a teen center on location, a youth center? Because the reality is no different than a winery, no different than a golfing club, or a sports club. When my children were growing up, we belonged to different clubs. And there was always a teen center. There were always places for children. And so if we're doing something different in our community, then we need to think about how are we integrating families into this? Otherwise, why are we building it? And if we're talking about building additional homes around the location, then we should be thinking about how are families invited into this space.
duly noted, the event space has always been framed as the key priority to us. That's the first we've heard of. Are there other opportunities? Certainly, we're happy to explore and collaborate with you and the council on those type of items and
You can
considerations.
build on top, 2 stories. I'm just, I'm just saying, if we're creating new spaces in our city, we are talking about a city that's inviting, provides opportunities, and we need to think about what does that look like when we are talking about recreating who we are.
Understood.
Thanks. All right. It seems like there's a decent amount of consensus on the staff recommendation, I think pretty squarely. Are we ready for a motion on that? It sounds like we are. I'll turn it to Vice Mayor. Do you want to make a motion?
So if you can put up the staff recommendation, because it's not what is printed on the agenda. The staff recommendation
Oh, my
for
computer
option
died, so I don't
clubhouse
have it
number
open.
1 with additions and the par 3 course number 3, but I don't know exactly what the additions.
So I had mentioned, definitely, I think it's important to ask them to phase out so that we're not stuck with a $25 million bill that we may not be able to pay. So phase each of those improvements. I did discuss one of those phases to be the under clubhouse golf cart storage and design that and put a price tag on that. did also recommend looking up, right now, they have capacity for 350 people. I thought maybe we should bump it to 500 in the long term, maybe making some flexible space in the building that could open bigger or smaller. And I think that's it.
Do you want to move that we adopt a resolution providing direction that aligns with the staff recommendation
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than trying
Perfect.
to?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Just a quick question. So when you're saying to up it from 350 to 500, that's quite a bit of square footage. So what does that do to the actual layout of what that's going to happen?
They'll take a look at it and bring back options to council, and maybe it's just, if you look at the floor plan of what they've got, they've got, the kitchen and the restaurant, and then they've got some office areas, and so maybe it's making flex space in there, maybe it's moving some of the parking over and adding on to that building. I mean, there's different options, but they could come back and let us know what those would look like for an increased event venue. I'm just thinking big weddings, big tournaments, conferences even. But that's up to the council. If you're fine with the 350, they can stay at the 350. I just like the option of being able to grow and expand, especially putting in 500 new homes and having that capacity.
What goes back to Dr. Letaju's point of making me a double-decker.
That's it.
Bring
Fine with
back
that.
the option.
Councilmember Matias.
Just have a quick question. Can you split the votes
On-
on the clubhouse and then on the golf course option?
We could.
Yep. If you don't mind.
Or you
I
can
mean,
make
if
an
they're-
alternate.
Yeah, you could do
Yeah,
an
you can make
alternate
an
motion. I think
alternate
we've already made a
motion.
motion, so if
Yeah,
you want to make,
you
you
can
can
make an alternate
amend the
motion.
motion, but
I just
there is a
just
motion on
want
the floor.
split votes on each of them.
There's a motion on the floor, so if you want to do amendment, you can do an amendment, but there is a
Yeah,
motion on the floor.
I think we have to do it, if you want to make an alternate motion for just part one of it, we could do that.
Okay,
Otherwise, we're voting on the whole
so I'll
thing.
make an alternate motion for rendering 2 for the clubhouse, and then option 3 for the golf course on the west side.
Okay, so we vote
Do you
on
wanna
that
split-
first.
Okay, we can vote on that first. So keeping them together, but making a different one. Different motion. Okay. No, so Councilmember Matias was asking, can we vote on the clubhouse and the golf option separately? And we have a motion on the floor for both together. So
So
the
he did
option
an
would be to do an alternate motion.
Of clubhouse
But he did an
number
alternate
2,
option of
but
both
golf course
together
3.
still. We could do an alternate motion of just one and vote on that, but, or we could just
I
do the
just
alternate
wanted to
motion of both.
split, what I was asking for was just to have separate votes on each of these things. And I know there's a motion on the table, so I guess.
So my suggestion, based on my understanding of how this works, would be make a motion for one part of it, and then we'll make a motion for another part of it.
Is that fine?
That would be my best way to proceed.
There's many ways to go about this. Maker of the first motion can withdraw it if you want to go about it that way. Doesn't sound like it. Yes, you can make a motion for one piece and then make a motion for another piece. That's a possibility as well. Or you can do what you already did, which was make a motion for 2 different alternatives.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's
Okay.
go ahead and do that.
You want to stick with what you had?
Yeah,
All right,
sure.
so we're voting on the alternate motion of option 2 and option 3.
2 clubhouse, 3 golf.
Clubhouse 2,
Course number 3.
golf 3.
Wife is sleeping.
I need one more vote.
Did everybody vote? She needs one more vote.
Okay. I think I have. Wait. All right, I'll see what I've got. I have 3 noes, 1 yes, and 1 abstention, and the abstention, correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Nab, the abstention goes with the majority, which is, wait a minute.
Which is a
it goes
no.
with ayes.
Yeah.
The abstention? The abstention for non-conflict grounds goes with the majority.
What you guys are doing.
All right, but we are missing a vote from a present person, which is not.
All right, we got to redo this.
Do we want to do a revote?
You could have just
or-
withdrawn
Yeah, we're
it.
going to have to read.
I'm not withdrawing.
All right, I'm just trying to get us out of here.
Could have had split
All
votes
right.
and been
Just
done.
trying to
with
get
it.
We're
us
gonna
out of here.
we're gonna re-vote on Councilmember Matias's motion, which is Councilmember Letiju. Go ahead, clarifying question. Your mic is not on though. You have to turn your mic on though.
Apologize. So on this vote, what we're really voting on is what has been originally placed forward by the staff.
Except that Councilmember Matias put forth an alternate motion, which we're voting on first.
We're voting on the alternate.
We're voting on the alternate motion
Where it's
first,
split.
which is Clubhouse 2. No, it's not split. It's Clubhouse 2 and Course 3.
Okay,
And if that motion fails, then we'll vote on the Vice Mayor's motion, which is the staff recommendation.
got you.
Okay. All right, so we're voting again on Councilmember Matias's alternate motion, which is Clubhouse 2 and Golf Course 3.
I need one more vote. There we go.
I voted.
All right, so we have 4 noes, 1 yes, and the abstention, which goes with the majority vote, correct? So the motion fails.
Which means now we will vote on the original motion, which was the Vice Mayor's motion, which is the staff recommendation of Clubhouse 1 and Golf Course 3.
All right.
So does that exploration include all the conversation of a youth center, your motion?
That will come back as.
Okay, because I didn't hear that. That's what I want to know. Okay.
So do you want to add a friendly amendment to include the exploration of additional youth opportunities?
Yeah.
Is that more appropriate when we're talking about the residential development, or you want to put that into the golf course
I
development?
want it included now.
Okay.
So just an exploration?
Yes, so then I will let you guys vote, and then I guess I'll do a friendly motion.
No, you got to either do a friendly amendment to
Okay.
add the exploration.
So I
of
want to
youth
do a
activ-
friendly amendment, and I'd like, as I stated earlier, that there's an exploration about having a youth clubhouse or youth center on that property.
All right. And as long as we're okay with that, we can go ahead and vote on it.
Okay.
On what property? Sorry.
The clubhouse property will have a youth center. as
Oh, sure.
You said no?
No, I said sure.
Oh, okay.
Are we committed to only the clubhouse or on the other side?
Somewhere on the property.
Somewhere on the
I just
property?
want it
Okay, I
on
just
the
want to make sure we're
property.
clear.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're ready to vote on it.
Okay.
Can I ask for clarification, because I think it's probably potentially important? So as I think council is aware after this long discussion about this particular project, the golf facilities are city property to be paid for from city proceeds from the development. And so I'm assuming you're saying on this idea about the youth thing would be explore an opportunity for some place to put a youth center on, or a youth activity on the property that is to be retained in ownership by the city as part of this. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody going forward.
All right, and we're voting on it.
Motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Palmeros absent.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you again to everyone that stayed with us and presented that. I am going to move us now so we can get finished here. We have no information items, which is going to bring us to item 11, which is our city manager's report.
Yes, good evening. Just a few things I want to mention. As you know, we had an officer-involved shooting a week and a half ago. Per the city's procedures, the city will hold an community town hall within 14 days of that event. And so this Thursday, you can get more information on our website at 6 p.m. There will be a community town hall to provide the community with more information and opportunity to provide comment on that incident. This coming weekend is Fiestas Patrias on Saturday from 11 a.m. until 5 p.m., I believe, downtown. So certainly looking forward to welcoming the community to attend this event that receives some city financial support. The city had been expecting that the Board of Supervisors would consider the agreement with the city for sheriff's department support. We learned late last week that that would not take place this week and instead has been deferred till the Board of Supervisors meeting of September 23rd, so we're looking forward to that. And finally, we sent out some information earlier today to the public. Our summer 2025 paving work has begun. That's begun with some concrete work on curbs and gutters and ADA curb ramps, which will be followed by paving various locations around the city. So more information on that exciting project on the website. And that's my report for this evening.
Thank you. That'll bring us to the city attorney's report.
No report.
We've got to wait till the council reports. So that's going to bring us, item 13 is the second community forum. So anyone who did not address the council on the first community forum is welcome to speak now. Do we have any speakers in person?
There is one, but I don't see her. Marissa S. I think she's left.
It looked like she left, yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Is there anyone online at this time?
Not at this time, Mayor.
All right, with that, I will close our second community forum, and that will bring us to any requests. So this is our new item again, requests for future agenda items or special projects. Do any council members have future agenda items or special projects that they want to refer? Councilmember Warden, you have a council comment, or do you have a special project? Go right ahead.
Well, this is a simple project. I just wanted to ask something small for right now. In the past, you have had our photos out in the foyer, and now they have not. I think Don was saying that they took them off during the COVID for whatever reason. I've been to multiple places, and someone asked me, how come we don't have our photo up? And so I'd like to see if we can visit that, bring that back up again. Oh, was it here? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so that was one of the questions I'd like to ask. And another thing I'd like to see if we can bring back is a young girl brought up concerns about her school, and this is her school, but it's happening in the community as well. I know that I worked with Fighting Back Partnership during something like this, but she's saying that her food and her drinks has been laced. And it was a concern at your town hall meeting, Mayor Source you had, she was there, and she was gonna bring that up, but she didn't get a chance to, so I promised her that I would bring it here. That is becoming a community concern as well. So if you could maybe bring that up at the 2x2, but here, since it's happening in the community, I thought we should bring it here too.
Is there a request you have of staff for a specific item to come back to council, or is this an update you want from, I'm just trying to make sure we log
I
the
just want to
referrals,
see if
there's a
staff can
referral.
come back to us about it, and then I also too, I would like to see if staff can bring back the option to bring back, excuse me, my tongue is tied, to bring back the release of, what would he call it? My brain is gone, I'm sorry. That we can release the hold on, freeze on employment, because we said for the next 6 months we were going to visit it, and this month would be 6 months. So that was that. Uplift the freeze on employment.
The hiring freeze. I think we're at month 3. I wanted to, I can ask the city manager for clarification. So this item we had set up, the council had set up the system with the sheet of paper referrals for future items, but some of these it sounds like might be things that the city manager's office can respond to individually and then make a decision whether or not there would want to be a referral. But if you want to referral them for items to come back to city council, we can make sure the form gets to you.
Yeah, I think the way we've done it is we've allowed council members to fill out the form after the fact as we are transitioning into this. So I think what we need is a council vote right now on whether the council wants to provide this direction to staff to scope these 2 items, which is food and drink being laced. Is that what I
Yes,
understand
scope.
the issue
Yeah,
is?
that's a good idea. That's what it
Or unfreezing city positions that have been frozen, that's the other item.
Yes.
So this is about city council just providing direction to staff to whether to move forward on these things.
And I have a quick question about that, filling out your form right here or there. You don't have a lot of time to do it, and by the time you bring it back, you're delayed another week, and then it's not no longer a 2x2, it's now a 3x2, whatever. So the process is really lengthy, and if you have a disability such as I do, you don't have it right at your, you don't have how you want to format it right there and there. So that was kind of chaos, and it caused problems. And by the time we got up to you anyways, it was a big issue. So I think that was kind of cumbersome to do it that way. It's recorded here, you know what I mean? You just visit it, and it's here. Because otherwise, we're now violating the original agreement of your charter is 2x2. Now we're 3x2, 5x6, and by the time it gets there, you mean... Yes, I'm sorry, did I say 2x2? I'm sorry, two-step process. Yes, a 2-by-step process. Because we're now filling it out, then hoping that you'll pick it up, and then it delays more time.
So I think the idea, and this is a process that the city clerk and I collaborated on to recommend, it doesn't have to, you can hand it in 1 minute before you read it. But as I also mentioned, I don't think we've been requiring that of people. It doesn't have to be a meeting in advance or anything like that. So I don't think there's any.
Now, that might be good. If you are going to do that, send that form to us, whatever, and we could, I don't have a printer, so I can just fill it out on the internet and then have someone print it here and me read it out loud. But some things don't come up like that, like, the laziness situation. It doesn't happen that way. It's organic, and then we want to create an ad hoc of individuals to put what on the agenda. So again, it's kind of cumbersome and delaying more time.
Yep, the ad hoc is not about agendizing for specific meetings. The ad hoc that I think you and I discussed was about reviewing the council meeting procedures, that's a different thing. That's about the policies and procedures. But in any event.
No. Remember, it says something about what you want on the agenda? You had two things about an ad hoc. But anyways, I must probably have misunderstood. Please forgive me.
No problem. But so in any event, the city council now can vote on whether it would like to direct staff to move forward on these two items that you've requested. So that's the, if we want to have a roll call, or we want to have a vote on the first item, which is city staff to come back with some information on a community concern about food and drink being laced. I don't know anything. This is the first I'm hearing of that phenomena.
Can I ask a question?
She serves on the African American, she serves on the NAACP. She's the youth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is that a city matter or is that a school district matter?
It's both, because she said it's happening not only in the school, but it's also happening in the community, and the school doesn't own the community after school hours.
Is there any more specificity of when you say in the community? I'm not clear.
If you like for me to, I can probably get more information. If you like, I can hold off on that request.
That may be a police matter, right?
My instinct is that wouldn't be something that would need to come to city council for direction. I think that's something that could go directly to
So she wanted
staff.
to tell you that at the town hall,
Yeah.
but she didn't get a chance to, so I was just telling you that.
And we can follow up if she wants to send me that information, or we can send it directly to the city manager's office. I think we can follow up directly.
Well, I
without having
promised
it
her I would, so
come
she
to
heard me.
council.
So maybe she hear you.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that being a vote then.
And then with respect to the hiring freeze.
May I ask a clarifying
Go ahead, City
question with regard to that one? I'm sorry. My recollection may be faulty, but I thought when you imposed the freeze, you already imposed a come back in 6 months and see
Yes.
so I'm not quite sure that you need a council referral for something
Okay.
you already directed, but I could be wrong about what that direction was. That's just my recollection.
So maybe it's just a friendly reminder.
Do you remember?
All
Yeah.
right. So we're going to treat that as a reminder to come back in 6 months on the hiring freeze.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Bergenzer on more referrals, and then Councilmember Matias.
Yes, I too, I've not completed the form because I thought about it tonight while we were talking about it, but I would like to have us discuss approving travel for council members for conferences, that there needs to be a process, that it's not just we request it to the city manager's office and then it's just approved. I think that we need to have some type of process where we are approved to, like, each of us attend one conference per year, and you can figure out which conference you want to go to, but hopefully we spread it out so that it's not multiple council members going to the same conference, because like the League of Cities, I think all of you are planning to attend. I am not, but I don't know that all of us need to attend the California League of Cities. I don't think most cities send their entire city council to that. So that's just my opinion, but I think that we should at least talk about it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would support it. I would support it, agenda, or referring that.
So do we have a majority support for that agenda item?
May I clarify something, question? So for us, we're new, and so that's not uncommon. When I was at just recently, multiple cities said that they're all going, just like a week ago, and so they were asking, where are we going? So when I asked those questions about, for me, I asked about development, and the first thing was saying, you might want to go to this conference because they're going to be talking about it, especially as a new council member.
So yeah, you were a new council member last year, and you went last year. So this year, you're not a new council member. We've all been here a year.
I haven't been. I just got elected.
You went to the conference last year. Yes.
Different
You went to the-
conference, new council members academy versus mayors and council members academy versus
Yes.
annual cities. But I think I'm
Regardless,
gonna encourage us to streamline and just vote on
We can
whether
have
we
that
want to
discussion,
have
yeah.
a discussion
I
on
just wanted to
council
clarify, that's
travel,
all.
council travel policy, which I think is a worthy discussion. So I've got myself and the vice mayor. I see Councilmember Lejeune nodding.
Can we
I
vote?
see Councilmember
Can we do a
Matias
vote?
nodding.
Sure, we can vote.
We can do a
Can we do a
vote.
vote? Yeah.
Do we want to do a roll
Mayor,
call vote?
first, may I suggest, the council does have a travel and training policy, which is outdated. This might be the perfect context to bring this discussion back.
I think, exactly what the vice mayor was hoping to do. Do we want to do a roll call vote or a quick? We've been asked to do a proper vote.
Yeah.
All right, let's do a vote. So the vote is to agendize the council travel policy.
Okay.
All right, we'll vote on our screen.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gordon opposed and Councilmember Palmares absent.
All right, Councilmember Lejeune. Or wait, Councilmember Matias, did you have a referral? But then it,
So the first item, I don't have any agenda requests, and I guess this is a request. So I had asked City Manager Murray for a quarterly report on C-Click-Fix, and I've emailed you many times about it. So I would love to ensure that we start receiving those reports. And then in addition, I know that the finance director sends Measure P some table that shows what the revenues have been connected to Measure P. And I was wondering if on a quarterly basis you could share out what the Measure B, V, and P receipts are with the council. I want to know how much money's coming in. I think we need to all be aware of that because I'm sure there are things we could do to encourage folks to spend dollars locally so we can continue to fund programs. And we're also aware of what's happening on the ground. So is that something your team can produce on a quarterly basis?
Yeah, and I think that's perfect for this process. So you're making a request for a project or some staff effort, and so yes, let's vote on it.
right? I mean, I support that. I see the vice mayor nodding. I see Councilmember Lejeune nodding. I see everybody nodding. I can't see Councilmember Gordon, but it sounds like that's unanimous, so we support that. I mean, do we need to vote on each one? It's unanimous. Yeah. Councilmember Lejeune.
So as I stated earlier, we need to come up with a strategy, a campaign, however we want to call it, where we really are marrying all the pieces of conversations or processes in place around how do we have safe streets in our city. We don't have anything that really centers us. We just have a lot of conversations. And I think we would do much better work, much better, have better service to our city holistically if we had a strategic plan or strategy or a campaign. And I'd like for us to discuss that. I'd like for us to bring all the pieces together, whatever all these different pieces are, where we have put in speed bumps or the different traffic calming, where those schedules are, but really develop a comprehensive program that looks at all of our streets, our neighborhoods.
Thanks for that.
So that's
Councilwoman-
one thing that I'm asking for.
You have more?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Ortiz, comment on that, or?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm co-signing that request, but zooming out, I just want to ask a clarifying question. We talked about at the Public Safety Committee subcommittee meeting, we talked about a public safety action plan, and it was something, I don't recall if you and the chief committed to producing something, but is that something you also need a vote from the full council on that sort of incorporates all these pieces?
Well, I think a public safety master plan might be much broader than this kind of transportation safety plan. But there's a different process for providing direction to staff at a subcommittee or commission. Those commissions, when they're established, staff, it needs to provide a reasonable amount of support time to them to do the analysis that they require. So we don't have a two-step process for staff follow-up for subcommittees. So that staff already took that direction from the public safety subcommittee meeting and is following up on that.
Okay.
So if we want to do it at the safety committee and then bring it back to the broader council, that's fine. It's all safety, no matter how you look at it. I just want it to happen. So I'm open to where it happens.
So do we need to vote on that, or is that okay to go through this? Oh, Councilmember Tulik, you had a question on that.
I had a follow-up question, and I don't know if this was, it sounded like it was brought up in the safety committee, but with the concept of looking at street safety, the focus at schools. So was that already discussed, or is that already part of this? So I'd like to add that as a friendly amendment, is looking specifically at schools in those areas, because there's more than just speed mitigating. There's other interventions and there are other ways that we can address that at the school level, because each school is different or has different issues that may need to be addressed directly. So I'd like to add that friendly amendment to that.
All right, so the request is for a referral for a safe streets plan that includes their schools. I support that. I do too. The vice mayor does. Nod. So that's unanimous. And are we okay with that being referred to the public safety committee first? If, it could go either way, but that a possibility could be for it to go to the public safety committee first.
So that's a bigger request than these other ones. These other ones are essentially, the quarterly reports on Measure BVP and returning to council with the council travel policy. For a safe streets master plan, I think the thing that we would need approval from the council for is to return with a scope, because that's something that's going to require some budget and some consulting time and other things like that. So the action that I would ask the council to direct or to vote on is asking the staff to come back with a scope on that. And we can take it to the public safety subcommittee, that's fine.
I'm all right with
But if
that.
people
Vice
vote
Mayor's
on
okay
that,
with that.
are we unanimous on that?
Councilmember Tulik, go ahead.
I think, and whether this is a challenge to bring it back to the safety committee, other council members can't attend that to voice their.
We can, I think.
No, I was told we could.
Oh, we can't.
No. Yeah, you can't have more than the three that are on that subcommittee. So that's where that's the challenge that I have. If that's the point of reference or the point of conversation, only those three council members can be there, to where other council members that may have valuable input would not be able to participate.
But they would just make recommendations that would come back to us, and we would discuss
As
it
a group?
here. Yeah, I would think, right? We would.
Yeah,
be
that's the idea. Is
deciding.
That's
that
fine.
they can do
That's-
some of
yeah.
the.
But they would
they
do
can
the
do some of the
research and
They do the
legwork.
start.
pull the
Yeah, that's
recommendations
fine.
together and say, these are our top 3 recommendations, and
Yeah.
let us go from there.
This idea. All right. Sounds like we're good on that. Any other referrals?
I'm not
Or-
done.
Oh, that's right. You had another
Please,
one. Go ahead.
thank you. It's actually a follow-up question. So probably before we went on recess, if I'm not mistaken, there was a commitment to list every action that we've requested, and it would be put out on the website, and and it would have a disposition column, so forth and on. There was a long, robust discussion around it, and I'd like to know, where are we on that? In getting that up so that we understand everything that we've been asking for and what the disposition is of that.
Sorry. The city clerk and a staff member in the city manager's office and the IT department have been working on that. City Clerk Abramson, do you know when the list of the website listing the council referrals will go live?
Yes, I believe Assistant to the City Manager Peterson has been working on it. We have shared a couple drafts with the City Manager. He's given us input, and we're now including all of the past council's referrals to this, so it's a complete dashboard that would go on My Vallejo. I will check with her again tomorrow, but we're hoping that is ready to go by the end of this week.
Okay, thank you. And my final request is, and I did talk to Don, as it relates to training, there seems to be 2 pieces to council training where our city clerk is responsible for ethics, and then all the other parts of training for us is lodged in HR. And I really, again, I go back to this notion, I'm fine with self-service. I prefer self-service where I can track my life and understand what's being required of me versus using your staff time unnecessarily. So what I'm asking, as we are a part of the city team, how can our training be lodged somewhere, all of it, that's required, when it's due, and I don't need to have emails from you all. I know what's required of me, and I can do what I need to do and do it in a timely manner. That's really important. So we are not using your resources. And I think if we could just put systems in place, I've been asking since I've been on this council for systems, because it will alleviate what you need to do for us, things that we should be easily able to look for, track for ourselves. So I am asking that somehow we're part of your training system where we can log in and it lets us know, oh, Tanya, you need to take, your ethics class is due by this time. Got it. I can get you what you need. Your sexual harassment, whatever it is that you're asking me to do, we have different lives outside of this life. And so I want to be of service to you by not using your time. If there's a system in place for us as a council, that would be helpful. Those are my last requests.
Thanks. It sounds like, does that need a vote or, okay, I support that. The request is not for a council agenda item per se, it's for a follow-up on streamlining training
I
for
would just
council
say
members.
from my experience with HR is that oftentimes it has to be tracked in a certain way, and so they have to send those notices so that they're tracking those pieces. So it's not so much that it's a resource, but it's a requirement that they track those types of things. So if that can be bypassed, then sure, but I think that a lot of that is, the legalities of tracking that is very important.
I'm not getting away from the tracking. My experience is, as an employee, you have a training system, it's tracked in that system, everything is lodged there, and you know when you're supposed to take what you need to. And it's generally automated by a system. And I don't know if the city uses anything like that to do all training for staff. I would imagine
It's
that they do.
automatic, but you have to enter the employee names in order for to start that tracking process. So they enter your name, and then the system automatically
Yes.
sends you those notifications. It's not
Right,
staff
yes.
doing that. So
All right.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Councilmember
So,
Gordon.
so what I seen happen is once you pass that time frame where you haven't done it, then it's a commitment that they have to remind you. And for me, I would like to be reminded. I'm just saying, thank you for that. Because I thought that I actually did it 'cause when I went to Cal Cities for that first training, and then she reminded me, no, that wasn't it. And then I thought I did it online, and she said what was submitted was not completed. So it was good to have that because you can get in trouble or fine.
I'm not
financial fine.
opposed to the reminder. That's not where I'm coming from. HR should have a system, and I might be wrong, that every employee's name is there and what the requirements are for training so that they can easily track your training. Usually, your system will tell you, Tanya, you need to take X, Y, and Z. And it will tell me exactly when it's due, and it will remind me that I need to take it. It's all system generated, and I can get in, do my training, and it's there. And I'm just saying, do we use that do we have an automated system that we are logging everything in? And we do. And I'm just saying, how do you put council in that system so we use the system?
All right. So that is a referral for follow-up, not necessarily an agenda item, but follow-up on that system, which I support, and I see the vice mayor nodding, and we just need one more. Are we okay with that? I heard Councilmember Matulik, so we are on board for that. All right. That is going to bring us to report of presiding officer and members of the city council. Councilmember Gordon, go ahead.
It's so good to see you all. Long time no see for a while. So it's glad to be back. The late night basketball was a hit. We had over 100 attendees that night. A lot of the supporters came out. Yoshididi gave the kids sweatshirts and basketballs, and so it was wonderful. I also attended, of course, Confunctions event, which was amazing. I went to the Dock of the Bay. It too was great with La Russo, E40, Baby Bash, and also Confunction performed, all local, which was amazing. And then I also got a chance to attend Toro University's Highway 37's meeting that they had with Mayor Source, and I've always been part of the Highway 37 since 2000, and I believe, I want to say, it goes back about 10 years, and so it was nice to see everything come into pieces. And don't forget, Friday, 29 ribbon cutting.
All right, other updates? I'll go real quick with just, this is my chance to share some quick things. So council got this information earlier, but I wanted to, as if anyone's listening at 1:40, the community, when we approved the Key to the City for CC Sabathia, the date was set for September 27th. That date is being postponed, and as soon as the new date is ready, it will be disseminated. But to the public that is saving the date for September 27th, I want everyone to know that that date is going to be changed and that you can stay tuned for that update. Congressman Garamendi presented at an event for the North Bay League of Cities at Cal Maritime on the SHIPS Act, and we had an opportunity in conjunction with that meeting to hold a stakeholder meeting for the Vallejo stakeholders with the congressman, which was really important because he's writing this legislation with Mare Island in mind and hadn't had a touch point to engage with Mare Island stakeholders. So that's one of those things where we run into Brown Act, but our staff were there, Councilmember Palmares, and that will, when that is ready for follow-up on what we decide and Councilmember Gordon, we got to be really careful with the Brown Act on that. And when that is ready, if there's something that needs to come before the council, which there very well may be, I think the staff will be able to follow up on that. But that was a nice opportunity for us. And then on the State Route 37, I am working with Assemblymember Wilson and Supervisor Mashburn, who sits on that committee with me, to schedule a town hall for residents. I know there's been a lot of questions about the tolling on 37 and the plans for 37. And so we just want to have a touch point for the community to get a sense for, our priorities and what we should be advocating for on that committee. And Assemblymember Wilson put forth a piece of legislation on that bill. So she's, where we want to do that. And I'm not sure exactly when that'll be, but it'll be in the coming months. There is a new video out for the Fairgrounds Diverging Diamond that Caltrans put out. It is spectacular. It's really helpful. I think I finally understand how a diverging diamond works. So if you go on the Highway 30 Resilient SR 37 Policy Committee website, you can see the demo of what the diverging diamond is going to look like and do that. We got a request for Dock of Bay for a proclamation or for a honoring of Sly Stone, who we lost in June. That request came in during the recess, so we didn't have time to do a full council proclamation, but after consulting the city manager, I did a commendation, and I kind of presented it on behalf of the city, but I used a mayoral commendation, and we, in conjunction with Supervisor James, presented to Sly Stone's daughter. So that was really special, being able to do that at Dock of Bay. So those are my updates. I will continue to work on shortening these meetings. This one didn't work, but I think we've put some things in place that will hopefully get us there eventually. And unless I see anything else, I will go ahead and adjourn us at 1:43 a.m.